In his previous life, he was a brilliant leader assassinated by political rivals, only to be reincarnated as a goblin named Game. Unfortunately, he was born into the lowest social class of the goblin tribe, forced to work tirelessly day and night while still facing starvation. Failing to meet quotas meant facing brutal beatings while the nobility lived in luxury without working, a situation the modern-minded Game refused to accept. Because of their frail bodies, Game and his sister were frequently targeted and bullied by the other goblins in their community. A goblin named Jack was their primary tormentor, but when he arrived to extort them again, Game calmly used his superior intellect to reason with him. Game pointed out that Jack gained little from petty theft and suggested they hunt monsters for a greater reward, an idea the simple-minded goblins found logical. Acting as their strategist, Game devised a detailed plan to kill a giant blind centipede in the mines that relied entirely on sound to hunt. Since their crude weapons could not pierce the creature's thick armor, the objective was to lure it toward an acid pit and push it inside. The group would scatter and throw bones to distract the beast, but a decoy was needed to lead it into the pit, a role Jack maliciously tried to force on Game. His sister Groza stepped forward to protect him, offering to take his place since he was injured, but Game refused to let her face such danger. Game confidently accepted the role of bait and instructed Jack to block the exit upon his return, fully aware that Jack intended to betray him. Despite Jack's treacherous nature, Game anticipated his every move while the terrifying monster nearby bared its lethal mandible. Knowing a single strike from the beast would be fatal, Game instructed the others to use bones to divert its attention if it drew too close. Sav was assigned the task of luring the creature into the tunnel, a responsibility he questioned with great hesitation and annoyance. After being told to prove his boasted speed, Sav was ordered to wait for the signal before leading the monster toward the acid pit where Jack would trap it. Even Jack had to admit the plan was impressive, and the group soon began their dangerous mission in the dark mine. Sav watched the centipede from behind a rock until it suddenly lunged at him, sending him sprinting away in a desperate panic. Upon reaching a pile of remains, Sav grabbed a skull and hurled it at the monster before closing his eyes in terror, bracing for death. To his surprise, the centipede followed the sound of the impact and moved away, leaving the trembling goblin unharmed. As Jack waited nearby, Game signaled that the monster was approaching, while Jack secretly plotted to kill Game and claim all the glory for himself. Even Jack feels a sense of dread as he peers into the depths of the dark cave, and within moments, the centipede monster senses him and charges toward the group with a low growl. Instead of showing fear, Jack chuckles and smashes a bone against the wall to lure the beast toward Game, intending to begin his treacherous game. Jack's plan is to trap both Game and the monster in the acid pit, so the creature kills Game before the acid dissolves them both. But the plan falters when the centipede suddenly stops. As the monster glares at a terrified Jack, Game suddenly draws its attention and tells Jack to run toward the trap, leaving Jack to flee in a panic. Jack wonders why the beast ignored the noise as Game urges him to hurry inside, and both the man and the centipede enter the confined space. Game quickly locks the door behind them, revealing that he had anticipated Jack's betrayal and successfully turned the trap against him. When the rest of the group arrives and asks about Jack and the monster, Game puts on a look of deep sorrow while the others express their relief that he is safe. Game lies to them, claiming that Jack accidentally made a noise that drew the monster into the pit and forced Game to lock them both inside together. He tells the supervisor that he wants no reward for Jack's death, claiming he only wishes to pay his final respects to the man's supposed sacrifice. Game calls on the gods to witness Jack's bravery, leading the others to believe his story completely and praise him for his action. Game announces he is leaving with his sister, but once they depart, she curiously asks him about the truth behind Jack's supposed sacrifice. Game dismisses her concerns by suggesting it was simply bad luck and speculating that the centipede might have been tracking Jack's scent rather than just sound. Although she stops asking questions, she notes that Jack meeting such a fate was likely karma, yet a lingering sense of doubt remains in her mind as they leave. In the next scene, Rosa urges Game to eat a large beetle she has prepared, but he finds the sight of the insect so repulsive that he cannot bring himself to swallow it. Despite his refusal, Rosa insists it is his favorite meal and even offers him the head portion, but Game continues to push the plate away in disgust. When Game tries to decline again, Rosa aggressively stabs the beetle with a knife and demands that he eat, forcing him to reluctantly comply to avoid further suspicion. Game brings the creature to his mouth with a look of pure horror, keeping his lips tightly sealed to avoid making any sound of disgust as he struggles to eat. As Game looks at her pleadingly, Rosa grips her knife and accuses him of being a demon, claiming she has suspected him ever since the incident at the acid pit. Game tries to calm her down and offers to prove he is not a demon, but Rosa remains skeptical and demands that he provide evidence of his identity. Feeling flustered, Game suddenly remembers something and mentions marron powder, a term that leaves Rosa looking confused. Game proposes a test to prove his identity by drinking marron powder mixed with holy water, claiming that if he were a demon, he would be exorcised or burnt. Despite Rosa's hesitation, Game decides to proceed with the test and immediately begins mixing the powder into a cup. Game seeks an assurance that Rosa will believe him if he survives the drink, while Rosa remains guarded with her knife as Game hides his internal anxiety. Game silently hopes the exorcism ritual is merely a superstition to avoid a fatal outcome, but his shifting expression causes Rosa to grow concerned. Rosa asks if he is truly a demon when he reacts to the drink, but Game clarifies that it simply tastes terrible, earning him a punch in the face from his sister. Rosa calls him a fool, much to Game's delight since she finally addressed him by name, signaling that her suspicions have finally faded. Confirming his identity, Rosa listens as Game jokingly claims to be Tana, the dreamer of multiple worlds, though she finds his choice of a lazy deity amusing. Game admits his preference for a relaxed life, while Rosa finally accepts him as her brother, though she remains puzzled by his recent personality shift. Rosa observes that Game has seemed like a completely different person since his recovery and asks him to reveal the truth behind his change. Recalling his father's similar remarks, Game decides to confide in Rosa to help his investigation and sits down to admit the reality of his situation. Game confesses to having memories of another life, explaining that he felt as though he were drifting through a void of nothingness. He describes being swept through a bright light before waking up with a headache and foreign memories, swearing to Rosa that this is the extent of his knowledge. Rosa excitedly explains that since ancient times, gods and warriors have been reborn as mortals possessing powers far beyond human imagination. She describes abilities ranging from superhuman strength to reality-altering powers, leading a skeptical Game to wonder if he could be one of them. Rosa admits she is unsure if he is a chosen one and asks if he possesses any extraordinary ability, noting how rare such individuals are. Game asks if she means powers like running faster than an arrow, possessing the strength of many horses, or leaping across vast chasms. Rosa confirms those are the powers she meant and eagerly asks if he has them, but Game gives her a definitive no. Rosa suggests that he might simply be a lost soul, a term she begins to explain after his disappointing answer. She explains that lost souls are people born with a second set of memories but no special powers, making it rare for them to achieve any greatness. Unless they inherit the skills of legendary leaders or craftsmen, lost souls remain ordinary, leading a saddened Game to apologize for not being more special. Game wearily thanks the gods that they do not need another chosen one, while a worried Rosa signals for silence and warns him. She begs him to keep it a secret, fearing what the overseers would do if they knew he held the secret to the treasure. With a serious expression, Game acknowledges that he would likely face torture, death, or experimentation. Hearing those chilling words, she covers her ears and shouts for him to stop, refusing to hear any more about his potential powers. She pleads with him to never reveal them, and Game crosses his arms and confidently assures her he is not that foolish. He jokes about wanting to keep his fingers and toes as she sets a plate down, still worried about his safety. Game imagines having to eliminate any goblin who finds him out, a thought that leaves him sweating and uneasy. Standing by the table, Game softly explains that he kept the secret because he did not want to worry her further. His words offer her some comfort, and she gently acknowledges her understanding before asking another question. Rosa asks whose memories he carries, noting his noble behavior lacks any arrogance, which sparks his memory. With a look of regret, Game clarifies that he was not a noble and that his memories belong to another life. He describes his past self as a rebel who tried to improve his society, while she listens and wipes her hand. When asked what happened to that man, Game nearly slips up before stating that he made a mistake and recalling his past. He explains the man was assassinated by nobles who opposed his work, and Rosa quietly says she understands. Rosa suddenly asks if he plans to move against the blue-clothed overseers, causing Game to scoff in response. He asks how foolish she thinks he is, but her judgmental stare makes him quickly avert his gaze. Awkwardly admitting she has a point, Game explains that without weapons, armor, an army, or mages, he has no intention of overthrowing anyone. When she asks what a mage is, Game explains they use magic like shamans but in a more methodical, less spiritual way. He adds that they focus on magical energy, leaving Rosa amazed by how much he seems to know about magic. Sensing something is off, she asks if he actually knows magic, but he just points at himself and questions her in return. Game asks Rosa if she sensed him using magic, leaving her confused and stammering as she admits she did not while Game pulls up a chair to sit. Speaking calmly, Game tells her not to overthink things, pointing out that she would have sensed it if he were actually capable of using magic. He explains that their Bage lineage allows them to sense magic, which is why they are kept as useful yet replaceable assets, a reality Groza reluctantly accepts. Suddenly, Groza calls out to him with a worried tone and a darkened expression, asking him with great gravity to make her a promise. Game is puzzled by her behavior as Groza looks at him with sincere, pleading eyes, begging him never to change who he is. Reaching out, Game tells her to come closer and pulls her into a sudden hug, leaving her stunned as he speaks to her with a gentle voice. He promises that regardless of what happens, he will always be her brother, as the scene transitions to rose petals drifting in the wind. Vaughn suddenly wakes up in a hospital bed, shielding his eyes from the bright sunlight as he looks around in disbelief at his surroundings. Seeing Vaughn attempt to move, Brutus rushes over to stop him, warning that his chest injury is severe and he must remain still. Despite his critical condition, Vaughn looks at the man before him and utters the name Brutus in complete shock. Brutus smiles with a touch of pride upon being recognized, while Vaughn struggles to make sense of everything that has occurred. Touching his forehead, Vaughn wonders if it was all just a dream, and when Sora asks for details, he laughs and says she would never believe him. From his bed, Vaughn jokingly describes a chaotic dream about the afterlife, where he had been forced into slavery. As a vibrant red rose sits by the bed, Vaughn continues to recount the strange experiences he had during his dream. He explains that he was not even human in the dream, leading Sora to remark on how insane the story sounds. Unsurprised by her reaction, Vaughn calmly asks for their help to get out of bed so he can head to the council immediately. Suddenly, Vaughn watches in horror as his hands transform into those of a goblin, and his vision begins to fade away. The shock leaves him speechless and paralyzed, as the brief spark of joy in his eyes is replaced by a hollow, lifeless stare. Vaughn looks coldly at his goblin hands and asks in despair if this is the true dream, while Brutus apologetically admits they are powerless to help. His eyes filled with disappointment, Vaughn hesitantly mentions how much he missed them, as Sora's face reflects her own sorrow at his plight. She speaks with a voice full of regret, promising that they will miss him and urging him to live well in this new life. Hearing those words, Vaughn pulls himself together and smiles confidently, assuring her that she can place her trust in him. Before they vanish completely, the two offer their final words of absolute faith, telling him to change this world for the better. Vaughn laughs playfully and asserts that they should already know he intends to shake the world to its very foundation. Suddenly, Brutus points to the side and promises to visit his friend again, as Vaughn turns his gaze toward Game. Brutus explains that Game will now be his companion, though Vaughn frowns with slight irritation as Game looks on defiantly. Vaughn wonders if he could have had a less troublesome companion, as Game approaches from the forest edge with a sour expression. Feeling hurt by Vaughn's dismissive words, Game angrily reminds him that he has feelings too, prompting Vaughn to glance over. Vaughn asks if he is still present, to which Game shrugs and mockingly replies that it is still his own body after all. Vaughn seriously explains that a team can only have one leader and Game needs to rest, but Game points to himself in protest. Despite Game's protest about his body, Vaughn promises to care for it, noting that only he can change this life, leaving Game pensive. Game hesitantly agrees, and Vaughn places a reassuring hand on his shoulder while encouraging him to stay optimistic. Vaughn assures him he will be remembered for a long time, leading Game to earnestly ask Vaughn to be sincere with his sister. Game does not want her to be hurt, and Vaughn confidently promises to care for her as if she were his own flesh and blood. Vaughn vows to make the world a better place, though a hint of sadness flickers in his eyes and his voice momentarily falters. He promises to do it for both of them, and Game smiles brightly, deciding to place his full trust in Vaughn and thanking him. Vaughn gratefully returns the thanks as rose petals fall, and the flow of time begins to shift once again. As dawn breaks over the mountains to start a new day, the scene shifts to Game and Groza arriving where they see their own kind. Rosa nudges him playfully, expressing her disbelief that he woke up before her to clean and prepare breakfast. She teases him about being a servant in a past life, causing Game to frown and call her name while she laughs with delight. Rosa promises to stop teasing Jem, just as a voice calls out to him from behind. The two turn around in surprise to find Kiwi, who approaches them with a look of pure astonishment. Kiwi admits he thought Jem was dead, prompting a joyful reaction from Rosa and a witty retort from Jem about his survival. Rosa excitedly rushes over to tell Kiwi about how Jack from Group 3 had come looking for Jem the previous day. Jem watches their interaction, remembering that Kiwi is a supervisor and was a close friend of his and Rosa's father. Kiwi has looked after them since their parents died in a goblin attack 2 years ago, proving that even among supervisors, kind souls exist. Kiwi asks if Jem truly helped defeat the Z, to which Jem simply shrugs and claims he was merely faster than the other. Kiwi laughs at the response and begins assigning their tasks, noting that he has no intention of wasting points on the lazy. Rosa is sent to the mushroom farm while Jem receives his own orders, and both stand ready to begin their day's work. The scene shifts to a long line of slave-class goblins equipped with tools, prepared to mine minerals from deep underground. Kiki whispers a malicious scheme, suggesting that while he lacks points, he has a sister who could serve as payment. As Kiki crudely offers various forms of compensation, Jack suddenly seizes him by the neck with a violent grip. Jack slams Kiki's head into the ground with enough force to make him cough up blood, his eyes burning with a terrifying, silent rage. Jack issues a stern warning against involving women, leaving a trembling Kiki to stammer out a desperate apology. Hem steps forward to intervene, warning Jack that injuring Kiki will only draw unwanted attention from the supervisors. Jack remains silent, but his cold, piercing gaze toward Hem makes his demand for silence perfectly clear. Hem flinches under the intense stare as Jack finally releases Kiki, who collapses to the ground in agonizing pain. Jack threatens to throw Kiki to the goblins next time before walking away, leaving Hem to explain Jack's sensitivity regarding women. Hem reveals that Jack's father died young, forcing his mother into degrading work to provide for the family. Hem explains that Jack's mother suffered from a dark affliction that could be cured with points, which Jack had been desperately saving to pay for. All the former customers avoid him, as Jack observes the green goblins and notes that none of them would ever admit to associating with a gray one. Noticing the resentment on Jack's face, Hem reminds him of the boss's lingering bitterness and advises him to exercise self-control before they lose more men to Virgil. Jack inquires if the rules were explained to Kiki, and Hem confirms that everyone has been clearly informed of the regulations. While the members are permitted to steal or flee, they are strictly forbidden from touching women, though Hem explains why some still succumb to their impulses. Hem suggests that as men, their biological urges often override their judgment, but Jack remains completely indifferent to these excuses. Jack firmly declares that he will not tolerate such filth in his gang, and intends to let Virgil deal with Kiki, despite Hem's attempts to intercede. Hem argues that the gang cannot exist without its members and points out they are already falling behind Virgil, just as Jack notices Vet's return. With a look of contempt, Jack remarks on the return of Hem's favorite bug, while Vet appears to be struggling with several other individuals. Hem is surprised by Vet's sudden courage in protecting the weak and questions why Jack harbors such deep-seated hatred for the young man. Jack remains silent, but his gaze betrays a complex internal struggle as he watches Vet stand up for others. He recalls Vet's childhood, remembering how the boy used to cry and tremble whenever he was targeted by bullies. In those days, Vet would simply close his eyes and clutch his food tightly, bracing himself for the inevitable beating from his tormentors. When the expected blow never came, Vet gathered the courage to peek and was met with a sight that filled him with utter astonishment. A young Jack had swiftly dealt with the bullies and reached out a hand to help Vet up, rescuing him from his plight. However, Jack eventually learned that good deeds often lead to misfortune, a bitter lesson he first realized on the day he saved Vet. Jack reflects on their past as close brothers, noting that despite their differences, they were once inseparable. They grew up together until an annual expedition into the depths to hunt monsters brought their shared journey to an end. Vet and Jack led the vanguard alongside Virgil's forces, knowing the other goblins expected them to serve as sacrificial pawns. Having trained his men for survival, Jack led them to a glorious victory against a swarm of monstrous spiders. Upon venturing deeper, Jack and Vet discovered a radiant forest hidden within the cavern, where trees flourished in the brilliant light. The Grey Goblin army advances slowly as they set up camp, splitting into scouting parties and sending Zack's group to the furthest reaches. Gon heads toward a nearby lake while Vogo moves to the other side of the cave, and despite his anxiety, Zack feels the thrill of being on the front lines. Vet had asked to accompany Gon, but Zack sent him with a different unit, instead to ensure his brother remained in the safest possible position. Zack agreed to the arrangement for Vet's protection, but his instincts proved right when a pack of hobgoblins ambushed them, forcing them to fight for their lives. The survivors are left wounded and on edge after the skirmish, but Zack's expression soon turns to one of pure horror and disbelief at a new discovery. Gon's team has been massacred and Vet is nowhere to be found, until Zack spots a small foot behind some bushes and pursues the muddy tracks. Driven by the single-minded goal of rescuing his brother, Zack eventually finds a gray goblin whose physical build perfectly matches Vet's. Overwhelmed with emotion and disbelief, Zack approaches cautiously to check on the figure, but he is interrupted before he can assess any injuries. Sensing an immediate threat, Zack reacts with lightning speed and catches a spear flying toward him with his bare hand. Consumed by rage, Zack snaps the weapon in two while Vogo and his men move into position to surround the area. Though outnumbered 2-1, Zack's trained soldiers easily overpower the disorganized enemy as he shatters his foes with a single axe blow. Zack turns his furious gaze toward Vogo as the commander leads a charge, meeting the onslaught with absolute defiance and no sign of fear. A sudden, sharp pain in his side causes Zack to collapse, and he watches in shock as blood begins to pour from a fresh wound. Looking up in total disbelief, Zack realizes that Vet is the one who betrayed him, leaving him to regret his own foolishness and blind trust. As the goblin army forms a defensive perimeter, one soldier leaps into the air and hurls a spear with lethal precision at an opposing fighter. The soldier lands and looks back, spotting something that causes immediate alarm, prompting him to signal his comrades toward the new danger. Zack is forced to his knees before Vogo as Vet holds him captive, threatening to kill him unless the rest of the troops stand down. Zack's soldiers hesitate while he asks his captor why he did this, only for Vet to mockingly explain that Vogo offered him a much better life. When a devastated Zack reminds him that they were like brothers, Vet's expression darkens with a murderous rage as he questions if Zack ever truly believed that. Vet recalls his resentment of how easily Zack obtained power, women, and status, while he was forced to live in the shadow of his so-called friend. Vet realizes he possesses something rare and coveted, Zack's trust, which he exploited to achieve his true desire. Vet negotiates with Verger as the latter aims a weapon at Zack, then mocks Zack with a lie about his impending death. Vet whispers that Zack's sister will be grateful and comments on her beauty as the world fades into black and white. Zack's silhouette appears clearly with an axe as he laughs maniacally, forcing a startled Vet to retreat. Verger warns that only fools gloat before a kill is certain and commands Vet to stop the nonsense and finish Zack off. Vet awkwardly suggests that Verger might want the honor of the kill, but Verger ignores him to continue his lecture. Verger muses that a warrior dying by a traitor's hand is like an epic poem, a sentiment Vet hesitantly confirms. Vet raises his knife to bid Zack farewell, mockingly promising to cherish everything his former friend leaves behind. Zack suddenly swings his staff to reveal a hidden axe blade, severing Vet's hands in a single, brutal stroke. Zack vows to deal with Vet later before charging at the panicked goblins, who scream for their leader in terror. Zack radiates a murderous intent as he prepares for slaughter, while an enemy claims Zack's has been surrendered to him. The elderly enemies are terrified as Verger flees, and his remaining subordinates are scattered by Zack's group like dust. Zack drags Vet to a place that makes him tremble as he pleads for mercy, but Zack coldly suggests he should have chosen suicide instead. Zack leaves Vet on the ground and bids him a final farewell, telling him to hope for a better life in his next reincarnation. As Zack finishes speaking, the terrifying cries of approaching mutated creatures fill the air, leaving Vet paralyzed with fear. Zack ignores Vet's desperate cries for help, reflecting that mercy is a costly lesson he will never forget as the scene shifts to Hem. Hem sees Zack return and asks if they should stop Verger's men from causing trouble, but Zack dismisses the idea with irritation. Zack insists that some people must learn to stand on their own the hard way, as the group leaves Hem with two of Verger's men. Zack observes that one cannot turn mice into a swarm of bees, while Van sighs beside him and asks if the others are just children. Zack indifferently suggests letting them either gain wisdom or die, a cold sentiment that Van eventually accepts as he follows Zack. They plan to let the others torture him first before appearing as saviors, a scheme Vogel's henchman Black Sandal finds clever as he holds a sharp whetstone. He excitedly tells the weakling that now is the time to beg for mercy, promising that they might grant him a quick death if he complies. With an ashen face, Game roars that being weak does not mean they must kneel in the mud to be trampled upon, causing his captor to flinch as the crowd listens in shock. He gestures toward the people, declaring his refusal to live a life where their loved ones are mistreated and their existence is turned into a nightmare. Recalling a near-death experience where his life flashed before his eyes, Game prompts a fat man hiding behind a thin one to curiously ask what he saw. Game firmly replies that he saw nothing at all, calmly describing a life that was worth less than a spit on the ground. He reflects on a life of endless labor for no reward, realizing that living as a slave in such a hell leaves him with nothing to lose and every reason to fight. Game asks the crowd what they have left to lose, acknowledging their weakness and occasional cowardice while urging them to find their resolve. He tells his brothers and sisters that by fighting together they can achieve the impossible, asking for their strength in exchange for his own. Promising to be their sword and shield to reclaim their dignity, Game wins over the crowd as they begin to chant his name in unison. Suddenly, one of the onlookers cries out in a panic to warn Game. Moving with caution, Game skillfully evades an ambush from a tall, thin man who notices a small cut appearing on Game's arm. The tall man swings his arms wildly in response, but Game dodges every strike before launching a sudden counterattack that takes him down with a single blow. With one opponent defeated, Game looks toward the crowd to find the other, seeing that the fat man has already been severely beaten by the others. Encouraged by the sight, Game loudly declares to the others that Verger and his few men are no longer a threat to them. He urges them to follow him, swearing on his own life that their superior numbers will ensure Verger never threatens them again. Sudden applause draws Game's attention to Jack, who solemnly states they need to talk, just as Goza rushes over and pulls back the curtain. After stepping inside and closing the curtain, a worried Goza demands to know what he has done, though Game only responds with confusion. Losing her composure, Goza tells him not to play dumb since everyone is talking about how he foolishly killed Verger's men, but Game calmly bandages his wound and calls it a necessity. When she questions why killing them was necessary, Game indifferently explains that it was done to make friends, leaving her even more bewildered. Goza is outraged by the idea of killing to make friends, but Game simply sighs at her sharp glare and tells her to sit as a strategic plan begins to form in his mind. He explains to Goza that survival requires allies, noting that this section of the mine is ruled by two factions led by Jack and Verger. While Jack is strong, Verger's position is more secure due to the backing of supervisors and numerous henchmen, making his side the obvious choice for any demon seeking influence. However, Game realizes that joining Verger would mean facing fierce internal competition among his many followers. Fearing he would end up as nothing more than a disposable soldier for Verger, Game considers Jack, whose position is currently much weaker. Believing Jack would accept him as an ally if he proved his worth, Game put on a performance to show his value, successfully prompting Jack to seek him out. Not everything went exactly as planned. As Game recalls the vivid moment, the fat man was forced to his knees to have his fate decided. The man miserably begs for mercy in the name of Eshat, but a sharp blade is coldly raised in preparation for his execution. Game suddenly intervenes to stop the execution, causing Jack to frown and question what he thinks he is doing. Game seriously suggests they should release the man, but Jack warns that sparing him could lead to the man returning tomorrow to take Game's or his sister's life. Game shakes his head in disagreement and begins to explain his reasoning, arguing that the outcome remains the same whether the man lives or dies. Game acknowledges he has offended Voger enough to be hunted to the end, but he believes showing mercy to a victim of such a miserable life is no crime. He reflects that everyone eventually hits rock bottom and seeks strength, sometimes committing terrible acts out of desperation before turning to the fat man. Game expresses his belief that every demon deserves a chance at redemption, for even those who sink into darkness can find their way back to the surface. Patting the fat man on the shoulder, Game asks if he is still capable of swimming back to the light, causing the man to hesitate and tremble. The man looks at his fallen comrades and fears a similar fate, but that terror soon transforms into a newfound sense of determination. He firmly declares his intent to change, while Game continues to persuade Zack, acknowledging that this path will not be easy for him. Game argues they must prove they are different from Voger as Zack listens skeptically, while Hem watches the entire process with great interest. Amused by the situation, Hem tells Game that he is playing a dangerous game, an idea that Hem seems to find quite entertaining. Hem introduces himself as Hemgen but invites Game to call him Hem, a name reserved for those who show true courage. After Hem praises his bravery, Game thanks him and turns back to Zack, pleading for the fat man to be set free. Hem voices his support for Game, suggesting to Zack that they should listen to the brave youth, leading Zack to sigh in resignation. Zack raises his hand and warns that this is Game's funeral before the fat man finally stands up and flees toward the cave exit. The fat man pauses at the entrance to thank Game before disappearing, leaving Game to boast to a skeptical Zack about the presence of hope. As the crowd whispers in disbelief over the prisoner's release, Game ignores the chatter and gives Zack a knowing wink. Game suggests that the community has been ruled by fear for far too long, a sentiment Zack reluctantly admits might be true. Their conversation is interrupted by Todd, whose serious arrival as the supervisor immediately sends a wave of panic through the workers. While Zack reacts with visible fear at the supervisor's presence, Game is delighted and calls out to Todd with great enthusiasm. Todd greets Game and asks about Go's well-being, to which Game replies that she is fine and promises to relay the message. Todd barks orders at the crowd, telling the lazy workers the show is over and threatening them with the lash for any further delays. Observing the interaction, Zack whispers his surprise to Game that Todd isn't angry, to which Game responds with a calm expression. The flashback concludes as the man, a family friend, grows impatient, prompting a search for a private place to talk. Game explains to Goza that Vac chose to support him against Verger, offering protection and aid in establishing a new faction. Game agreed to become Vac's vassal and manage the buffer zone between their territories, leading Goza to ask if he is now a gang leader. Game calmly confirms her suspicions, explaining that he cannot protect those he loves without possessing sufficient power. Realizing he is not strong enough alone, Game admits he needs the support of others and points directly at Goza. After Game includes her in his plans, Goza skeptically asks if her brother is still a part of him, to which he quickly responds. Game assures her that her brother loves her deeply, and annoyingly before Goza demands to know his true name with a serious gaze. Game hesitates, explaining that revealing his true name could force him into hiding if he were a demon to avoid exposure. He warns that he might become bound to her as a servant, but Goza insists he speak before she seeks out a nun. Game finally relents and reveals his name is Leonard Iran van der Steen, known as Lev, prompting Goza to issue a serious command. Goza orders Lev to strike himself, but after looking at his trembling fist, he jokingly refuses to comply with her demand. Goza smiles in satisfaction while elsewhere, a man remembers being offered a chance to survive as he recalls his past life with his family. The man remembers his family being cornered by Jelma's large henchman, who looked at his wife with predatory intent. Despite his fear, the man tried to protect his family until a hand was placed on his shoulder by the amused henchman. Dragged away from his wife and children, the man was forced to kneel before Jelma, who looked down on him with cold disdain. Jelma reluctantly accepted him into the fold, leading to a life of crime and debauchery that eventually caused him to abandon his grieving family. The memory shifts to the moment Game dealt with the large man in their trio, repeating the question of whether he could swim. Overcome with regret, the man laments his life choices and thinks of his wife, Helga, and their children, hoping to make amends. Vowing to start a new life with his family, the man finds his resolve and shouts his determination to survive as he runs forward. Inside a bustling cave market filled with traders and chatter, Goza calls out to Game, but he continues on without acknowledging her. Game looks around with interest and tells Gora that he is simply speeding up the process to help her save money. Gora grows angry at his habit of hoarding rewards, but Game nervously explains he is saving for a wooden door for their cave. Gora argues that a door is unnecessary near the guard post and questions if Game is taking tributes or skimming from the worker. Game righteously explains to his sister that Jack did not assign him this specific area because it was a profitable gold mine. He claims Jack gave it to him because it yields almost nothing, and Game is actually saving him money by managing it. Gora remains skeptical of the bad deal, but Game confidently speaks of great things rising from humble beginnings until he is interrupted. Game introduces the breathless newcomer as his new subordinate, Vaughn, and asks him to report what has happened. Vaughn solemnly reports that Jack has sent word regarding a newly announced expedition to the lower floors. The expedition is scheduled for 2 weeks later, and later at the secret base, Vaughn oversees the training of his warriors. At Vaughn's command to attack, the soldiers point their spears in unison, though their movements are still somewhat unpolished. Vaughn orders the group to repeat the drill until they can raise their spears with the proper momentum and coordination. The thin recruits repeat the motion like programmed robots, showing noticeable improvement with each successive attempt. Vaughn halts the drill and orders the men to stand at attention, with spears raised before informing Game that the troops are ready for inspection. The soldiers stand perfectly still behind him, holding their spears in one hand while offering a formal military salute with the other. Game observes the ranks for a moment before telling Vaughn he will inspect their progress, his golden eyes filled with a deep, unreadable intensity. Game's gaze shifts toward 2 soldiers in the formation who are talking and laughing instead of maintaining their discipline. Refusing to allow such behavior, Game rushes forward like an arrow and kicks the spear of the soldier nearest to him. The soldier loses his balance and stumbles while Game sternly warns the other man, who immediately stands at attention in remorse. As the first soldier falls face first onto the damp ground, Game reminds them that these are weapons rather than toys and demands absolute focus. Game instructs Vaughn to have the 2 men perform 40 push-ups under supervision, while the rest of the recruits begin their combat training. Vaughn is startled and reflexively responds without thinking, as the soldiers divide into 2 opposing teams to begin their training. Game watches from the side as the soldiers clash, noting that while they seem to grasp the simple combat tactics he taught them, the progress is only temporary. Game eventually voices his inner concerns, noting that since the men are merely minors, it is no surprise they are easily defeated by goblins. Despite learning basic tactics, the soldiers are no match for the goblins and often resort to fleeing to preserve their numbers, leaving Game to sit with his elbows on his thigh. Resting his chin on his hand with a sigh, Game remarks that, although the expedition guide's injury bought them some time, it is still not enough. Vaughn's expression darkens as he remains silent, empathizing with Game's frustration before eventually breaking the silence with a sigh. Vaughn shyly asks Game if long-range weapons would be more effective, mentioning that while he lacks combat experience, he has seen soldiers use them against enemies. Without looking away from the training recruits, Game agrees but points out that wood suitable for making bows is extremely difficult to obtain. He explains that the stingy upper class and the goblins have a monopoly on such wood, while Vaughn becomes anxious over Game's lack of discretion. Game speaks as if discussing the weather rather than military strategy, prompting Vaughn to look around cautiously and lower his voice. Vaughn pleads with him to speak softly, and while Game understands his concern, he feels too helpless and demotivated to care about being overheard. Game sees no point in keeping secrets since he has yet to find a solution to their predicament, making it irrelevant who might overhear him. Resting his chin on his hand with another heavy sigh, Game tells Vaughn that he is not a fool, but is simply feeling a sense of desperation. Game wonders what he would have to sacrifice to obtain an assault rifle, while Vaughn suggests using slingshots and spears instead. Game sits up straight and stops sighing, crossing his arms as he begins to share his own innovative ideas with Vaughn. He notes that stones are too weak to pierce thick hides and the men cannot carry many spears, but suggests they could innovate with hollow projectiles for the slingshot. Vaughn is initially confused by the idea of using hollow projectiles, but Game assures him that the results would be quite surprising. Game explains that the projectiles could be filled with paralyzing toxins, sleeping powder, or even oil to set enemies ablaze, which would be a perfect strategy. However, reality soon sets in, and Game returns to his state of despair as he sighs, realizing that all those ideas require money they do not have. Game laments that their remaining funds were spent on wooden armor and helmets for the soldiers, though Vaughn responds with an upbeat tone. Game notes the warriors' approval and sighs, wishing they possessed metal projectiles for their slingshots to increase their effectiveness. When Vaughn asks about lead, Game confirms that lead bullets could even pierce helmets, but they lack a skilled smith to cast the ore. Vaughn offers a promising lead, suggesting he knows someone with the necessary skills to handle the casting process. Surprised, Game asks for confirmation, and Vaughn explains the man is an exile his father rescued many years ago. Vaughn plans to seek the man's help, noting that while he requires payment, the cost should be manageable for their needs. Feeling energized, Game stands up and insists on meeting the man immediately, which causes Vaughn to hesitate in embarrassment. Vaughn explains that the man is extremely private and only trusts his family, warning that bringing Game would lead to serious trouble. Game's enthusiasm wanes as he sits back down, contemplating the difficult nature of the situation. Game assumes the man's pride prevents him from showing his current state, while Vaughn offers his apologies for the complication. Game reassures Vaughn and instructs him to negotiate a deal, believing these lead bullets will be a significant turning point. Vaughn salutes and departs immediately to carry out his new assignment. Meanwhile, the two soldiers finish their push-up punishment and report back to Game, clearly exhausted from the physical exertion. Game assigns them a new mission, inquiring if they are familiar with the acid pits located within the Forbidden Caves. Though weary and confused, the soldiers confirm they know the location, prompting Game to offer them some encouragement. Game tells them to gather more men and rope for an excursion before standing before a monster with a gaping, tooth-filled maw. Vaughn and the soldiers are struck with terror at the sight of the creature, turning pale and instinctively backing away. One of them asks what the creature is, their overwhelming fear showing no signs of subsiding. Game reassures them that the beast is dead and directs the soldiers to move the carcass against the wall. When Vaughn asks about the creature, Game describes it as an old friend they are about to put to good use. Game asks if the samples are ready and then inspects the lead bullets produced by the craftsman. After examining them for a moment, Game remarks that their weight and shape are quite good, while Vaughn proudly stands by his work. Game acknowledges the quality of the patterns and asks Vaughn for a sling so he can test the ammunition. With the sling in hand, Game loads a finely crafted bullet and swings it with great force until it spins like a fan, aiming at a dead monster. Building enough momentum, Game snaps his wrist to fire the projectile, which whistles through the air and embeds itself into the monster's face. When Vaughn asks for his opinion, Game stares at the lodged bullet and suggests that they need to conduct further testing. Game then orders Vaughn to distribute the remaining samples and announce that the person with the deepest shot will earn 10 points. Motivated by the reward, Vaughn stammers as he asks for a chance to try, claiming he was the best stone thrower in the area during his childhood. Game agrees and tells him to demonstrate his skills, observing the scene while contemplating a bright future for their people. He believes that even a child could use a sling to hunt for food, marking a turning point as Vaughn prepares to fire with intense enthusiasm. The results are underwhelming, so Game encourages Vaughn to practice more and wishes him better luck next time, leaving the man feeling dejected. Vaughn responds with a voice full of disappointment, but Game quickly calls his name again to keep his spirits from sinking too low. Vaughn looks up at Game in silence, showing his readiness to listen to the commander and follow his next set of instructions. Game instructs him to request as many bullets as possible, but to skip the decorative patterns since they are short on time. Vaughn regains his cheerful demeanor and happily agrees to the task before immediately rushing off to deliver the message. As they watch Vaughn depart, Rosa stands beside Game and remarks that the man seems to be having a very wonderful day. Game changes the subject entirely, suggesting that it would be better if he bought a new wooden door for their home. Rosa reacts with annoyance and reminds him that she has already explained many times why they cannot afford to buy a new door. Rosa covers her face in distress and asks if he knows what happened today, explaining that the supervisor warned her about overworking for points. When Game asks for more details, Rosa grabs his collar and shouts that the situation is dire because she was told to prioritize her health over work. After venting the day's frustrations, Rosa releases his collar and turns her back to him while Game attempts to comfort her. G acknowledges the burden Rosa carries alone for their future, but she simply dismisses the topic and turns away. Upon returning home, G offers to cook so Rosa can rest, but he is interrupted before he can finish his sentence. A strange scent leaves them both bewildered, and Rosa quickly questions the smell before spotting something shocking. Rosa screams in terror and turns away as G finally sees what lies before them, unable to look at the gruesome sight. Rosa collapses and vomits while G comforts her, remarking that they might finally obtain the door after everything. In a childhood memory, Vogel is confused by the surrounding noise, but finds himself drawn to a spread of delicious food being devoured by a man. Seeing the boy drooling, One man mocks the hungry child while another questions what he has done to deserve a meal. Telling him to find his own food, Vogel's stepfather grabs him by the neck and throws him out, ordering him to scavenge for scraps. His stepfather tells him to earn his own place, leading Vogel to reflect on a childhood of suffering under a local gang leader. His stepfather saw only his mother's past and his own failures in the boy, while others vented their hatred for his father onto him. Left to fend for himself as a child, Vogel was eventually sold to a fighting arena by his parents to settle their gambling debts. Forced to fight other children for survival every night, Vogel lived in constant bloodshed until one trembling opponent begged him for mercy. Panting heavily, Vogel realizes he has no mercy to spare, as the other boy's survival would mean his own certain death. As his compassion fades, Vogel ruthlessly strikes the child down and reflects on how rat fights were a common sight in his home. Local children entertained themselves by making starving rats fight for crumbs, much like how the weak were forced to fight for the strong. One night, Vogel watched a boy poke a motionless rat with a stick to force it to fight, when suddenly another rat intervened. Seeking revenge, the rat lunged and bit the boy's hand, causing him to scream in terror for the creature to get away from him. The boy quickly regained control and stomped on the rat, while Vogel watched the entire scene unfold with wide eyes. Watching the creature fight back, Vogel realized that if even an animal refused to accept a life of slavery, he could not either. The rat fought despite knowing it would lose, choosing to die as a free creature rather than a slave, as Vogel clenches his fists. Berger wonders why he cannot be as brave and determined as a rat, his eyes igniting with a newfound resolve. He constantly reminds himself that he cast off his shackles that day to live by no rules other than his own. One day, he discreetly poisons his parents and silently reflects that they might have avoided this fate had they been more perceptive. Feeling no remorse, Berger coldly concludes that his meticulous preparations will ensure they never wake up again. Having been taught the rules of the world by them, he takes back everything they owned while holding a blood-stained axe with total indifference. He claims their power, lives, and even their skin before standing on a high platform to ask the gathered youths who they intend to serve now that the old pig is dead. As he asks who they will obey, a sudden voice breaks his reverie, prompting him to set down his flute and stare at the person who called his name. His intense gaze terrifies the man, who quickly apologizes before Berger sighs and urges Oswald to speak. Oswald urgently reports that Jelma is a traitor, a revelation that Berger acknowledges with a simple turn of his head and a nod. Expressing his understanding, he examines a nearby clay statue and laments the situation while recalling the time he took his father's place. Surrounded by old men, he realized that survival required allies who shared his burning ambition. He then recalls choosing Jelma from thousands of candidates, the first of 10,000 abandoned noble bastards he selected to be his subordinates. Like himself, these men shared a vision for the future, leading to an ambush on a group of goblins who were distracted by drinking. As the goblins succumbed to their intoxication, Berger and his men burst through the doors to capture them, fueling his confidence in their collective strength. Believing their unity would secure his status and their future, he watched as Jelma took the lead in eliminating the goblins blocking their path. Berger had praised Jelma as his first chosen son, but in the present, Oswald trembles at the weight of such a betrayal. Oswald struggles to understand the motive behind the betrayal, but Berger dismisses his confusion and tells him not to be self-deceived. He explains that when he chose Oswald and Hamo as his lieutenants, Jelma's ambition left the man with only two choices: total submission or open rebellion. Berger returns the clay statue to its place and size, considering the betrayal a natural outcome since the day he first took them in. He had taught them that the world is unfair and cruel, wishing for them to achieve greatness without being bound by any restrictive laws. Oswald finally regains his composure and asks Verger what they should do with the prisoner, noting that one eventually reaps what they sow. Verger chuckles coldly and tells him not to worry, as the arena is currently being built and they only need to wait for the results. Realizing the plan, Oswald asks if that was why Jelma was ordered to send those heads to game, and Verger confirms that it was. Oswald suggests that using the heads of Pioji's family was excessive, but Verger dismisses the concern, viewing it as a fitting end for a deserter. Verger explains that men like Poj commit crimes for profit, but then try to abandon their past once they reach their breaking point. He sneers that he never ordered the kidnapping or killing of women, yet they did it anyway and blamed him when their consciences finally caught up. When Oswald asks why he did not stop them, Verger shakes his head and explains his reasoning. Verger notes that they would not have grown so powerful if he had spent all his time supervising them, and now they are finally serving a purpose. He remarks that since the man's sons are dead, his life will finally have meaning, then smiles as he recalls the past. Verger mentions that Bolo managed to save the wife and daughter from Jelma and ensured their safety, which was the most he could do for them. Looking at Oswald, Verger commands him to tell Jelma to assemble the army and launch an attack against Game's forces. Verger decides it is time to test the large army the young man has built, and as Oswald obeys, Verger picks up his flute. Verger hopes Game will not disappoint him while, back at the base, Game discusses battle tactics with his subordinates. Game plans to block all other paths to force the enemy into the corpse-eating cave before asking Vaughn if the barriers are ready. Vaughn reports that the soldiers will be ready by morning even if it costs them their lives, prompting a cold stare from Game. Game warns that they will certainly die if they aren't prepared for Jelma's arrival, and Vaughn promises to remind the troops of the stakes. Vaughn expresses his anxiety, noting that their soldiers are terrified because they are outnumbered and completely inexperienced in battle. Game confidently interrupts, explaining that throughout history, generals have always sought divine blessing, regardless of superstition. At a misty cave entrance, Game enters and calls out to see if anyone is there. Two cloaked goblins suddenly appear behind Game and remark that he has finally arrived, prompting him to ask them a question. Game arrives to meet Priestess Kataga, but a goblin guard informs him that all who seek her must first undergo purification. Following the guard's gesture toward a nearby cave, Game enters to find an elderly goblin woman who serves Maron water to cleanse souls. Recalling the foul taste from his previous experience, Game sarcastically remarks on the water while hoping it will be more effective this time. When Game asks where to find the water, the old woman explains that he must fill his cup with the droplets falling from the hanging rocks. As Game watches the water drip impatiently, he tells the woman that he cannot afford to miss the upcoming battle, a sentiment she finds unusual. The old woman notes that most soldiers flee from war, but Game asserts his uniqueness before she asks why this specific battle holds such significance. Game expresses doubt that she could understand his motives, but she reminds him that this is the temple of Zezha, the goddess of war. With a calm gaze, Game acknowledges her point and explains that the outcome of this war will ultimately determine his entire future. He believes victory will allow him to create a better world, whereas defeat means death for him and his men, before asking if he has enough water. After the old woman tells him to drink, Game takes a sip and immediately recoils in disgust, gagging at the liquid's foul, sewer-like taste. The old woman remains silent for a moment before asking what specific cause he is fighting for in his quest to improve the world. As he refills his cup, Game explains his desire for justice and a fair world, prompting the old woman to warn him that true fairness does not exist. The world is inherently unfair, where justice for one is injustice for another in an endless cycle of bloodshed, leading Gem to question the old woman with a cold and skeptical gaze. Gem finds it strange that a follower of the war god would speak this way, but the priestess explains that Zezha only desires the best for the world through the strength gained in conflict. Gem mockingly retorts that the dead cannot grow stronger and asks if she would be offended if he called her god insane for favoring only the victors. The woman laughs at his question, suggesting that all gods must be mad, for the world would not be in such a state if they were governed by reason. Gem gazes into his cup with grim determination, wondering if he has any choice other than to fight or live a pathetic existence like a common insect. The old woman continues to whisper in his ear, calling him a fool whose heart is so consumed by rage that he cannot see he is fighting the wrong enemy. She claims the gods are not his adversaries and that he is actually fulfilling their divine will, but Gem ignores her words and finishes his drink. Looking at her with a serious expression, Gem asks Priestess Kataga to tell him exactly who his true opponent should be. Sensing something unique in Gem compared to others, the priestess praises his insight, while he remains calm and composed. Gem remarks that she has a sharp tongue for a priestess living on roots, and she playfully responds that while he is clever, she is certainly no divine being. Gem declares his intent to defeat anyone, whether god or mortal, who stands in his way, but the priestess warns that a world built on blood will only ever know violence. She questions whether he is truly challenging the mad gods or simply fulfilling their desires, leading Gem to ask if she views him as a mere pawn. The priestess asks if he is certain of his autonomy, but Gem stands up to leave, having grown tired of the superstitions that reminded him of his past. As Gem departs, he waves off her offer of a divine blessing, stating that her god can choose whom to favor while he focuses on winning the war. When Gem returns, Vaughn asks how the meeting went, and despite his unsettled expression, Gem replies that the god of victory has delivered a verdict. Gem orders the troops to gather, while he privately struggles to decide what he should say to inspire them for the coming battle. Just as Gem begins to address the assembled crowd, a loud shout announces the arrival of the priestess, who appears to everyone's surprise. The priestess appears before the surprised soldiers and asks the general for permission to bless the army before they head into combat. Raising her hands, she proclaims to the brave warriors that Zezha has sent her to grant them the strength needed to defeat their enemy. She announces that the goddess has commanded her to give Gem a new name, Lep the Liberator, leaving him shocked as the soldiers cheer his new title. The priestess interrupts Lep and gazes at him with unwavering determination, declaring that his time hiding in the shadows has finally come to an end. She urges him to show the gods his true potential while elsewhere. Two wounded soldiers limp back to their base under Hamo's watchful eye. When Hamo inquires about their injuries, a scarred soldier dismisses it as a simple fall before Hamo orders the man to be taken for medical treatment. The scarred soldier warns Hamo of Jelma's foul mood, prompting Hamo to promise he will do his best to avoid making any further mistakes. Hamo confronts Jelma in his tent about his harsh treatment of the troops, but Jelma dismisses the concerns as nothing more than necessary discipline. When Hamo asks why he is being ignored as if he were a nobody, Jelma finds himself unable to offer a response. Hamo explains that he never sought to be Verger's successor and asks Jelma if there was ever truly any other choice available to him. Jelma suggests he could have refused, but Hamo counters by asking if Verger would have ever actually accepted such a rejection. Hamo admits he does not want to lose his friend, but an infuriated Jelma asks if he is expected to ignore Verger's direct orders to attack. Hamo erupts in anger, telling Jelma to stop pretending because they both know that Verger is already aware of the situation. Jelma explains that Verger sent him on this campaign to ensure his downfall, knowing that whether he wins or loses, he will no longer be a threat. Hamo urges Jelma to beg for forgiveness and swear his loyalty, but Jelma merely softens his tone and gently pats Hamo on the head. Jelma recalls Enshad's warning that while one ruler brings glory, two will only bring tragedy, just as a soldier announces the troops are ready. As he dons his armor, Jelma assures Hamo that he is not a fool and is well aware of the schemes being played by him and Verger. Jelma claims his scouts are monitoring every move and that the conflict will be over by noon, but Hamo mentions the name Lep. Hamo explains that his own spy identified the target as Lep, who has recently been blessed by the priestess of Zezha. Jelma mocks Lep's new title as the Liberator, while Hamo warns him that his scouts need to be much more vigilant regarding hidden surprises. Despite the warnings, a confident Jelma declares that he does not care how many blessings Lep has received from the gods. Jelma remains certain of his victory as a follower of Enshad's path, though Hamo questions if he truly still believes in that destiny. Jelma notes Hamo's persistent skepticism, as Hamo continues to challenge his belief in becoming the next chosen successor. Hamo suggests that Enshad is merely a legend, doubting that a small creature could have conquered the forest and united hundreds of tribes. He questions the stories of the monster's rapid evolution, where it supposedly grew in size and power after every few battles. Jelma remains determined that nothing is impossible for the chosen, while Hamo asks why no trace of such a great empire remains today. Jelma explains that after Enshad was poisoned by his own children, their subsequent infighting destroyed everything and lost their ancient secrets. Believing the world needs a new Enshad to end the cycle of war, Jelma prepares his weapons as Hamo watches him with concern. Hamo asks if Jelma intends to take that mantle and fight Verger, but Jelma simply departs, intent on changing the world at any cost. Stepping out of his tent, Jelma rallies his troops to crush their enemies quickly, so they can return home before the upcoming expedition. As the soldiers cheer, Hamo tearfully watches his brother depart and prays for Enshad to protect him on the battlefield. Jelma leads his formidable army forward with confidence until he suddenly signals for his troops to halt. A scout reports that the enemy has established a blockade at the end of the cave, only a few hundred killiks away. The killik is a goblin unit of measurement named after Enshad's legendary armored warriors, who each stood exactly 2 meters tall. When informed that 20 enemies were spotted, Jelma calculates that there are likely at least 30 waiting for them. After learning that the side tunnels are blocked, and only the elderly and children remain in the nearby houses, Jelma laughs with satisfaction. He declares that he wants witnesses for the coming slaughter, but his attention is suddenly drawn to movement behind his own line. Jelma turns to see Verger's army approaching, while a subordinate explains that the leader is there to ensure their victory. The subordinate tentatively suggests joining forces with Game, to which Jelma responds with a dark, amused chuckle. Jelma remarks that they would need hundreds more armed men for a fair fight and asks his silent troops why they look so discouraged. He reminds them that Verger is there to watch them win and scoffs at the idea of losing to a nobody and a group of common laborers. The soldiers regain their spirit and cheer for their commander, who is now eager to demonstrate their strength to Verger. Across the battlefield, Vaughn observes the enemy's movements and informs Game that the opposing army has stopped their advance. As Vaughn catches Gem's weapon, he asks if the negotiation is truly necessary, to which Gem calmly replies that it is a matter of tradition. Vaughn questions if this is a waste of time since an attack is inevitable, but Gem looks at him with a firm and resolute expression. Gem instructs Vaughn that a leader must remember battles are decided before they begin, and this is a golden opportunity to improve their chances of victory. When Vaughn asks how he intends to do that, Gem explains he will make the enemy crave his blood just as Jelma approaches him. Jelma speaks first, expressing his disappointment that Gem is so small, but Gem coldly retorts that he prefers to be called Le. Jelma arrogantly mocks Gem's ignorance of his identity, declaring himself as the one who will ultimately end Gem's life. Unfazed, Gem looks at him with pure contempt, questioning if Jelma is truly the best opponent Virgil could send against him. Gem dismissively tells him to inform his master to send Oswald, Lutzer, or Hamo instead before waving him away as if he were nothing. Claiming Jelma is not worth his time, Jelma turns to leave, causing Gems to grit his teeth in rage before breaking into a sudden loud laugh. Gem asks what is so amusing, and Jelma mocks his childish tactics, promising to interrogate Gem's people once they are enslaved. Gem vows to have a song composed about the weak fool who was crushed beneath his boots, but he is suddenly struck by Jelma's divine aura. Startled by the overwhelming pressure Gem exudes, Jelma watches as Gems turns away with a final, chilling warning. Gem tells him to seek forgiveness from his gods because he will find none here, leaving a shaken Jelma to return to his troops and order the attack. Jelma offers a massive reward for Gem's head and commands his legion to charge forward with full force. He promises 20 merits to the first soldier to breach the barrier, but his advance is suddenly halted by a volley of projectiles. Jelma stands frozen in shock as his men are cut down, while Gem watches with his arms crossed, further fueling Jelma's mounting fury. Despite the casualties, the soldiers urge each other forward, dismissing the incoming fire as mere slingshots as they scream and charge. From his vantage point, Gem remains calm as Vaughn notes the enemy's rage, confirming that everything is proceeding exactly as planned. Gem instructs Vaughn to have the slingers retreat once their ammunition is spent, and orders the spearmen to hold the barrier for as long as possible. As Gem prepares for the next phase of the battle, Jelma scoffs at the idea that a simple barricade could ever hope to stop his advance. Jelma orders his men to show no mercy as one of his soldiers breaches Game's defensive line and taunts the enemy. The soldier mocks his opponents until he notices a rope beneath his feet, prompting Game to order a tactical retreat. While Jelma watches the battle, a subordinate informs him that Vuger is currently observing their movements. Ignoring the warning, Jelma arrogantly tells his father to enjoy the performance, claiming his turn will come soon. A massive fire suddenly erupts and consumes his soldiers, leaving Jelma to scream in desperate realization. As the soldiers panic amidst the flames, Oz observes that the enemy has lost their tactical advantage. Hamo disagrees, believing they will recover since Oz has already sent men to gather water and blankets from the houses. Ludger mockingly calls them pathetic and urges them to move, but Oz points ahead and declares that no one will escape. Ludger follows the direction of the gesture and is visibly surprised by what he sees. Hamo is equally shocked to see Jack's army approaching from the distance, with a blazing fire trailing behind them. Oz mutters that Jack will crush the boy if he tries to flee, while Ludger compares the situation to a rat trap and proposes a bet. Ludger places a wager on the young boy, but Hamo reacts with disgust that he would gamble with their brother's life. Ludger laughs off the criticism and accuses Hamo of being the one who lacks faith in their brother. Oz asks for bonus points and places his bet on Jelma, prompting Hamo to join the wager as well. Hamo bets 20 coins, and Ludger laughs with delight as he notices the troops beginning to move again. A subordinate reports to Jelma that they have scavenged supplies, which Jelma uses to push back the encroaching flame. Jelma orders the men to use the items as shields and barriers, while a soldier urgently calls for a way to break the defense. Filled with a surge of confidence, Jelma shouts that the enemy's efforts are pathetic and nothing more than a game of hide and seek. Game asks about their status, and Vaughn reports that they have suffered 2 fatalities and 5 injuries. Game realizes they have lost a quarter of their strength, noting that while the match is still uneven, it is acceptable. Vaughn looks at Jen with confusion regarding Jack, but the soldiers tell him to focus on the immediate threat instead of what lies behind. Jen asserts that Jack is only a concern if they fail, and since they will not fail, Vaughn reaffirms his loyalty to the commander. Jen remains confident and orders the trumpets to be ready as the enemy units below use shields to rush toward the fortress wall. Projectiles bounce off the impenetrable shields as Jelma commands his men to hold their formation, while a subordinate points out the enemy's movements. Seeing the opposing forces scatter in chaos, Jelma smiles wickedly and mocks them as rats, deciding to deal with them after the main assault. Jelma's soldiers cheer in unison, urging the shield-bearers to push forward with even greater determination. Vaughn grows increasingly anxious as he reports their soldiers are fleeing, but Jen calmly observes the battlefield and acknowledges the situation. Jen asks Vaughn if he understands the difference between a good leader and a great one, leaving the subordinate confused. Jen explains that while good leaders fix past mistakes, great leaders look in every direction, just as the struggle below reaches a fever pitch. Jelma is consumed by excitement until a sudden, unexpected sound causes him to stop and wonder what is happening. The shield wall halts abruptly, causing Jelma to collide with it and grimace in pain as he realizes his leg is injured. Jelma discovers a caltrop and realizes the retreat was a distraction to lure them into a trap just as a trumpet blast signals impending trouble. Jelma dismisses his subordinate's warning with impatience, but the soldier points toward the tents where a new threat emerges. Another army hidden within the tents begins its assault as a small figure darts through a rain of arrows to infiltrate the shield formation. The enemy soldiers use their wooden shields to create a protective enclosure against the relentless barrage of arrows from the outside. As arrows rain down on the shield cage, Virgil watches pensively while Luther laughs, satisfied that his interests remain secure. Realizing Jelma is trapped, Hamo expresses his shock and offers to lead a rescue party to save their comrade. Luther speaks with utter contempt, suggesting they leave Jelma to rot since it is his own battle to fight. An angry Hamo reminds Luther that Jelma is their brother, but Oz shouts for them to stop their bickering. Oz turns to Virgil to ask for the commander's final decision, as Virgil's eyes burn with an unmistakable murderous intent. Jelma finds himself increasingly cornered and wonders where the boy managed to recruit such an army, until a voice interrupts his shouting. A subordinate catches his attention by pointing out Pog's wife, a strange girl wearing a red armband. Jelma mutters that he recognizes most of them, including Koenig's father and Moan's sister, while Hen remarks that he initially doubted the plan to recruit the families of Jelma's victims. Hen observes the massive crowd, noting that a swarm of angry ants could indeed bring down a giant. Rack grumpily retorts that the giant is not dead yet, his eyes filled with a murderous intent that Hen ignores. Rack warns that a cornered beast is at its most dangerous, just as a shout announces Jen's bold approach from the distance. Jelma watches Jen and whispers a plan to his subordinate to signal an ambush once the talkative boy gets closer. Jelma mockingly invites the brat to state his business, but Jen calmly replies that he has no intention of speaking with him. As Jelma's rage builds, Jen announces to the gathered soldiers that he has come to speak directly to them instead. Jen shouts for everyone to listen, declaring that this conflict is not their battle, which leaves the soldiers looking at one another in confusion. Jen explains that the Blues are merely using them to drain their strength, letting them kill each other while their masters enjoy the sunlight above. He addresses them as brothers rather than enemies, stating that he has no wish to harm those who were forced into service. Jen offers freedom and safety to anyone who drops their weapon, prompting a desperate Jelma to shout back that it is a trap. Jelma insists that Jen will kill them all if they surrender, and the soldiers shout their refusal to die without a fight. Jelma smugly calls Jen a pest and claims he is wasting his breath because the ogre demands they fight to the death. Jen shrugs with indifference, suggesting that the ogre might not care whether they live or die. Jen proposes that the ogre is withholding help because he actually wants Jelma and his followers to be eliminated. Pointing toward the ogre's position, Jen explains that their master is only there to execute the survivors and wipe the slate clean. Jen argues that as long as Jelma remains alive, they will be forced to die for him, leaving them with only two possible outcomes. Jen presents the choice between everyone dying or only Jelma dying, causing a look of pure terror to wash over Jelma's face. A soldier asks with a trembling voice and confused eyes if the commander is telling the truth, while another urgently interrupts. The crowd grows restless, whispering that Vogel will slaughter them all unless they kill that person, suggesting they were only following orders. Jeoma is shocked and pale, shouting that he was only fulfilling Eshat's will for their sake. Jem crosses his arms with a contemptuous smile, suggesting Jeoma only acted for himself, causing Jeoma's veins to bulge in rage. Jeoma roars and swings his axe at Jem, but a trembling soldier steps forward holding a metal rod. Jeoma stops in shock as he looks down to find a metal rod has already pierced through his stomach. Jeoma groans and collapses as other soldiers approach with firm grips on their weapons, apologizing to their commander. The soldiers blame Jeoma for their actions, mentioning their children and calling Jem the next enlightened one, while Jeoma explodes in fury. Jeoma frantically swings his axe at the soldier who spoke, vowing to kill them all as tears stream down his face and his vision fades. Dying, Jeoma remembers his childhood and regrets his actions toward his master as cold blades sink deeper into his body. Jeoma collapses in a pool of blood with an apology, while a soldier kneels and surrenders to Jem. Jem and Von watch as Vogel approaches with a powerful legion, his cold and proud gaze fixed on Jem while Hamo weeps over Jeoma. Hamo grips his sword with hatred, vowing to kill everyone starting with Jem, until a deep voice calls out from behind. Hamo turns in shock to see his father, while Vogel calmly points forward with a cold gaze. Hamo looks back to see a massive army waiting silently behind Vogel, as Jem watches with a dark, golden gaze. Jem observes Vogel in silence for a long time before signaling his troops to retreat, and Hamo reluctantly follows. Hamo glares back with resentment, while Vogel gives a haughty smile as Jem's legion disappears into the distant mist. Von curiously asks Jem why they are leaving since they have already won. Jem explains to Von that this was only a small skirmish and the war is far from over, though Von insists their victory today is still significant. Jem agrees and instructs Von to distribute wine to the men, who then salutes him with a loud and spirited voice. After acknowledging the commander, the celebratory mood is cut short as a soldier reports that Rak's men are seizing all the strategic spoil. While the clans attempt to execute the prisoners, Gem rushes toward a group scavenging through corpses and coldly commands them to stop immediately. One man continues his work with a contemptuous smirk, telling Gem to get lost and claiming they are merely cleaning up the mess he left behind. Gem rests his hand on his spear and firmly states that this is his responsibility, ordering the man to leave until a formal agreement is reached with Rak. As more footsteps approach, the man gathers his loot and orders Wick to show Gem who is truly in charge, prompting Wick to draw a dagger with a sneer. Wick eyes Gem's spoils and demands he hand them over to save his own life, just as more chaotic footsteps echo through the area. Gem sighs in exhaustion and raises his spear as a final warning, but Wick scoffs and declares he will simply take the items from Gem's corpse. Before Wick can finish his threat, he is suddenly knocked unconscious by a heavy blow, leaving Gem surprised as an angry Hem arrives to confront the men. The men tremble in fear as Hem furiously threatens to make them lick the arena floor clean for a week, causing them to break into a cold sweat. Terrified, the men plead for mercy as Hem threatens to assign them to night watch in the Centipede Cave, prompting them to shake their heads in desperation. Hem authoritatively orders them to drag their unconscious companion away and warns them never to let him catch them looting again. After the men retreat, Hem sighs and apologizes to Gem, lamenting that dealing with such fools is exhausting. Gem smiles and hands his spear to a nearby soldier while thanking Hem for the intervention, though Hem winks and says it was no trouble. Hem jokes that he only stepped in to avoid explaining their senseless deaths to their families, while Gem admits he only intended to teach them a lesson. Hem notes that some people never learn despite Gem's display against Jelma, but Rak's voice interrupts to remind Hem that he was the one who recruited them. Hem quickly bows and apologizes to his commander while Gem smiles and thanks Rak for his timely assistance. Rak modestly dismisses the gratitude, echoing his lieutenant's words, while Gem playfully crosses his arms to negotiate. Gem asks if Rak will forego his share of the loot, prompting Rak to laugh and offer to reduce his original two-thirds claim to just one-half. Gem holds up two fingers and argues that half is still too much since his team did the fighting, suggesting he keep 8/10 of the spoils instead. A statistical display appears on the screen, confirming the final distribution of 2/10 for Rak and 8/10 for Gem. Vax shakes his head sarcastically, noting that generosity only invites exploitation and reminding Gem that his victory required Vax's assistance. Vax insists on taking half as a minimum, but Gem holds up three fingers and argues that they eliminated one of Vax's enemy commanders. Gem points out that Vax gained loot without losing any men, leading to a back-and-forth negotiation for a 70-30 split. Vax claims credit for finding the victims' families, but Gem smiles smugly and maintains his three-finger gesture, insisting he convinced them to come. Gem offers to let Vax keep Jelma's axe as part of the 70-30 deal, and Vax firmly shakes hands to seal the agreement. The lizard man groans on the ground as three cold gazes fixate on him, and Gem tells Vax that the prisoner is now his to deal with. Vax loudly orders his men to begin looting everything past the first fence, while Gem calls Vaughn over for a brief update. A sweating Vaughn reports that the prisoners are under guard and that the families were eventually persuaded to hand them over. Gem nods in approval and coldly instructs that once the families depart, the prisoners should be stripped to their undergarments and released. Gem reminds Vaughn to set aside a third of the loot for Vax as agreed, prompting Vaughn to nervously admit his dislike for the man. Gem explains that they only need to cooperate while a common enemy exists, leading Vaughn to ask what will happen once that enemy is gone. Gem smiles with cold eyes and says they will then see who is stronger, but for now, they must focus on the upcoming expedition. Vaughn looks around in a panic, his hands trembling as he clutches his staff tightly. Startled by a sudden roar, Vaughn swings his staff wildly before slipping and falling face first into the dirt. Gem approaches the groaning Vaughn and mockingly asks if he was trying to catch his breakfast with his staff. Vaughn painfully explains that those creatures taste terrible and asks Gem if he has ever attempted to eat one. Gem cannot recall doing so, and Vaughn describes how his mother used to fry them during lean times, though they were as tough as leather. Gem acknowledges the advice and asks where all the laborers and merchants have gone this morning. Vaughn explains that everyone not joining the expedition is currently in hiding, because the arrival of the goblins has caused a great deal of chaos. Gem ponders whether they are hiding their wives and children as well, and Vaughn quietly confirms that this is indeed the case. Game points behind him and calmly explains it is just a local saying, before urging them to leave to avoid being caught by the approaching group. As the two walk up the rugged slope with dust kicking up beneath their feet, Vaughn narrows his eyes and cautiously clarifies that he means no offense. Vaughn asks if anything is bothering him today, to which Game tilts his head with a mysterious glint in his eyes, asking why as Vaughn hesitantly shoulders his staff. Vaughn notes that despite everything happening, Game remains unusually silent and calm, prompting Game to scornfully ask if he is not always calm as Vaughn quickly elaborates. Vaughn explains that while Game is always composed, his current level of extreme calmness suggests that he is actually harboring anger about something. Game purses his lips and curiously asks what else Vaughn has noticed, leading Vaughn to quietly remark that Game enjoys smiling before quickly defending himself against Game's scornful look. Vaughn insists that Game truly does enjoy it, noting that he is always smiling unless something is genuinely bothering him. Game only stops smiling when he is truly enraged or intends to kill, a fact that Vaughn quickly acknowledges with a frantic nod. When Game asks for further observations, Vaughn ponders for a moment before suggesting that ruining a plan also provokes his anger. Mentioning his sister causes Game's expression to darken instantly, as he warns Vaughn that he is currently walking on thin ice. Confused by the unfamiliar idiom, Vaughn waits in silence until Game finally sighs and offers to explain the meaning of the phrase. Game explains that it refers to engaging in dangerous and unwise behavior, leaving Vaughn both impressed by his knowledge and intimidated. After Vaughn apologizes for speaking too freely, Game looks at him with a serious expression and advises him to be more cautious next time. Recalling Rose's expression of pain, Game admits that Vaughn is right about the ongoing tension regarding his sister, Rosa. A sense of unease settles over Game as he remembers how Groza has been furious with him ever since the battle against Gel. She blames him for the looming conflict with Vogel, though Vaughn gently points out that she has always worked hard to provide for them both. Because Game uses his military merits to secure supplies for the men, Groza has likely struggled with the rising cost of goods. Vaughn reports that external food supplies are dwindling because someone high up in the chain of command is interfering with the logistics. Game notes that this is a serious problem since groups like theirs and Vogel's rely on food rations to pay their subordinates. With rising prices threatening their control, Game orders Vaughn to gather more information once they reach the assembly point. Vaughn asks if their shared upbringing is the only source of friction, prompting Game to scowl with visible irritation. Game reveals that the real issue is her fiancé, a man named Thoxin whom Vaughn suddenly remembers as being quite carefree. Upon hearing that Thoxin likes her, Vaughn is stunned, but Game sharply warns him to stop talking before his big mouth causes trouble. Game sighs and admits that despite his outward indifference, Thoxin genuinely cares for Groza in his own way. Thoxin becomes quite emotional whenever he believes Game's reckless actions might put Groza in harm's way. Game bitterly recalls being called a common thug who disgraces the gray bonds and brings nothing but trouble to his sister. Vaughn seriously suggests that he and a few others could pay Thoxin a visit under the cover of night once they return home. Game suggests wearing masks for anonymity, but then pauses in a daze before turning away with a stern expression, warning Vaughn against such actions as the boy asks a hesitant question. Vaughn asks if they should simply beat the man to be certain, prompting Game to offer a faint smile that conveys both condescension and understanding. Game expresses appreciation for Vaughn's enthusiasm in defending his honor, but insists on leaving the man alone, considering what might happen if something befell him. Game feels certain that she will be kept safe, leading Vaughn to nod with less worry as he admits to understanding the man's line of thinking. Game shakes his head, noting there are more pleasant ways to enjoy a final meal before battle, just as they stop and look ahead at their destination. As they join the queue at the city gate amidst a massive crowd, a sarcastic voice calls out from Kiwi, who stands with crossed arms and a harsh expression, while Vaughn realizes with shock that the man is Game's foster father. Game maintains a serious expression while stating he did what was necessary, but Kiwi watches him intently and questions if his actions were truly right. Kiwi explains that while he does not mind Game forming his own group, he believes a line was crossed by risking lives instead of simply informing the guards. Vaughn quickly clarifies that they did inform the guards, causing Supervisor Kiwi to frown in frustration and wonder why no one had reported this to him. Game calmly points out that since Verger has the support of the nobles, they never would have allowed Kiwi to intervene, leaving the older man to look down in silent thought. Game looks up at Kiwi with determination, prompting the older man to sigh and concede the point before asking another question with a hint of unease. Kiwi asks if Game believes his father would be proud of what he has become, causing Game to bite his lip as memories of his long-absent father resurface. Kiwi frowns and offers a sharp yet gentle warning, telling Game that regardless of his future path, he must not disappoint his father. Kiwi warns him not to become one of those monsters, to which Game smiles and promises to make the world a better place for both Kiwi and his father. After Game makes his promise, Kiwi finally relaxes and tells him to just stay alive before Game turns to leave. Game optimistically calls for Vaughn to follow him as they head off to find the others amidst the chaotic noise of footsteps and whispers in the crowded hall. Game and Vaughn walk together through the sea of people with sharp poise, until Game's keen eyes catch a small, specific detail in the room. A man tries to sell an item with a loud, slurred voice to attract attention, but another man approaches them with a threatening demeanor. One man tells the seller to take his junk elsewhere or shove it down his throat, while another casually jokes about Elgai forgetting his water bottle. As they mention finding a good leather bottle for Elgai, Game gives them a cold, warning look and tells the youngsters to use their heads, identifying it as a Barasa bottle. Warning that the soft skins will rot within days, he suggests finding an Apasa flask while the other man arrogantly pats the container at his hip. Boasting that his flask never leaked during 2 expeditions, he is met with Moan's half-joking concern that they will all be dead within a week. Waving to the others, Moan agrees they might perish but not from thirst, then asks if the soldiers are visible yet. Pointing toward a massive, bustling wall of people in the distance, Moan solemnly notes that the soldiers are positioned over there. With hands on his hips, he asks about the commander and Vaughn, only for the other man to awkwardly explain they will be late as Lep lives near the supervisor's house. Someone rushes over in a panic to inform Moan that Verger's men are causing trouble with Rack's group. Jem anxiously asks about the severity of the situation and learns it is dire since most of Rack's men have yet to arrive. He orders everyone present to gather, noting they owe Rack for his support, while the other man points to the ground in extreme distress. Worrying about their missed meeting with the commander, the two men turn away simultaneously with looks of intense apprehension. Elsewhere, a man points a trembling finger in shock at a creature accompanied by a three-headed fox. Jem irritably tells Vaughn to pay more attention to his surroundings, but Vaughn confusedly argues that no gang leader would harm them in a neutral zone. Jem sighs in frustration and tells him to inform the people stalking them, prompting a cowering Vaughn to whisper a question about their pursuers. Jem strikes Vaughn's head and warns him not to look, explaining that the group following them since the gate might attack if they realize they have been spotted. Jem coldly analyzes that the pursuers are either waiting for the right moment or leading them into a trap, leaving Vaughn to grimace at the looming danger. Jem indifferently asks for a plan of action, causing a bewildered Vaughn to hesitate and question why he is being consulted. Jem explains that as a subordinate, Vaughn must think independently to ensure the soldiers are well managed even in his absence. Jem arrogantly offers to follow Vaughn's orders if he can find a way out of the situation, leaving the young man reeling from the sudden responsibility. Jem identifies 10 pursuers surrounding them in a standard pack-hunting formation, causing Vaughn to tremble with fear at the overwhelming numbers. Jem calms the panicked Vaughn, instructing him to breathe deeply and treat the dangerous situation as if it were merely a training exercise. Vaughn attempts to soothe himself with deep breaths while listening intently and moving with extreme caution according to the sounds around him. Every nerve is strained as Vaughn turns his head and whispers for Gem to follow him, pulling him through the dense crowd. The two move like ships navigating a sea of people, and Vaughn accidentally leans against someone's luggage, causing the startled owner to cry out. The two finally squeeze out of the crowd and breathe a sigh of relief as Vaughn asks in a low voice if there is any sign of their pursuers, to which Gem calmly replies that they have retreated. Gem explains they wouldn't dare attack while they are among the goblin porters and praises Vaughn's thinking, while Vaughn looks around and hopes everything is going well as Gem nods sharply. Gem believes they can make a break for it once they reach the soldiers' rendezvous point, and Vaughn excitedly points out the landmark rock where they arrange to meet. Reaching the rock, Gem looks around with growing suspicion and pursed lips, unable to find their allies, while Vaughn's face pales with worry. Their allies have been surrounded as Hamo stands atop the rock with a sword over his shoulder, mocking them for searching for people who cannot help. Hamo declares that the vermin are not coming to their aid and that they have unfinished business, his hateful gaze piercing the two men below like arrows. The two huddle together and draw their weapons, their eyes burning with intensity as they face the surrounding mob while Vaughn cries out with a trembling voice. When Vaughn asks where the others are, Gem grinds his teeth and tells him it doesn't matter, urging him to remember their training with a voice as firm as steel. Gem tells Vaughn to watch his back so they can survive, just as Hamo signals the attack from the rock, triggering a sudden memory of Gem's bleak past life. In a memory, Gem walks past a bookstore and a bus stop, his eyes landing on an advertisement that makes him close his eyes in weariness, trying to shake off a sense of suffocation. The advertisement invites people to join the battle and earn citizenship through service at the Acadia Academy, prompting Gem to press his lips together and open his eyes with renewed focus. Returning to the present with a stern gaze, Gem lets out a roar and charges forward like a storm, swinging his staff wildly at the enemy. Each of Gem's strikes makes the air tremble, his eyes filled with the resolve of tempered steel, reflecting his past life as a soldier forged in the fires of war. He had trained relentlessly day and night, his sweat fueled by determination until he tore through sandbags, the echoes of military commands still ringing in his ears. Yet when he turned back then, he found only a cold and lonely void. But in the present, Gem snaps back to reality and delivers a powerful kick. His strike lands squarely on an attacker's face before he spins around to slash another's throat with his spear, panting as he glances back to assess the situation. Vaughn struggles with trembling hands to block the axes of two opponents, while Gem narrows his eyes at another enemy lunging toward them like a wild beast with a dagger. In his previous life, Gem was an armored soldier whose survival instincts were bone deep, constantly supporting his comrades and charging through gunfire as bullets streaked across the sky. The sounds of gunfire and roars echo through a snowy night where Game was once surrounded by enemies, a scene etched into his memory. Vaughn collapses in pain with a face covered in blood and dust, while Game rushes forward to support his struggling comrade. Game delivers a knee strike to repel an attacker, and helps Vaughn up as their current struggle merges with memories of a past life. The two men grip their weapons and move in perfect synchronization like iron cords, roaring in defiance as they prepare for the next assault. In a past life, Game stood alone amidst flames while a comrade laughed and asked Bingy and Vanderstein if they enjoyed the view. The comrade urged them to move quickly, and though Game looked exhausted, he maintained a determined smile as the two now catch their breath. Standing over dozens of bloodied bodies, Game looks up with a cold gaze and tells Hamo to hurry because he does not have all day. Hamo's face twists in rage as he grips his weapon, while elsewhere, Ruhun urgently pulls Rafa along so they do not miss the event. Rafa is flushed with embarrassment and tries to speak, but she suddenly collides with a tall, imposing man. Rafa groans from the impact while Gazak looks down with a cold, indifferent stare, prompting her to sharply tell him to mind his own business. The man walks away without a word, and Ruhun laughs as she walks beside Rafa, teasing her about her interaction. Ruhun asks if she plans on making friends everywhere before they both push through the gathering crowd toward the center of the square. There, Vaughn and Game stand alone among the fallen, their bodies battered but their eyes burning with a light that leaves Rafa stunned in admiration. Her lips part in awe as Hamo and Game suddenly lunge at each other, their weapons clashing with a heavy, echoing thud. Game knocks the sword from Hamo's hand, leaving the youth staring in disbelief with eyes full of both anger and sorrow. Hamo screams that Geoma was like a brother and accuses Game of taking him, but Game mockingly calls the brother a fool who was blind to the truth. Game warns him not to be as foolish as his brother and to move aside, but Hamo swings his staff again in a desperate final struggle. Nearby, Vaughn trembles from his bleeding wounds but forces himself to stand, watching the battle with concern as he opens a cloth bundle. Game once entrusted that object to Vaughn in a memory, telling him to handle it, and now Vaughn runs through the crowd determined to succeed. Vowing not to disappoint his leader, Vaughn moves off while the intense battle between Game and Hamo continues to echo through the air. Ruhun and Rafa watch with bated breath as Ruhun cheers for the fighter to defeat his opponent. Rafa asks if the swordsman is her type, and Ruhun proudly confirms that he is the one she is supporting. Rafa pouts while Gazak mocks her taste, prompting Ruhun to snap back at the mercenaries' interference. Gazak dismissively claims to know more than a harem bodyguard, causing Ruhun to point at him in anger. Ruhun threatens him, but Rafa calms her down before asking Gazak why he believes the man will win. Rafa notes the man is just a poor miner, but Gazak retorts that she has spent too much time around wealth. Yen frowns while Rafa watches him intently, her cheeks flushing as she focuses on his every move. Rafa observes his golden gaze and precise movements, her voice trembling with a sense of wonder. Rafa realizes the miner is acting with deliberate intent, though Ruhun fails to see what is happening. Yen strikes Hamo with his forehead and seizes the hilt of his sword as the young man staggers. Yen throws Hamo over his shoulder, leaving him groaning on the ground as Ruhun watches in disbelief. Gazak explains that Gen was always in control, and Gen now points his spear at the trembling Hame. Gen coldly declares victory and offers to spare Hamo if he chooses to let go of his hatred. Gen looks down with a piercing gaze at the bloodied Hamo, who struggles to breathe while resisting. Hamo laughs mockingly and claims Gen is the one in trouble as the fallen men begin to stand again. Despite their wounds, the men rise with glowing eyes, leading Gen to remark that they never learn. Gen calmly repeats his offer of mercy, but Hamo arrogantly questions why he should ever comply. Gen warns that he is quickly running out of reasons to spare the young man's life. Hamo stands defiantly but suddenly pauses, looking around in confusion at a strange noise. Gen smiles as his allies approach from the distance, calling out urgently to their leader. The adversaries stand stunned and pale as if facing a nightmare, fleeing amidst Hamo's desperate cries while Gem discards his sword and thanks his opponent for the duel. Hamo catches his weapon with gritted teeth and heavy breath as the square falls into a deep silence, while everyone watches the defeated men retreat. Gazak smirks at the cleverness of the tactic, explaining to a confused Rafa that the enemies used horns to summon reinforcements while the duel was underway. Ruhun expresses her admiration for the intelligence of the Greyborn, prompting Gazak to remark that these particular individuals certainly possess it. Gazak suggests that Ruan reflect on the situation, leaving her speechless until she eventually leads Rafa away, noting that the excitement has ended. Rafa takes one last look at the battlefield before nodding, while Gem's group shares a joyful embrace and laughter after surviving the life-threatening encounter. Despite his radiant smile, Gem maintains a look of sharp vigilance, prompting the young woman to glance at him once more before suggesting they depart. Vaughn reports that he sent men to pursue the enemy, but Gem orders their return to avoid provoking the goblins and bringing disaster upon them all. When Vaughn asks if the enemy was spared out of mercy, Gem offers a playful smirk and suggests that they can consider it as such. Gem asks Jen why he failed to meet them as planned, leading the weary man to sigh and rub his neck in exhaustion. Jen explains that they went to assist Jack's group after some Benvergers caused a minor disturbance that was ultimately resolved without much trouble. Gem suspects the incident was a deliberate distraction, while James displays the horn he used to signal their return as soon as he heard Vaughn's call. They returned with great haste, leading Gem to sarcastically ask if Jen left Russ to deal with the remaining mess, but Jen simply shakes his head. Jen clarifies that the Benvergers retreated once Russ and Hem arrived, bringing a smile to Gem's face as he acknowledges the positive outcome. The atmosphere grows solemn as Gem and Gazak lock eyes, prompting Gem to ask how he might be of assistance to the stranger. Introducing himself as Gazak, the man praises Gem's victory and skill, stating that in all his campaigns, he has never seen a finer warrior and wishes to discuss his techniques. Gem tilts his head with curiosity upon hearing of Gazak's many campaigns across various lands and offers a welcoming smile. Gem orders Gem to find mushroom wine to honor their guest, and as they share a laugh and a firm handshake, he notes that they have much to discuss. During the dawn of the First Era, Jam, the father of all creation, fell in battle against enemies emerging from the void. As the world descended into chaos, a new goddess named Jera was born from a single drop of Jam's blood to gather his scattered fragments. Bungu explains at length that her broken body was reforged, and she was named the greatest general after Jam's rebirth, reclaiming the land from the Void Dweller and his minions as the goddess of war. Just as she entered Hell to reclaim Jam's soul, Bungu declares they will enter Hell to reclaim their inheritance, noting that while the mission is to destroy the Hiplings, that is not the whole truth. He reveals that ancient treasures lie beneath their feet, riches that others were too afraid to claim in the past, as he clenches his fist with firm determination. He tells the crowd they are the lucky ones chosen for this day, as this expedition is not merely a hunt but a campaign of plunder. Bungu attempts to embolden everyone, whether they are Boggage, Burger, Dark, or Goblins, promising they will descend to take what is theirs and enrich them all. Raising his hand high, he proclaims that every one of them will become a part of history by following him to fight and conquer. Bungu shouts that they will be victorious in the name of Jam, and as the expedition begins, the crowd below erupts into a thunderous, rhythmic cheer. Jen remarks that it was not the worst speech he had heard, while Gazak stands beside him, weary, noting that Bungu is far more greedy and ambitious than his brothers. With a cold expression and folded arms, Jen asks if Bungu is the son of the Jira tribe's chief, and Gazak confirms that this expedition is Bungu's chance to prove his superiority over his brother. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Jen asks if Gazak knows Bungu's true objective, causing the old man to break into a cold sweat and claim he does not understand the question. Jen points out that a prince would not lead an expedition twice the usual size and hire mercenaries from various races without a clear, significant goal. Since they are descending rather than ascending, Jen is certain something vital to Bungu lies below, leading Gazak to acknowledge the wisdom in his word. Gazak decides to speak with his acquaintances while Jen, his eyes flashing with complexity, agrees that uncovering Bungu's purpose is their best chance for survival. Hamo collapses to the ground and tries to speak, but Vera glares at him in a rage, ordering him to vanish before he kills him, then turns and walks away. Vera tilts his head and orders Os to take command of Hamo, stating that if Hamo ever wishes to lead again, he must first prove himself worthy. Os justifies that Hamo only tried to do what was right for the gel, but Vera roars in anger, questioning what would happen if Bungu found out. Vera worries about how many lives the Jira prince would demand for such an offense, admitting he understands Hamo's feelings but insists the timing is wrong. After a long silence, Os asks when the right time will be and what they are waiting for, prompting Vera to glance back at Hamo with a cold, lingering look. With a sickly, cunning smile, Vera tells Os that the lower levels are deep and full of hidden dangers, urging him to be patient until their opportunity arrives. Transitioning to a new segment, Professor Gazak introduces a lesson on identifying useful goblinoids to answer questions about their society. In the world where Lev and the narrator live, the goblinoids are a major race that split into tribes after the fall of the Ansett Empire, with the Dak being the most advanced. The Dak were merchants and sailors until the humans conquered them, while the Drak are famous mercenary knights who were never part of the Ansett Empire. The most common among them are the Goblins, a tribe that spends most of its existence engaged in constant warfare with their neighbors and themselves. The Jira are the strongest goblins and have subdued the Boggy, who are skilled hunters and trackers despite their foul tempers and small numbers. These hunters possess tempers as foul as their breath, while the Borgi occupy the lowest social tier, though even they maintain an internal hierarchy. Blue Borgi serve as the nobility and intermediaries for goblin lords, often possessing blue skin due to their shared lineage with the goblin. They are smaller than goblins with sideways-facing hands, and the narrator's Graben Boggy tribe has fallen from being great mages to the lowest class. Now relegated to the most undesirable labor in mines and caves, the Graben Boggy have served as a slave class to the Jira for many generations. After concluding the lesson on goblinoid society, the narrator invites more questions as the scene focuses on a plate on the table. Inside the plate are items resembling dried leaves, while at level 1, San and Vara stand in stunned silence and bewilderment. San frowns and turns away with a look of irritation and disgust as his hand slowly reaches out toward the plate. His fingertips brush against the plate, while Vara ignores the situation entirely and steps through the curtain to go outside. Vara finds Vaughn staring at something and immediately grabs him by the collar, causing him to turn around in a state of sudden alarm. Vara drags the terrified Vaughn away without any mercy, bringing him into a cave where the heavy scent of medicinal herbs fills the air. Amidst the aromatic stone walls, she uses hand gestures to ask Vaughn if the worms and mushroom leaves can be transformed into meat. Vaughn uses a pointed mushroom and a round one to explain the process, while San and his companions eat a hearty meal nearby. At level 2, Gun trembles in fear while marching through a dark cave, and Vaughn hides behind a large rock with his heart pounding. Vaughn sneaks behind a giant mushroom to think, but he suddenly freezes when his ears pick up a faint noise echoing through the shadows. He turns to see Vara dragging a dead beast which she quickly butchers into pieces, leaving Vaughn to sit on the ground in silence. He looks at the meat with a confused expression before they both stand over a pot of boiling water to cook the entire haul. Amidst the rising steam, the two share a smile as the meat finishes cooking, their eyes lighting up the moment they take a bite. As an armored group quietly ascends a rocky slope at level 3, Vaughn finishes his meal and begins to gesture. He warns that eating the wrong rat meat leads to a poisonous death, prompting them both to jump up and chase a scurrying rodent. They are suddenly surrounded by a swarm of rats, leading Vaughn to sigh at Vara's disheveled state before pointing her toward the distance. Vaughn keeps watch from a distance while Vara bathes, leaving her feeling refreshed and wearing a satisfied smile as she walks back. Vara suddenly slaps Vaughn's back so hard he nearly collapses, causing him to angrily protest her habit of hitting him with excessive force. They part ways in a huff as the scene shifts to level 4, where Vara sits at a table in a foul mood while Dak and San whisper in confusion. Her face flushes at the thought of him, and she bites her lip in regret over her impulsive behavior as a nameless sadness fills her eyes. Nearby, Vaughn leans against a rock with a frustrated expression, while Vara eventually bows her head and walks away looking lonely. Gun gestures to Vaughn that he is the one Vara likes, just before a massive monster emerges from a nearby forest to attack the group. Vara swings her glowing blade deep into the creature's hide, though she struggles to breathe as sharp pain radiates through her body. The monster remains unfazed and raises its claws to strike, but a figure suddenly lunges forward to push Vara out of harm's way. Covered in monster saliva, a stunned Vara looks up to see Vaughn grinning as he hands her back her weapon. She laughs until she cries, and once the monster is defeated, she offers Vaughn a final smile and a wave before walking away. Vaughn watches her go with a lingering smile while elsewhere, Vatch grits his teeth against a cloth, his face contorted in extreme agony. Vatch's eyes roll back from the intense pain as Gem inspects his bandaged leg and offers reassurance that the injury will eventually heal. Gem instructs the medic to apply no H-Clite to the burns once the mist crystals turn blue to neutralize the acid, and the man complies. Gem surveys the area and mutters about the waste of life near the monster's carcass before a subordinate arrives with a report. The messenger explains that the healers refuse to treat the Greybones unless specifically ordered to do so by the nobility. Gem grows somber, reflecting on the 100 lives lost over 4 floors and how the elderly continue to use the young as pawns. Vaughn nods in agreement, but the man shakes his head dismissively, prompting a confused Vaughn to report that Diu said the supervisor wants to begin the harvest and stop wasting time on the wounded. He falls into a silent, pensive state as his gaze drifts toward the carefully bandaged wounded, realizing that the time has finally come to collect their treasure. The bogies dig tirelessly through the tunnels, though their small stature seems ill-suited for cave life, reminding him of how he once wondered why goblins forced them into mining when he first entered these caverns as a child. He eventually realized they were valued for the beautiful mist crystals used for illumination, as a white-haired old man carefully places a glowing blue stone into a box with extreme caution. In the dim light, a bogie leaps up while clutching a pile of blue stones to its chest, the very materials used by the surface world to provide power for their magic. Although these stones are corrosive to non-magical creatures, the gray bogies remain unaffected, playfully passing the crystals to one another with laughter thanks to their innate magical resistance. Their ability to handle the toxic crystals without fear is the reason they now find themselves stationed in these mines where Jira had originally sent them. One of the bogies remains deeply focused on the task at hand, firmly gripping a hammer. Rhythmic strikes on the green stones send sparks flying, yet they require a long and costly purification process to be made safe for use. Amidst the sound of clashing blades, they slice open the monster's belly to find a new supply as fluid pours from the creature. Early expeditions discovered that hiplings naturally refine metal ores and mist crystals into safe materials for their nest as his gaze sweeps over the fallen monster. Since then, regular expeditions have been organized under the guise of clearing threats from the mines, though their true purpose is to harvest the refined crystal. Yen remains silent and contemplative, reflecting on how the hiplings once lived in isolation until the great hunt turned both sides into bitter enemies who kill on sight. From above, the stout man shouts down at the workers, warning them to be careful as the crystals are worth more than their lives. Approaching from a distance with a look of irritation, he expresses his hatred for the man before lowering his weapon to open a bag for someone. After quickly placing an item inside, he turns to Jack and Hem to ask about the severity of the situation while wearing a regretful frown. Hem sighs with his eyes closed, lamenting that they lost 10 men because the group moved too hastily. Hem agrees that even a child could have foreseen the ambush with better scouting, while Gen points away, suggesting that someone else might know the true motive. As soon as he finishes speaking, Vogel and Os slowly emerge before the group as Jack casts a suspicious glance toward them. With veins bulging on his hands, Jack looks up and advises Hem to remember the treaty, reminding him that they are now allies despite his feelings. Seeing the surprised expression, Vogel smiles and asks if Jack is still angry about a test from years ago, prompting an irritated response. Jack recalls how Vogel's schemes turned his closest friend against him and forced him to kill his comrade, while Vogel maintains a gentle smile. Vogel tells Jack that if he hadn't provided the opportunity, someone else would have, adding that it is no surprise Jack's subordinates continue to betray him. Jack lunges forward to strike Vogel in the face but is immediately restrained by his men, who urge their leader to stop. His companions warn him that Vogel is merely provoking him, and that attacking would lead to his execution by Bungo. Jack scowls with a look of pure contempt and brushes his men aside before turning his back and walking away decisively. Jack leaves to check on the soldiers and tells Hem to watch over the boy, while Vogel laughs mockingly and invites Jack to find him whenever he wishes. Vogel claims he will always welcome Jack, who responds with a rude gesture without looking back as Gen finally steps forward to speak. Jem asks if there is a purpose for the visit beyond attempted murder, and Vogel leans in to whisper a confirmation. Vogel explains that Vogel Intelligence Network finally uncovered the motive for the rushed expedition, which involves a sibling power struggle for leadership. Jem dismisses the news as common knowledge, but Vogel challenges him by asking if he knows Bungu's specific strategy for victory. Vogel emphasizes the high cost of learning why the expedition is moving so quickly, looking toward the sky with a sense of pride. Vogel reveals that Bungu has located a legendary magical weapon once wielded by SH, leaving Jem feeling skeptical. As they walk, Gun incessantly pesters Vaughn about the leader's anger, causing Vaughn to rub his temples in frustration. Vaughn explains that he was not present and suggests that Jem would know more, telling Gun to ask the leader directly. Gun playfully nudges Vaughn, insisting that as the leader's favorite, he must have some inside information. Gun claims the group is merely concerned for their leader, prompting Vaughn to laugh and Gun to pout in silence. Vaughn signals his understanding while Gun shrugs, admitting he fears the leader's anger might be directed at the goblins and lead to trouble. Moan interjects from behind, remarking on how ridiculous it is for Gun to be worried about such things. Moan points out that the leader usually settles conflicts, leading a frustrated Gun to tell her to mind her own business. Gun mockingly suggests that the leader is keeping secrets from Vaughn because the elders prefer working with veterans like James. Moan grabs Gun by his hair to stop his teasing, warning him not to spread any more baseless rumors. Gun shakes her off as Moan tells him to stay quiet, but he responds by blowing a mocking kiss in her direction. Gun jokes about Vaughn finding comfort with his girlfriend just before Raka strikes him from behind with a cold, stern look. Raka reprimands the Grey Goblins for talking during a scout mission, prompting Vaughn to offer a nervous apology for Gun's rambling. Raka threatens to feed them to hiplings if they get caught, and after he departs, a voice tells Gun not to take the threat personally. Ban and Gazak approach, explaining that members of the burger race like Raka are naturally born with irritable temperaments. They joke that anyone would be grumpy if they had to smell Ban all day, earning a warning glare and a cough from the old man. The scouting unit leads the way as the group enters a forest where jagged rocks are interspersed with patches of pink grass. They stand in silence until Vaughn breaks the heavy atmosphere, admitting the fifth floor is far more beautiful than he imagined for an underground realm. Vaughn stares in wonder at black leaves rolling across the ground, which are identified as hairy spores that roam this floor in large herds. Gun hungrily asks if they are edible, but he quickly abandons the idea after being warned that the creatures will crush anything that approaches their herd. Deciding it is best not to disturb them, Vaughn asks Gazak how much further they must travel to reach the rendezvous point with the main company. Gazak gestures toward the rear, noting that while distance is hard to measure in such a strange place, he believes the meeting point lies in that direction. Ban consults a wooden box and explains that it recorded 10,230 steps to reach the furthest point of their scout. Having already taken over 3,000 steps on the return journey, he estimates that following the stream will bring them back in another 6,000 steps. The group gathers around in curiosity, but Ban clarifies that the box does not actually speak. It merely tracks and displays the number of steps taken. Rokga commands everyone to keep moving and takes the lead, while Vaughn leans in to ask another question. When asked where the device came from, the man explains that it was seized during a battle against the Pink Skins in the eastern region. Vaughn is puzzled by the term Pink Skins, causing Ban to realize that Vaughn's tribe is forbidden from ever leaving their territory. Ban offers an awkward apology for his oversight, but Vaughn simply smiles and waves it off as the older man gives him a playful wink. Ban insists it is a serious matter, wondering how anyone could endure living underground for so long without ever seeing the sun or the sky. Having nearly lost his own mind after a short time below, Ban is surprised when Vaughn points out the various skylights visible above them. Vaughn looks up with confidence, telling the man that he understands his feelings and believes that his people will one day be free. He adds that they must become strong enough to protect that freedom, echoing a sentiment often shared by Lord Lep. Gazak admits that he might need to reevaluate their leader, to which Vaughn grins and suggests he simply go and speak with the man himself. Vaughn asks for more information about the Pink Skins and Reed, whom Ban describes with contempt as foul-smelling, insect-like creatures that swarm the east. Ban claims that one cannot even kick a bush in the east without hitting a group of Pink Skins, his voice trailing off as he recalls a painful past battle. Ban recounts a recent skirmish with a mud-covered group that had stolen their livestock, prompting a retaliatory visit to reclaim the animal. During the conflict, robed figures known as the Drift intervened to stop the fighting, acting as monks whose sacred law was to mediate and bring peace. Adhering to a code of nonviolence except in self-defense, the Drift sought a peaceful resolution, leading Ban to notice one of them carrying a wooden box. The Drift member offered the box as an incentive to end the hostilities, a deal Ban accepted before lifting the object with a contemplative gaze. Ban considers it his greatest bargain because the box has saved his life repeatedly, leaving Vaughn in silent awe of the remarkable tale. Thinking of the robed figures, Ban advises that if Vaughn's tribe ever regains their freedom and encounters the peaceful Drift in the east, they should honor their tradition. Ban notes that mutual respect is key, but then somberly recalls that the Brazilian Republic has nearly eradicated them, a realization that brings him bitter regret. Curious about these enemies, Vaughn listens as Ban describes the arrogant human soldiers in tunics who marched across the lands with their cavalry. These invaders systematically burned every temple in the territories they conquered, replacing the local deities with their own gods. Gritting his teeth with a cold glare, Ban curses the bastards and vows never to serve them again, no matter how much gold they might offer. Vaughn expresses doubt about Ban's past employment, but Ban confirms that his mercenary clan has served every race imaginable. Vaughn thoughtfully strokes his chin, wondering if Ban's current presence in the area is also the result of a mercenary contract. Ban and his companion share a silent look before Ban turns away, his mind drifting back to the days when Bungu stood at the center of command. Ban explains that they were recently hired to assist Bungu's second younger brother, whose men were locked in a fierce struggle against a pack of wolves. During a sudden clash with the KUL forces, Bungu was fatally stabbed in the chest before anyone could intervene, leaving his allies in a state of shock. Despite their efforts, there was little they could do, and Ban recalls Bungu hiding his face in his hands while proposing a final arrangement. Bungu offered to settle their debts with Jira in exchange for one last task, leading them to their current situation as Ban gazes toward the horizon. Ban suspects that Bungu himself may have betrayed his own brother to the core, a thought that brings a visible shadow of sadness to his face. They felt compelled to accept the mission to protect their clan's dwindling reputation, which had been tarnished by their previous association with the Brazilians. Though they only provided training and fought in limited engagements, they were still blamed for the Republic's destruction of temples, libraries, and schools. These are the methods used to erase a tribe's culture and replace it with one's own, eventually turning a home with a fluttering flag into a loyal colony for the Brazilian Republic. Moan cannot hide his disapproval of such a ruthless strategy and asks Vaughn if they should inform Lep about these developments. Vaughn nods in agreement, but suddenly notices Raka searching for something and questions what he is doing. Gazak also becomes suspicious and steps forward to follow Raka's gaze, asking what has caught his attention. As the rest of the group lines up behind them, the cold yellow eyes of a monster flash through the darkness. Powerful footsteps echo through the rising dust, making it hard to see as they observe a swarm of insects marching in perfect order. Gun is left speechless by the sight of the massive insect army as the group later gathers around a campfire under the night sky. They watch as the endless line of insects continues its steady march directly toward the expedition team. Ban turns around and cautiously shares his theory that the insect army is heading straight for the expedition. Suspecting a surprise attack, Moan and Gun wonder what their next move should be before Vaughn suddenly takes action. Vaughn blows into an ivory horn, sending a loud echo through the forest that prompts an enraged Gazak to snatch the instrument away. Gazak fears the noise will get them killed, but a panicked Vaughn argues that they must warn the others about the approaching insects regardless of the risk. Ban draws his knife and points it at Vaughn with a cold gaze, causing the tension in the air to become palpable. As Ban threatens to kill Vaughn, Gun steps in to de-escalate the situation, explaining that the insects communicate by scent and will ignore the horn. Gazak scans the surroundings and asks Raka if any of the creatures are currently following their group. After sniffing the air, Raka confirms they are not being followed, allowing Gazak to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Gazak acknowledges that the boy's intentions were right, and Ban decides to stand down and sheath his weapon while offering a stern look. Ban warns Vaughn that he must consult the team before making any more reckless decisions that could endanger everyone's lives. Seeing that the situation has calmed, Vaughn nods silently while Gazak pats Ban on the shoulder to signal they should move on. Gazak concludes that they must return to the expedition to report the danger, noting that the horn blast only signaled trouble without explaining its severity. Observing the massive force, it is clear a major attack is underway, casting a heavy silence over the group until Gazak asks Raga, their best tracker, if there is a way back that avoids the insects. Raga confidently holds his head high and claims his keen sense of smell will guide them to safety, prompting Gazak to promise him as much mushroom beer as he can drink if they return safely. Gazak gives a meaningful wink to seal the deal, and Raga resumes his position at the front to lead the group's retreat from the area. After a long journey, the group stops to rest, with Gun panting heavily while the others collapse in exhaustion, their bodies drenched in sweat as Gun begins to complain. Gun feels like he is dying, but Vaughn insists they rest only briefly before moving on, leading Gun to offer a sincere apology for his earlier action. Vaughn ignores Gun's words and remains focused, sitting on the ground with clenched fists and a tense expression. Gun regrets convincing Vaughn to join Lep's gang, but Vaughn simply laughs it off without any hint of resentment. Vaughn explains that without Gun, he would never have found the courage to face his parents or join the expedition without training, and admits he might even owe Gun his life. Vaughn finally relaxes and playfully suggests that next time the insects chase them, Gun should run a bit slower, bringing laughter to the group while Moan watches in disbelief. Gazak observes Vaughn and notes that they haven't heard any signals from the other groups, leaving Vaughn to wonder if they are out of range or if something worse has happened. Gazak suggests that the other groups might have been wiped out, as this might not be the only swarm of insects in the area. Vaughn grips the rope on his shoulder and reasons that if the others had been attacked, there would have been a lot of noise, yet he heard nothing. Gun stands up hopefully and asks if there is still a chance, but Vaughn ignores the question and calls for everyone to keep moving. As insects emerge from a cave, the group hides behind bushes to watch, prompting Gun to ask what a goat is after hearing a comparison. Gazak is speechless at Gun's ignorance and remarks that a goat is even noisier than he is, while Vaughn wonders why the insects are just standing there. Vaughn observes that the insects seem to be guarding something, though he doubts they are intelligent enough for such a task as he turns back to look at Gazak. Gazak notes that regardless of why they are there, this is the only path to reach the main company before the insects do, and asks for the group's thoughts. Gazak ponders the situation before presenting two options. Either one person acts as a decoy to lure the insects away, or the entire group fights their way through. Vaughn considers the choices while watching the swarm and eventually decides that since he is the fastest, he will be the one to lead the insects away. Vaughn instructs the others to go and warn the expedition team, leaving Gun staring at him in shock at the dangerous plan. Gun asks Vaughn if he knows the comment about being slower was just a joke, and Vaughn silently nods in acknowledgement. Gun is visibly bewildered and wonders why, but Vaughn firmly interrupts, stating he simply does not want his friend to die before him, while Mong tries to suggest an alternative. Mong warns Vaughn that the insects are much faster than humans, and suggests that the mercenaries should be used as bait instead. Ban agrees with the suggestion, noting that he and Gazak could handle one insect, but Vaughn remains steadfast in his own decision. Vaughn argues they cannot handle three, and explains that the only way to save everyone from the scent-tracking creatures is to lure them far away from the tunnel. Vaughn insists that he must be the one to do it as the army continues through the giant mushroom forest, chatting happily on their way home. While others struggle with the heavy burden of the palanquin, Ruan complains to Rafa about the many itchy insect bites she has received. Rafa kindly helps scratch Ruan's back while complaining about her own armor, bringing a look of satisfied relief to Ruan's face. Ruan shudders at the sight before them and questions why they cannot be more practical in their current situation. Ruan questions the usefulness of armored chest plates, leading Rafa to suggest that she could serve the man on the palanquin if she wants to wear something nicer. The sight of mages feeding grapes to Bungu prompts teasing about Ruan's charms, but she sticks out her tongue in disgust. Ruan declares she would rather endure insect bites than serve him, prompting Rafa to wink and consider the matter settled. Ruan smiles at Rafa and tells her that she appreciates how she always manages to find the bright side of every situation. Rafa remains focused on their grim surroundings, hoping that things will improve once they finally manage to leave the forest behind. Ruan is skeptical because she heard the 6th floor is even worse, and Rafa sarcastically remarks on the prospect of more death and discomfort. Ruan playfully points toward the back and notes that at least the man Rafa likes, Gem, is still traveling with them. As Gem follows with a determined expression, a flustered Rafa denies having feelings for him while Ruan continues to tease her. Ruan points out that Rafa mentions Gem at every opportunity, but Rafa insists she only respects his skills as a warrior. Rafa argues that her respect does not mean she likes or trusts him, though Ruan remains curious about her true feelings toward him. Ruan observes that Gem's men are disciplined and have been kind to them, but Rafa shyly confesses that she finds them almost too nice. Rafa had always felt something was off about him, noting he carried the scent of a wall elder and seemed more like a merchant than a warrior. Ruan disagreed with her assessment, pointing out that his prowess in battle proved he was no mere merchant. Rafa countered that being skilled with both words and a spear was even more suspicious, but Ruan dismissed it as obsession and urged her to talk to him. Blushing and looking away, Rafa admitted she wouldn't know what to say, prompting Ruan to tease her about a cute farmer from her past. Suddenly, Rafa stared ahead in shock, her expression so alarming that Ruan immediately asked what was wrong. Sensing something ahead, Rafa grew tense just as a sudden noise signaled an imminent threat to the group. The army fell into a defensive frenzy as an attack began, with Rafa bravely ordering everyone to move forward. She commanded the soldiers to prepare to defend their lord, but she suddenly froze as she noticed something strange nearby. When Rafa asked a soldier what he was smelling, he panicked and identified the scent of spiders, leaving her and Ruan momentarily stunned. Before they could react, another soldier was snatched from above, screaming for help as he was dragged away. Ruan looked up in terror while Rafa spotted a spider lurking directly above them and shouted a warning. Realizing they were being ambushed, the warriors formed a shield wall just as the spider lunged at them with incredible speed. The creature struck Ruan, knocking her down, but an enraged Rafa pinned it with her shield and ordered the men to target its weak legs. Rafa stabbed the spider's leg, causing it to shriek for its kin as the other warriors joined the assault with their weapons. Standing over the beast, Rafa delivered a final, furious strike with her blade, ending the creature's struggle. As she urged the group to help others, Ruan worriedly told her to wash off the spider's blood before it burned her. Rafa dismissed the danger, but she was suddenly overcome by dizziness and began to lose her balance. She collapsed as Ruan called her name, her mind drifting back to her past and her deep-seated hatred for armor. Rafa remembered her father, who died in battle after defending her sister from the village chief's son. Given the choice by the tribal elders to pay a fine and lose a hand or fight, her father chose to face his enemy with courage. Rafa despised the situation and chose to fight, a decision that condemned his family to death or 3 generations of slavery. The weary leader chose exile for them instead, but by the second week, they encountered a Jira warband too large to defeat. His uncle died protecting them while his mother and sister were enslaved. His Azan clan was a blind lineage born only for war. Just as he thought his fate was sealed, Rafa slowly regained consciousness and opened her eyes to a strange sight. Overwhelmed by the scene, she tried desperately to move but found her body completely numb and unresponsive. A nearby voice advised her to remain still, prompting the disoriented Rafa to ask who was there through her blurred vision. Another voice reassured her and told her to focus on regaining her strength as the paralysis faded, drawing her confused gaze. When she asked about her location, the person beside her ignored the question and instead asked for her last memory. She recalled killing a single member of the insectoid swarm, a claim that drew mocking laughter and led her to demand their own tally. Hem boastfully noted that Game had killed 4 while he and Jiak had taken down 3 each, before turning his attention to Virgil. Virgil interrupted with a smile to claim 3 kills of his own, prompting a sarcastic and insincere compliment from the annoyed Hem. Hemgen's arrogance was met with a weary head shake and a suggestion to train his pet better, sparking an immediate threat of retaliation. Hem vowed to teach him a lesson in manners later, while Rafa ignored their bickering to scan her surroundings with growing concern. Game calmly informed her that not everyone was captured, only those who had come into contact with the spider's blood. Though Rafa was relieved, Game warned her to stop worrying about her employer and start focusing on her own precarious situation. She snapped back that she cared nothing for that man and only wanted her girls safe, though a sudden fear began to take hold. Game suggested they might not be eaten immediately given the effort required for a meal, then urged her to look at their surroundings. Peering into the darkness, Rafa was horrified to see the others trapped in cocoons that were inexplicably drifting in midair. Hem laughed at her shock, noting that he had reacted the same way to the impossible sight of the floating cocoon. Virgil lamented the future of their race and silenced Hemgen before he could say anything else to make them look foolish. As the bees emerge from their cocoons at the noise, Virgil reveals that they are on level 7, where the laws of nature no longer apply. The group is stunned by Virgil's knowledge, as he explains that the insects showed surprising intelligence by luring them deep into their territory. Rafa finds it impossible for them to be that smart, and Wick tries to argue that they are merely bugs, but Game maintains a serious expression. Game notes that an instinctive ambush and distraction strategy could seize half an enemy's territory, suggesting they are more than just a meal for the queen. Wick is thoroughly impressed by the logic, while Verger smiles with satisfaction at the realization. When Rafa asks for their next move, a confident Verger claims there is a plan and looks to Game for confirmation, but Game remains silent. Game calmly asks Verger if his anesthetic has worn off yet, noticing the man is clearly struggling to endure the pain. Game warns that Verger will soon feel everything the insects are doing to him, causing the others to turn toward him in shock. Game mischievously sticks out his tongue and admits there is actually no plan, while Hemgen smiles at their grim situation. Game looks at their resignation with slight disgust, but tells Verger he can at least settle one final matter before the insects arrive. When Verger asks what he means, Game explains that he might want to settle scores with Hemgen. Game smugly points out that Hemgen had cut ties with Verger just to appease the Shell gang, but adds that there is even more to the story. Game suggests Hemgen should hear what his own henchmen have been saying about him, leaving Hemgen startled and Verger visibly irritated. Hemgen angrily spits in Verger's face, prompting Verger to furiously threaten him without needing a weapon as the two continue to bicker. The spiders below hear the commotion and begin crawling toward them, prompting Game to tell Rafa that he is going to get them out of there. Game instructs Rafa to keep a lookout for other threats, leaving her surprised since she thought he had no plan. Game explains that he simply needed a distraction before puncturing the silk webbing, much to Rafa's amazement. Using a sharp knife to slice through the fragile silk, Game quickly moves to Rafa's side and helps her break free. The two slide down together, with Game landing gracefully, while the less experienced Rafa falls clumsily to the ground. Above them, Hemgen and Verger hold their breath while surrounded by the swarm, as Game reassures Rafa when she apologizes for her difficulty moving. Game observes his surroundings and picks up a spear, telling Rafa to use the available weapons and do whatever she can as he explains his plan. Game intends to distract the enemies while Rafa increases their numbers, leaving her confused about how he plans to create such a diversion. Looking at her with confidence, Game asks if she has noticed the environment before leaping into the air, where he begins to float in defiance of the laws of physics. Rafa remains confused by the concept of physics but quickly regains her focus, deciding to prioritize the rescue of the others. Rafa moves to rescue Drog, threatening him to drop his weapon and assist her if he wants to survive while she persistently cuts through the insect silk. With a series of clean and powerful cuts, Rafa successfully frees her tribespeople and worriedly asks Vogel if he is able to stand. Vogel feigns gratitude and claims he will take command, sarcastically thanking her for saving him last as Rafa helps him up and explains she had to wait for the insectoids to move. Vogel petulantly asks why she could not have rescued him before Drog, prompting Rafa to bluntly ask him a question in return. Rafa asks if Vogel would have let Drog live, to which Vogel sarcastically replies that he is a realist and finds her question insulting. Vogel considers Drog a useful meat shield, and then asks Rafa how many of their people have been successfully rescued so far. After counting 18 survivors, Rafa informs Vogel, who smiles arrogantly and declares that they now have more than enough strength to face the three insectoids. Hem unexpectedly shatters Vogo's thoughts as the figure is no longer his father, while Rock's fierce face appears as he swings an axe at the beast's head. As the monsters launch a coordinated assault, Rafa leaps high into the air to evade a devastating strike from the creature. Rafa casts a cold, blade-sharp glance backward, while a terrified boy is cornered against a cliff, trembling and screaming in panic. A foot moves urgently across the ground as Rafa rushes forward like a bolt of lightning, her blade flashing as she strikes the beast. The girl keeps her eyes on her hard-won achievement while Rafa's fierce and angry voice echoes across the battlefield, calling for help against the beast. The boy flees blindly to save himself for the sake of his family, leaving Rafa stunned and speechless by his sudden desertion. That moment of distraction allows the beast to launch a surprise attack, knocking Rafa to the ground and sending her weapon flying. Trembling, she crawls toward her fallen weapon just as the beast suddenly clamps its powerful pincer onto her arm. She screams in agony as the monster prepares another strike, leaving Rafa paralyzed with terror and weeping in her helplessness. Gem rushes in and pins the beast's head down with his staff, piercing its eye and expressing regret for his late arrival. Rafa gasps for air with lingering fear in her eyes, as the beast's eye begins to twitch unnaturally despite the deep wound. Gem stands frozen in disbelief at the sight before him, eventually pushing his staff even deeper into the creature's eye socket. Rafa's eyes widen and her lips tremble with mounting dread, until she finally covers her face to shield herself from the gruesome scene. Even through the blur, the sheer savagery of the act is haunting as a murderous Gem raises his staff and questions the beast's persistence. Under the intense pressure, the monster's eye bulges from its socket before Gem mercilessly strikes the wounded area once more. The powerful blow drives the staff deep into the eye socket, after which Gem retrieves his weapon and rushes to the girl's side. Hem gathers her small frame into his arms and turns slowly, casting a provocative glance while noting that he has successfully secured her. Gem tells the boy not to worry and asks if she is still alive, to which Hem replies that her arm is broken and she has fainted. Gem remarks that he owes their mad goddess once again, prompting the other man to raise his eyebrows in curiosity. The man asks if Gem will go easy on them, but Gem cryptically mentions having his own reasons and tells him to care for her. As he turns to leave, a word of encouragement causes Rafa to pause and look back with a confused gaze while Hem displays a calculating expression. Hem apologizes and tells his companion to take the lead due to his own injuries, instructing him to carry the girl away as he hoists Rafa onto his shoulders. Hem warns that he should not be blamed if he dies, then grips his weapon tightly and promises to return after facing the giant beast for a bit of fun. The massive body of the spider lies motionless on its back following the struggle, its eyes fixed on the group as it selects its next target. The mage looks around in confusion and suspicion before calling out to Hem, who responds with a scowl that mixes irritation and curiosity. Hem questions why the mage is not using her magic against the creature, prompting her to erupt in a furious aura of flames. The mage explains her efforts while venting her rage, swearing that the cursed and frenzied Death Knight will not be allowed to escape. Drog Grimerson, son of Moloch and champion of the Western Hills, declares that the creature is destined to die by his hand. Hem charges forward with determination, telling Drog he is in the way before ordering the mage to strike as Drog clutches his head and calls him a traitor. The mage closes her eyes and raises her hands as magical light manifests, offering a prayer to the great guardians of the sky and sea. She pleads for the strength to defeat their enemies as her pendant emits a blinding blue light, awakening a long-dormant power. A surge of magic strikes the giant spider with the force of an explosion, and Hem looks on with eyes full of hope, wondering if the attack succeeded. The giant spider remains hidden behind a veil of dust and debris, leaving Hem to wait in tense silence with his muscles strained. Hem wonders if the magic worked or if he needs a massive stone to crush the beast, then swings his axe and charges toward the spider like a violent whirlwind. With a sharp gaze locked onto the spider, Hem prepares a precise strike and raises his shining axe while shouting his intention. Hem realizes they must resort to their old methods, but his shock grows as his attack misses the spider, leading Drog to mock his failure. Hem drops to one knee to steady himself and sighs at the large man before the giant spider faces them both, prompting Hem to let out a thunderous shout. Hem tells Drog to move to the left so he can act, but the enraged Drog shoves him aside while boasting of his lineage as the son of Moloch. Hem screams for Drog to get out of the way, just as the spider swings its sharp claws at both of them during their argument. Gen observes the scene silently, sensing that something is deeply wrong, and reaches for his weapon after a moment of hesitation. Hem pauses and clenches his fist, struggling to suppress his rising emotions while forcing himself to wait patiently despite his inner turmoil. Realizing he cannot do much to change the situation yet, he decides to wait a moment longer and glances over thoughtfully after hearing a sigh. He considers finding a healer for her broken arm and fractured ribs once the ordeal is over, as she is currently immobilized. The mist he provided will sustain her until her arm can be treated, and Hem solemnly asks if they are being shown mercy, since goblins are usually ignored. With his eyes shut tight, he seeks peace amidst his mental chaos and wonders if the girl will be kinder to him or if she harbors any hidden malice. Although she tries to hide it, the mage's eyes betray her deep anxiety as she flees in a panic while glancing back at the pursuing spider. His face reflects intense confusion as he wonders how to kill the creature, noting that its armor is as black as coal. Drenched in sweat, Drog Grimerson, the son of Moloch, admits to the mage that he has no idea how to handle the situation. She screams for them to be quiet and run, hoping that if they jump aside at the cliff's edge, the fall will kill the creature chasing them. The three stop amidst the chaos as the mage tells them to stand firm, facing the giant spider that has halted as if to challenge them. The mage complains about their failed plan while the spider's thunderous roar fills the air, making the atmosphere feel heavy and suffocating. Shock is visible on the faces of the mage and San as they face the unknown, while Hem's body remains suspended in midair. Though he was unconscious and defenseless, Hem's eyes suddenly snap open as he looks around in confusion, his body sensing the surrounding. He wonders about his location and remembers being attacked by that race, but a sudden noise interrupts his train of thought. He falls silent and looks toward the sound, spotting a giant insect cornering a group of terrified people at the edge of a cliff. After searching in vain for his missing axe, Hem realizes he has no choice but to improvise his next move. Hem observes the terrain and notices floating rocks, leading to an idea that brings a bright, determined smile to his face. The giant insect fixes its glowing eyes on its prey, salivating heavily as it prepares to move in for the kill. As the creature lunges, the terrified mage covers her eyes. Missing the moment, a massive rock falls and strikes the insect's head. The creature is crushed instantly, and the mage slowly opens her eyes to find everyone standing in complete astonishment. The beetle's head is crushed by a boulder, prompting an armored warrior to cry out that the gods have saved them while the sorceress listens intently before looking upward. Spotting Gem leaping nimbly across the rocks, the sorceress smiles with relief and agrees that their salvation likely came from him. Drog stands atop the beetle's carcass brandishing his hammer and shouting, while a weary Gem arrives carrying Rafa only to be mocked as a coward by the sneering warrior. Suddenly, Oat pushes Drog from behind, sending him tumbling forward before taking a seat on the insect and warning the fool to watch his mouth. Oat and San both defend Gem, explaining that he and the harem guard saved everyone from becoming insect food within the cocoons. San demands that Drog show some respect, but the warrior snaps back, questioning what a former slave would know about such a concept. Drog insults San by calling him a purple-sex slave who once crawled at the feet of pink-skinned masters in the east, but San remains unfazed. San retorts that he was once a gladiator and a master sailor for Adraros, never crawling for anyone, which only further insults the red-skinned Drog. Drog claims San's kind only knows invaders as masters, but San provokes him further by suggesting Drog's own people will soon face a similar fate. Enraged, Drog beats his chest and bellows his name, identifying himself as Drog Grimerson, son of Mala. He proclaims himself the champion of the Western Mountains and future chief of the Dragma tribe, challenging anyone to stand against him. Drog suddenly looks around in confusion as San rushes to Gem's side, anxiously asking if the injured Rafa will be all right. Gem gently lays the girl down and explains his plan to splint her arm, though he is uncertain if it will cause an adverse reaction. Gem mentions that the sorceress is currently unable to heal the injury, prompting San to offer his own assistance. San explains his experience with broken bones, while Gem stands and asks for the man's name as he begins applying bandages. Introducing himself as San Kafa, son of Kafa Ramon, the man looks at Gem with deep devotion and pledges his service to Lep the Liberator. Feeling a bit awkward, Gem asks to be called simply Lep before questioning San about his past experiences as a sailor. Gem expresses a desire to hear of San's travel, and San agrees that they should drink together once they have the opportunity. A sudden noise startles San, while Drog continues to boast about his divine destiny, until Voger harshly commands the fool to be silent. Voger points toward the distance, drawing everyone's attention to a massive, glowing purple butterfly. Game watches helplessly and sighs at the absurdity as the beetle's carcass rots, until a hand suddenly emerges from the remains. A figure struggles to climb out of the beetle's body with a roaring cry, looking around anxiously as he searches for something. Pushing himself up, the man searches for anything useful and touches a bag that begins to emit a soft glow. Game smirks and exclaims in triumph, but a voice suddenly asks if he will ever stop stealing, causing him to turn in surprise. Game sits on the beetle's back and greets Lep, who responds to the call with a weary sigh. Lep remarks that M has finally decided to wake up after making quite a lot of noise. Game agrees that staying alive is a noisy business, and explains while holding a glowing stone that he is working hard to ensure their survival. Game reminds Lep that he was the one who put him to sleep, which Lep claims was a necessary move to keep him away. Game acknowledges their shared memories, but asks why Lep is complaining if he already knows the reasons behind his action. Lep sadly remarks on how dangerous Game is, prompting Game to grip the stone tightly and ask what he means. Game asks if Lep remembers their arrival, recalling a giant purple butterfly on a wall and verge pointing toward the horizon. As a massive swarm of beetles draws near, Game shouts instructions and uses hand signals to guide the group forward. The group works together to hollow out the dead beetle and crawls inside its body, which is filled with oozing green blood. While some push the carcass to escape the approaching swarm, the rest cling to the giant remains as they all plunge into the abyss. Lep laughs as the memory returns, and Game adds that the people followed him without even asking for a reason. Game notes that they followed because they trusted his solution and had no other options available. Lep insists that the people, including Verge, followed Game because they had absolute faith in his abilities. Lep explains that this influence is what makes Game dangerous, leading Game to ask what he should do if that is the case. M suggests that Lep should simply lead the people to safety and asks if he can abandon his other plan. Lep tells M that the people must learn to control their own destiny to ensure they never become slaves to anyone else. He sighs and declares that while he may not have been born a Boghai, he is certain he will die as one rather than perish as a slave. He tells his companion to return to sleep if they dislike his method, but a sudden cry prompts Gem to illuminate a glowing stone and shout that someone is nearby. He quickly clears the path to investigate and eventually finds Rafa lying motionless, while Gem follows closely behind and asks about her condition. When asked if she is injured, he shakes his head and explains that she appears no worse than before but remains unconscious due to the medicine they administer. Noting that her condition has taken a heavy toll on her, he lifts Rafa up and wonders aloud why only the two of them are present. He questions what happened to the others just as a sigh and footsteps echo, followed by Drog approaching sluggishly and screaming for them to join him in the fire. As Rafa sits unconscious against a wall with a hand gently resting on her, Gem runs over from a distance while holding up a bag. Gem reports finding a small amount of food and water nearby, but notes there is no sign of anyone else, looking around with visible discomfort. Wondering where everyone went, he sighs and explains that there are two paths leading away from the pit, offering different directions to escape. Gem asks why the group was separated, and while he admits it is a good question, he insists they must choose a direction while observing the care given to Rafa. He suggests staying put until he suddenly turns to ask Gem if he hears anything, though Gem calmly replies that he hears nothing and asks where he is going. He urgently calls out Maria's name, prompting a confused Gem to ask Lep what he is doing as he begins to move away. Ignoring the response, Lep rushes toward Maria while Gem chases after him, warning that it is a trap before Lep disappears into the distance. From a distance, Kataga laughs chillingly and declares that from this moment on, he shall be known as Lep the Liberator. Holding a torch as he watches demons burn, Lep sighs and tells Gem he could end everything right there as others brandish weapons nearby. He believes that letting him go will bring them all freedom, while Gem clenches his fists as Lep runs over to embrace Gora. After promising Gora that he will always be his brother regardless of what happens, Gem and the others celebrate and share the water they managed to obtain. He earnestly tells Kiwi that he intends to make the world a better place in the future, making a solemn promise to both him and his companion. Meanwhile, Gem struggles with his own thoughts, convinced that everything Lep said was a lie and that he can no longer be trusted. A woman suddenly takes a man's hand and pulls him along as Bajich leads Lep away, though he can only respond with a dazed question. Lep asks about Brutus, and Bohais gazes at him affectionately, saying he is waiting so they can finally be together without any more fighting. Bohais comforts Lep by holding his face and explaining that his battles are over because he has finally been returned to his family to rest. Despite Lep's insistence that he is still needed, Bohais looks at him with sympathy and reminds him that his family needs him more than the others do. Bohais points toward Brutus, who is waiting nearby, and encourages his friend to stop hesitating and join them. She takes Lep's hand to lead him away, expressing her deep happiness and how much she missed him now that they can be together forever. Lep begins to fall under her spell and agrees to go with her, but Game suddenly appears with a look of intense fury. Game delivers a powerful punch to Lep's face and commands him to wake up, causing Lep's hollow gaze to refocus on the two figures. Even as Bohais continues to plead for him to stay, Lep finally snaps back to reality and screams that they are not real. Bohase transforms into a ghastly creature as she fades into the darkness, while Game tells Lep it is time to leave and begins to gather his gear. Game reasons that the piglings avoid this area out of fear for that entity and asks Lep where they should head next. Lep suggests moving away from the creature to find Virgil and the others, prompting Game to ask why Virgil would be there. While lifting Rafa, Lep explains that the entity uses those closest to them as bait and asks who Virgil would care about most. Game nods in agreement, and when Lep looks at him with a questioning expression, Game turns away and stoically confirms the truth. Game expresses gratitude for Lep's trust, while Lep reflects on his responsibilities and asks Game to keep him on the right path. Lep asks Game to hold him accountable if he ever falters, and the two men shake hands to seal their mutual agreement. As Game carries Rafa and searches for the others, he looks down at the water and sadly notes that they have found no traces of anyone. After hours of searching without success, Game overhears a conversation nearby about whether they have taken the wrong path or if the others left. Inside a cave, Virgil explains to the group that the ancients built temples to serve as portals for traveling between different levels. When OS asks about the need for expeditions, Game recalls a bridge and explains that the portals could only transport a few people at a time. He adds that the top 3 levels were destroyed by Jira before their function was realized, leading to a bitter curse against the reckless fools. He continues explaining that nobles keep these locations secret so they can use them to escape expeditions if things become difficult. Pointing at him triumphantly, the man confirms that if he ever becomes stranded on a floor, he should seek out a temple as a means of escape. He points to a glowing stone near a water basin, noting that their food would vanish with them, prompting a confused Rafa to ask about the water. Rafa asks where they are, and Game tells her to rise slowly due to her injuries, explaining they escaped an attack and are now on a lower floor. Rafa curiously asks if the liquid is water because she is thirsty, and while Game confirms it is, he hesitates to say more, causing her to press him. He explains his uncertainty regarding the water's safety, leading Rafa to bow her head in disappointment before he asks how her arm is feeling. She looks at her arm and mentions it feels numb, so Game comforts her by explaining that the herb San applied will prevent further damage. He promises to find a healer, but a tearful Rafa turns away, reminding him that Bungu would never waste money on her treatment. She claims she would rather die there than be thrown into a harem pit, but Game tries to make her understand that death is not the answer. Game insists no one has to die and promises to call in favors for a healer if necessary, causing her to look at him in wide-eyed disbelief. He sighs and reaffirms his promise, but Rafa suddenly becomes emotional, declaring she would do anything for him, even marry him, leaving Game confused. Game remarks that he cannot tell if her words are an offer or a threat, and when she shouts at him, he realizes she is being completely serious. She explains that a life for a life is the way of her people, and after observing her expression, Game decides to go along with her wishes. Game agrees to take her life but clarifies he wants her knowledge and loyalty rather than a slave, asking if she will grant him her free will. Rafa asks if he wants her to be a war maiden on his council, and Game suggests that her loyalty is his most precious prize. A single tear falls as Rafa begins to sob uncontrollably, leaving Game bewildered until she suddenly reaches out and grabs the water bucket. She begins to drink the water aggressively, causing Game to shout in a panic that the liquid might be toxic or harmful to her. Slamming the bucket down and wiping her tears, she swears before the gods to serve him loyally, even unto death, leaving Game completely stunned. His eyes narrow as if he is planning something, and he suddenly drinks from the bucket himself despite Rafa's frantic cries of protest. He drains the bucket and declares that this is his bond to her as her master, stating that if they must die, they will die together. The two sit motionless and face each other in total silence as Rafa blushes, wondering if they are performing a bonding ceremony. Game suddenly calls out to Rafa, causing her to jump and respond reflexively while he observes her with a scrutinizing gaze. When asked how she feels, Rafa quickly replies that she is fine, and Game stands up to agree that he feels the same. Concluding that the substance was not poisonous, Game decides to gather more water before moving on, prompting an innocent Rafa to ask where they are going. Game turns away and explains they will find some thieves to obtain food and assistance, adding with a determined look that they will seek revenge if that fails. At the lakeside, they find a dead blue demon holding a golden cord, leading Game to realize they are not alone while Rafa wonders what happened to the creature. Game admits he does not know what killed the demon as he scans the area, but his eyes soon fall upon a stone marked with a specific symbol. A symbol consisting of 2 slashes and a triangle begins to glow on the stone, and Rafa suggests that they will soon discover its meaning. Game ignores her and instructs her to jump aside on his command, leading a frightened Rafa to ask if the threat is lurking above them. Game repeats his instruction and leaps to the side, shouting for her to jump just as a massive creature crashes down where they had been standing. Rafa asks what the creature is, and after observing the monster as it reveals its true form, Game suddenly shouts the name Drog. Game speaks with regret about what remains of his former companion as Drog growls that they had called for him, but he never came. Drog growls more intensely and approaches the two, offering them perfection and inviting them to join their ranks. Rafa retreats slightly and asks if Drog was always so large, to which Game remarks that something has clearly been done to transform him. Rafa urges Game to run, but he refuses, stating that he does not run from threats and has no intention of starting now. Rafa angrily asks if he is crazy as Drog draws closer and invites them to join, but a gourd is suddenly thrown and sticks to the spikes on the monster's back. Game finally pulls Rafa away and begins to run, leaving her confused and asking what is happening as they flee. A voice commands Ova to act, causing Drog's body to burst into flames as he screams in the fire, prompting Rafa to ask Game how he knew. Game watches the fire in silence before explaining that he had spotted a ghost-hunting symbol for an ambush written near the demon's body. Game explains he remained still so the hidden attackers could aim properly, and a figure emerges from the darkness to praise him for being excellent bait. Vogel points to his head and admits he once questioned the wisdom of the sign, but now he understands its value as he watches the fire and notes that the enemy's weakness to fire is their greatest advantage. When Gen asks about their numbers, Vogel shakes his head and explains that the group was attacked immediately upon reaching the bottom of the abyss, which was the last information they gathered. Vogel explains they were forced to flee until they could identify their enemy, prompting Gen to sarcastically thank him for being left behind during the retreat. With a calculating look, Vogel insists they didn't know Gen's location and claims it was a strategic necessity, causing Gen to roll his eyes and clear his throat in disbelief. Gen remarks that such tactics were never going to work on him before pointing to the bag on Hem's shoulder and identifying it as his own, which Hem responds to with a laugh. Hem jokingly agrees while mentioning the gourds inside, and as Gen checks the bag and notes they were put to good use, Hem expresses their genuine relief at finding him alive. Gen grows suspicious of Hem's tone, sensing that their reunion involves more than just relief at his survival and questioning what is truly going on. As Vogel and Hem exchange thoughtful glances, Rafa shouts in excitement about the amazing discoveries they made while searching for a temple. Rafa suddenly stops and stares intently at the images carved into the cliffside, drawing Ova's attention as they both react with surprise to what they see. Vogel admits his own astonishment at the depiction of the Borgi and the insect race working together against the goblins, wondering how such an alliance could have been possible. Sand suggests that art takes many forms and might represent a dream, leading Gen to ask if they found the temple, though Hem shakes his head in uncertainty. Hem points toward the cliffside in the hope that Gen can locate the entrance, and soon the entire group stands before a massive golden door. When Gen asks if the door has been inspected, Vogel explains that they found no visible mechanism to open it, leaving Gen to scratch his chin in deep thought. As Gen reaches out to touch the door, he is suddenly pulled into a pitch-black void, causing him to cry out in panic as he wonders where he has been taken. A voice from a statue announces that it is waiting for Leonard Iran van der Steen as the exhausted, starving army continues their march, with one soldier drinking the final drop of water. Another soldier angrily demands his share and complains that the water is nearly gone, but his companion only mocks his misfortune. The soldier timidly blames their commander for their predicament, questioning why they must trek back up when every floor is supposed to have a temple. His companion laughs and asks if Bungu would ever return to his father empty-handed, explaining that the commander requires a vast amount of misty crystal. With his stomach growling loudly, the soldier wonders if the commander could at least use the temples to provide them with food. He laments that most of their essential supplies were lost during the attack, while casting an annoyed and resentful glance toward Bungu. One soldier remarks that Lord Bungu only cares about securing funds to settle his debts upon his return, and has no concern for their well-being. The reason that if he cared, he would have brought supplies. Then they turn their gaze toward Grace's group, noting they still have food. Believing themselves superior as mages essential to the expedition's success, the two men laugh smugly while asserting their importance over the other. They decide to force the others to hand over their rations, intending to show everyone who is truly in charge if they meet any resistance. Suddenly, Zack appears from behind and grabs both men by their necks, furiously demanding to know who they think is actually in command. As the two men fearfully try to backpedal, Zack's expression darkens as he threatens to use them as live bait for hunting the insectoid. The men turn pale with terror, but Vaughn suddenly intervenes and asks Zack to release them to avoid drawing the attention of nearby goblins. One of the soldiers mockingly agrees that there will be trouble if they aren't released, prompting Zack to frown and consider his options. Zack drops the men to the ground and confiscates their bells, warning that he will only return the magical catalysts if they behave themselves. Unable to tolerate the soldier's defiant attitude, Zack glares at him before turning toward Vaughn with a questioning smile. Vaughn bows his head and sadly declines the offer to join the army, prompting Jack to offer some words of advice. Jack explains that even his group is low on supplies and other units are nearly depleted, making it a bad time to act alone. Vaughn remains firm in his refusal to join yet, while Jack empathizes by mentioning his own loss of Hem and Lep's sacrifice for Vaughn. Despite Jack's plea not to waste those sacrifices, Vaughn refuses again, leading Jack to warn him that Verger's men are also hunting for supply. Vaughn expresses doubt that the ruler OS would allow such actions, and Jack walks away while leaving him with a final thought. Jack hopes Vaughn's trust is well placed while Vaughn's people watch him leave, as Vara leads her Grace units nearby. After exchanging greetings with other members of the Grace, Vara removes her heavy helmet and heads toward a beautiful meadow. Vara approaches Vaughn, who gently asks her how the patrol went. Vara notes they encountered more traitors than swarm creatures, causing Vaughn to sigh and wish he could also flee. When Vara asks what Lep would think, a saddened Vaughn replies that Lep would understand because he always wanted Vaughn to make wise choices. Vara encourages Vaughn to trust in himself and the reason Lep chose him, but Vaughn remains deeply pained by the situation. Vaughn believes Jem was more experienced, but Vara assures him that his followers truly believe in his leadership. Vara points out that no one has deserted him yet, though Vaughn suspects they only stay because they still have supply. Vaughn fears everyone will leave once the food is gone, then sincerely apologizes to Vara for what happened to Sun and the others. Vara tells him not to give up and live with regret, prompting Vaughn to strike his own head and call himself a coward. Vaughn admits the immense pressure of trying to manage everything, so Vara shares her commander's advice about focusing only on what can be controlled. Vaughn finds the advice quite wise, and Vara laughs while remarking that her commander is only that insightful when he is sober. As Vaughn ponders the idea of focusing on what he can control, Vara picks a flower and offers it to him to lift his spirits. Vaughn suddenly has an epiphany and hugs a blushing Vara in gratitude before racing away to put his plan into motion. A flustered Vara watches him go as Vaughn returns to his people and begins sketching a design on the ground. Vaughn points to the flower seeds and asks for help finding them, but Jem crosses his arms in annoyance, reminding the young man that their mission is to hunt the insectoid, while Gunn pouts and notes they won't have time to search before breaking camp. Despite the objections, Vaughn remains firm in his conviction that there must be a way, leading Vara to suggest seeking assistance from the other elves. Vara questions the two men about the situation, prompting Jem to hesitantly explain that the other elves will only help if there is something in it for them. When Vaughn insists on asking for help, Jem warns him that the others will demand their essential supplies in exchange, leaving them with almost nothing. Vaughn counters by stating they already lack enough supplies to make the journey back home anyway. He instructs them to contact the other commanders for help, and Jem reluctantly complies while Gunn begins the necessary preparation. While keeping an eye on his surroundings, Vaughn uses a moment of distraction to cut seedlings with his knife as Jem directs the rest of the group. After stealthily gathering seeds and supplies, Vaughn starts a fire under a large pan and tells James that everything is ready for the salt. James hands over a heavy barrel of salt with a warning, and Vara watches in shock as Vaughn pours the entire contents into the pan, questioning what he is doing. Vaughn explains that when he was young, his mother would save small amounts of salt until she had enough to prepare a large batch. Once the salt was hot, she would add the seeds and dried dough pieces she had prepared to create a meal. Vaughn offers some of the salt-fried seeds to Vara, who tastes them and immediately exclaims how delicious they are. Gunn shyly taps Vaughn on the back and points toward the hungry crowd behind them, suggesting that he will need to cook much more to satisfy everyone's hunger. Vaughn smiles and explains that he anticipated this by requesting so much salt, then continues to prepare batch after batch for the group. As everyone gathers around the hot pans in high spirits, Vaughn affectionately thanks Vara, who modestly asks what she could have possibly done to help him. Vaughn admits he was scared and that Vara helped him feel supported by reminding him to be realistic. But as she replies it was her honor, a voice suddenly rings out. Zach appears behind them with a knowing smile, asking if he is interrupting before congratulating Vaughn on finding so much food for the group. Vaughn stands up modestly, explaining that they can now cook seeds and other items that would otherwise require oil or water to prepare. Vaughn believes these rations will sustain them on the journey home, leading Zach to remark that Lep was right to choose both of them for this task. Vaughn scratches his neck and admits to Zach that while he neither likes nor trusts him, he has realized that some tasks cannot be accomplished alone. The two agree to cooperate and form an alliance until their return, just as a gray messenger rushes in to inform the commander. Vrak is initially annoyed, but his expression turns to fear the moment the messenger whispers the news into his ear. Vaughn senses something is wrong as Vrak turns away, coldly remarking that their alliance was formed not a moment too soon. With a grim expression, Vrak reveals that Hamo has ambushed and killed Oswald, leading Vaughn to realize they will be the next targets. Overwhelmed with regret, Hamo sobs over Oswald's body, insisting he never intended to kill him and wondering why he was attacked. Badaboth places a hand on Hamo's shoulder and offers icy consolation, telling him not to act as if the world is ending. When Badaboth points out that Oswald was not his blood relative, Hamo glares back through his tears and picks up his sword. Hamo shouts that this is all Badaboth's fault, pointing his blood-stained blade at the man who remains completely unmoved. Badaboth remains calm, reminding Hamo that he was the one who initiated contact and accusing the boy of trying to frame him. Hamo accuses Badaboth of feigning friendship to hide his true nature, but Badaboth merely asks if kindness and decency are crime. Badaboth claims they share human ancestry, but Hamo screams at the green-skinned traitor for selling his own people to the goblin. Badaboth shamelessly argues that they are only doing what is necessary to survive and should continue to help one another. Unable to strike, Hamo collapses in grief, calling himself a fool for trusting Badaboth and accepting that he deserves his fate. Badaboth looks on with feigned pity, telling Hamo not to give up on redemption before recalling the moment Oswald stormed the tent. Badaboth had been pleased to meet Hamo but feared his brothers would find out, leading to a confrontation where Hamo grabbed a weapon. During the struggle, Hamo was pushed back and noticed a bottle of magic potion sitting on a wooden table behind him. Oswald watched in shock as Hamo drank the liquid, gaining a surge of uncontrollable energy that led him to stab Oswald in the stomach. Hamo weeps as he explains that the potion caused him to lose control, insisting he only wanted to stop Oswald's assault. Badaboth claims he warned Hamo about the side effects and notes that since the deed is done, there is no way to change the past. Badaboth tells Hamo there is no time for shock, as the Grey Elves remain enslaved and their expedition is nearing its conclusion. At this moment, Hamo's strength and wisdom are needed more than ever, as the Grey Goblins must rise against the arrogant Bungu to secure a future. Bungu must never return to the surface, and his lineage must be ended immediately, prompting Hamo to smile bitterly and ask if he is being taken for a fool. Hamo argues that regardless of which tribe rules, the blue-skinned Jira will always oppress them, but Border Bird shakes his head and insists that times have changed. Explaining that the rules have changed under the dominant Red Eagle flag, he notes that the Jira no longer control their own fate and are merely pawns of the Brazilian Republic. Surprised by the fragility of the compromise, Hamo admits he previously believed the Republic only engaged in trade with other races. Border Bird mentions the golden-armored soldiers in feathered hats, explaining how it began with simple trade before they eventually hired mercenaries. He describes how the Republic used mercenaries to commit various atrocities until those soldiers became even more despised than the Republic itself. Brazilim's power remains unchallenged, while people like Bak and DK are isolated and left without help, abandoned to oppression and slavery. Hamo remains skeptical that the Jira fell into such a trap, realizing the deal between Brazilim and Bungu was designed to perpetuate slavery. Border Bird remarks indifferently that they will soon have new masters who are impossible to overthrow. Unless Hamo acts now, though he wonders why he was chosen over his father or brothers. leading Bordor to call his father a great but narrow-minded man. Describing his father as a gang leader rather than a king, Bordor deems Ballo and Lutzer unfit, while dismissing the fallen Oz for his blind loyalty and lack of resolve. Questioning what kind of leader would attack without allowing an explanation, Bordor Bird firmly insists that only Hamo can save them. He attempts to persuade Hamo that they can end the chaos and ensure he no longer suffers humiliation at the hands of tyrants. Hamo remains defiant, questioning what a blue-skinned noble knows of pain, but Bordor Bird reaches out, stating that suffering transcends race and class. Offering the alliance one last time, Bordor Bird receives a handshake from Hamo on the condition that the expeditions end and his people live on the surface. Hamo insists they will continue searching for mist crystals, but demands human rights instead of slavery, bringing a satisfied smile to Bordor Bird's face. Leaning in, Bordor Bird tells Hamo he has made the right choice and promises his support, though Hamo must still face his own challenges. Ignoring the noise outside, Hamo interrupts with a frown to add one final condition. He wants Zach Vaughn eliminated. Pleased by the request, Bordor Bird assures him the plan is already in motion, prompting Hamo to glance gloomily at Oz before dismissing him. Bodo Bert steps out of his tent to find a subordinate waiting with a towel, which he takes to wipe his hands clean. He reflects on the distasteful necessity of dealing with such a lowly individual while worrying about the anger of his brothers. When asked if the man will survive, Bodo Bert tosses the towel back and remarks that his survival is simply a matter of destiny. He plans to inform the goblins of their deal and smuggle mist crystals, intending to bring offerings to the priestess of Ria upon his return. Fearing for his life if Kataga's predictions are wrong, he hears the sound of hurried footsteps echoing through the cave. A man wearing a headscarf and his companions are frantically pushing a cart of gems when they are suddenly halted by a sharp blade. Vara sternly demands to know their business, prompting the terrified man to surrender and claim he is delivering a letter. Ruan recognizes the messenger and convinces Vara to let him pass, watching as the man quickly runs away. Vara sheathes her sword and admits she is unsure if he belongs to the insect tribe, despite rumors that their tunnels are empty. Ruan prepares himself while noting that the goblins promised these tunnels were a shortcut to the fourth floor. Vara expresses her desire to leave the area quickly as the messenger kneels respectfully before Bungu to deliver his report. The messenger explains that a mineral cart has a broken axle and requires repairs, prompting Bungu to demand how long it will take. After hearing that unloading the cargo will take considerable time, Bungu turns his gaze toward a nervous Bodo Bert. Feeling the tension, Bodo Bert suggests that the tunnels are too dangerous to wait and wonders if they should just abandon the cart. Bungu reacts with fury, questioning if Bodo Bert truly expects to return home with such a meager amount of resources. Bungu threatens to send them all back with the cart, causing a terrified Bodo Bert to cautiously offer an alternative plan. He proposes leaving a group of seasoned warriors behind to protect the cart and catch up later while the main group continues. Bungu is surprised by the suggestion to leave Jack's group behind, as they are among his most elite fighters. Bodo Bert argues that their strength is exactly why they should stay to guard against the lingering dangers of the tunnel. Bungu eventually agrees that the area is dangerous, while Vara remains quietly among the crowd, unnoticed by the others. Bungu focuses his gaze on Vara and orders Bordibust to send the warrior back to assist the others. Bordibust is shocked as she is the last warrior in the expedition, but Bungu insists with a sinister smile that the less she reveals to those on the surface, the better. Unaware of the plan, Vara talks with Ruan while Bordibust reluctantly obeys, as others nearby work on repairing a broken wheel against a stone wall. Standing with Gun, Vaughn notices Vara and asks what she is doing there. Vara explains she was sent back to help, prompting a confused but pleased Vaughn to scratch his head in relief at her presence. Vara shyly admits she is happy to see him again before turning away, while Jack and Gun watch the awkward pair with mischievous grins. Gun playfully slaps Vaughn's back and teases him about his desire to talk to her, leading an embarrassed Vaughn to grab Gun and tell him to be quiet. Vara asks if Vaughn truly wanted to speak with her, but he quickly and awkwardly denies it. Gun excitedly interjects, joking that Vaughn was feeling cold and needed Vara to help keep him warm. Vaughn quickly silences Gun and explains he was actually just reminiscing about a fried salt dish he used to prepare. Vara smiles and agrees she misses that dish too, but then looks around and notices a lack of protection. She asks why there are so few warriors and if they fear the insectoids, but Vaughn casually replies that the creatures seem to have abandoned the area. Vaughn points out the dry, cracked walls as evidence of the insect's long absence, but Jem approaches and expresses his doubts about their luck. Jem reveals that the craftsmen found the cart had been intentionally sabotaged, leading Vaughn to wonder if the workers simply didn't want to pull it anymore. Jem considers the possibility of sabotage to strand them, while Jack wonders if Hamo is behind the scheme. Vaughn remains skeptical since Hamo has been quiet since Oswald's death, but Jack reminds him of the man's deceptive nature. Jack warns that as Verger's son, Hamo prefers indirect attacks, prompting Gunn to suggest stationing more guards near the tunnel. Vaughn agrees and assigns Gunn to the rearguard, but as Gunn accepts the task, he hears a strange sound beneath his feet. Gunn curiously picks up a mysterious blue stone from the ground, just as a powerful gust of wind sweeps into the cave. Accompanied by eerie noises, the wind puts Jack, Vaughn, Vara, Jem, and Gunn on high alert as they scan their surroundings. Everyone shares the same concern as Vaughn's guard unit, and Jack look around in confusion toward the source of the scream. Sensing extreme tension, Gunn warns the group that they are in trouble, which immediately piques Vara's curiosity. Gunn holds up a wriggling blue stone he discovered, which Vaughn examines closely before offering his assessment. Vaughn identifies the object as a Zerg communication gland, prompting a serious Jack to ask where it was found. Gunn points toward the path and explains he found it hidden in the rubble, likely placed there to lure the Zerg. Vaughn and Jen realize they have fallen into a trap, leading Jack to inquire about the distance to the reinforcements. Gunn estimates the reinforcements are 50 kilometers away and suggests they can still escape, a plan Vara supports. Vara suggests abandoning the vehicle and fleeing before the Zerg arrive, while Jen remains silent. Vaughn and Jack exchange looks of concern, prompting Vara to ask what is wrong as Jack awkwardly rubs his neck. Jack explains that returning without the minerals would result in their execution, causing Gunn to react with frustration. Gunn urges everyone to act quickly, noting that the guards have been captured and they will be the next targets. Jack decisively agrees that they must move, declaring that those capable of fighting will stay to intercept the enemy. Jack hopes the enemies are only scouts they can handle while the rest of the team finishes repairs and loads the vehicle. Jack orders Gunn to take the stone as far away as possible and discard it, which Gunn does while complaining about the smell. As the group prepares to depart, Vaughn stops them to propose a plan involving the dusty environment of the cave. Hiding behind a large rock, Gunn questions the plan's effectiveness, while Vaughn explains that the Zerg will follow the scent. Vaughn believes the Zerg will be lured into the cave instead of finding the vehicle where the blue stone was positioned. Gunn asks why they cannot simply leave the stone and flee, but Vaughn explains that the Zerg would eventually search the entire area. Vaughn argues that having a plan is better than a random encounter, then notices Vara watching from a distance. Vara waves and smiles warmly at Vaughn, who blushes and waves back happily, much to Gunn's confusion. Rax asks why Vaughn hasn't confessed his feelings, but Vaughn sighs helplessly, noting she will leave once they reach the surface. Rax encourages him to try since there is nothing to lose, leading a reluctant Vaughn to say he will think about it. Loud noises draw near as Rax and Gunn hide behind a tall rock to assess the approaching threat. Rax stares toward the sound and becomes terrified upon realizing it is not the scouting team they expected. A giant monster appears, emitting screeching sounds as it glares toward Vaughn and his companion. Vaughn trembles at the sight of the insected warrior, while Gunn loses all his courage and becomes paralyzed with fear. As Gunn panics about what to do, Vaughn notices something unusual and points out that the creature has arrived alone. Vaughn observes the monster and concludes it has no support, though a trembling Gunn fails to see the significance. Rax explains that without other units to relay orders, the creature will be confused, an advantage Vaughn agrees they must take. Rax tells Gunn this is their best chance as Vaughn grabs his weapon and moves into position to execute a new plan. They plan to attack the antennae from both sides, which Vara realizes will blind the creature and leave it defenseless. Vara praises Rax's wit and tells Vaughn to stay behind her, but he insists they face the threat together. Vara smiles and promises to warm up whatever he wants after the fight, leaving Vaughn flustered and blushing. Vaughn shouts a warning about the massive creature's presence as Vara bravely leads the charge into battle. Vara leaps off high rocks to move with incredible speed, while Rax joins her in surrounding the monster. They quickly sever the creature's horns, causing it to scream in pain as they prepare to drive the blinded beast toward the spikes. Vara and Vaughn use spears to force the monster against the ceiling's stone spikes, just as Vaughn warns that the cave is collapsing. Vaughn is knocked down by an impact and cries out in horror as he sees Vara pinned beneath the falling debris. Vara lies motionless under the heavy rocks while Vaughn desperately tries to free her, pleading for her to stay alive. Seeing the danger, Gunn shouts for Vaughn to get up immediately because they are running out of time. Vaughn is stunned to learn that the target is still alive and that more of the swarm are approaching, causing him to look back in shock. Two massive monsters emerge as the surroundings turn pitch black, leaving Game confused and disoriented about his location. Farhan's voice echoes, telling Leonard Arend van der Steen that he has been expected, while a fierce battle breaks out at the satellite station. Soldiers in red armor launch a relentless assault against the blue-armored troops, who have already been wounded and defeated. A system notification identifies the location as the neutral zone between the Eurasian technocracy and the American Empire during the 13th assault on Trench 42A. Blue-armored soldiers lie fallen across the battlefield as the system records 132 casualties from the recent engagement. A sergeant stirs and uses the last of his strength to sit up and grip his mask tightly. He casts the mask aside with a sharp clang and coughs painfully while struggling to breathe in the heavy air. A strange noise breaks the silence, and the sergeant quickly turns to see a figure in similar gear approaching through the flame. The sergeant takes a defensive stance with his weapon and demands identification as Vaughn continues to approach him. Vaughn identifies himself as being from Unit 2406, prompting the relieved sergeant to lower his guard and ask about the rest of the unit. Vaughn reveals that he is the only survivor he could find and informs the sergeant that the rest of the unit has perished. The sergeant is shocked by the news and desperately insists that there must be other survivors they need to find. Vaughn tries to calm the sergeant, warning him that it is far too dangerous for them to move around the battlefield. The sergeant remains adamant about searching for his men until a strange, echoing sound suddenly catches his attention. Before the sergeant can react, Vaughn shoves him forward just as a massive explosion erupts where they had been standing. As the sergeant lies on the ground calling for the private, Vaughn approaches to check on him while he clutches his injured legs in pain. Vaughn examines the wound and finds that shrapnel has pierced the femur, then prepares to stop the bleeding as the sergeant endures the pain. After surveying the area, Vaughn decides they cannot stay in the open and moves the sergeant into a nearby tank for safety. Once inside, Vaughn tells the sergeant to lie down for medical treatment, but the man insists on proceeding without any painkillers. The sergeant insists on stopping the bleeding despite the pain, lying down to ensure he remains conscious and clear-headed. Vaughn agrees to the sergeant's request and begins treating the wound while checking the navigation device on his forearm. Vaughn explains that his MCSCOMM system is malfunctioning and apologizes for the lost connection to the neutral zone headquarters. After sighing over the failed mission, Vaughn removes shrapnel while the sergeant suppresses his pain to keep talking. As the sergeant laments their comrade's pointless death, Vaughn uses tweezers on the largest fragment and asks about the sergeant's time in the zone. Vaughn reveals he is a reservist from the 5th Defense Forces 4th Regiment, prompting the sergeant to ask if this is his first or second rotation. Vaughn looks up to confirm it is his second rotation before learning the sergeant has served 10 years in the same unit. The sergeant's long service record surprises Vaughn, whose expression remains hidden behind his combat mask. Vaughn cynically remarks on doing his duty, while the sergeant recalls his wife calling him crazy for re-enlisting to gain full citizenship rights. Vaughn explains that as an orphan seeking citizenship, he had few options but to enlist, as he removes the final shrapnel and reaches for antiseptic. When the sergeant asks if he loves his country, Vaughn simply laughs and applies the spray to the wound without answering. The sergeant feels slighted by the laughter, but Vaughn smirks and dismisses the idea that anything was particularly funny. Vaughn finishes the treatment and tells the sergeant to rest while the medicine works, as the sergeant struggles to sit up. Vaughn suggests they wait for an opportunity to sneak back rather than running, a proposal that leaves the sergeant confused. The sergeant refuses to retreat, insisting they must find a way to complete their mission and destroy the sensor. Vaughn nods and tells the sergeant with all due respect that his plan to continue the mission is insane. The target is a massive machine with solar panels and 4 robots, guarded by 4 turrets and a large contingent of soldiers. Vaughn mockingly reminds the sergeant that 3 fleets already failed to take the objective, and 2 men cannot hope to succeed. Pointing out that the sergeant can barely stand, Vaughn refuses to charge back into what he describes as a meat grinder. Vaughn removes his helmet and sets it aside, expressing his true desire to simply wait for a safe chance to return to their line. The sergeant raises his eyebrows and threatens to issue a direct order, but Private Vaughn narrows his eyes and defiantly states he would rather face a court-martial than those guns. Vaughn's eyes betray his suppressed irritation, prompting the sergeant to lower his head with a heavy sigh and admit that he cannot force the private to comply. The sergeant decides to try his luck when the time is right, while Vaughn's frustration gives way to a look of sudden curiosity. Vaughn asks if the sergeant knows who originally owned the lair they occupied a year ago, to which the weary sergeant narrows his eyes in response. The sergeant identifies the previous owners as the enemy, but Vaughn solemnly recounts his own experience fighting at that very location. He explains how the site changed hands between them and the enemy year after year, noting that nothing ever truly changes in this endless cycle of slaughter. Vaughn describes the conflict as a massacre of the poor and displaced, where promises of citizenship after 10 years are hollow as no one survives 6 months before becoming fodder. As Vaughn finishes his grim account, the sergeant is unable to hide his profound shock. Vaughn observes that they are merely defending themselves, noting that the sergeant's eyes reflect his inner thoughts and suggesting the enemy leader likely makes the same claim. Everyone believes they are the hero despite the reality, causing the sergeant to grit his teeth in shock as if he has been defeated. Vaughn calmly explains that he is merely stating the truth based on his extensive experience in war, warning the sergeant about the risks of retrieving the censor. He warns that the sergeant will die pointlessly while the war continues, leaving his wife alone until she eventually moves on with her life. The sergeant falls silent as confusion and hesitation cloud his gaze, his eyes drooping under the heavy weight of returning memory. Vaughn leans against the wall and gazes into the distance, his voice dropping with hidden sadness as he reveals that he told his wife to move on. He explains that he does not want her waiting for someone who may never return, stating his intent to die completing the mission and hoping 2406 understands. Vaughn coldly leaves the choice to him without opening his eyes, while the determined sergeant vows to finish the mission just as a violent explosion rocks the area. Vaughn steadies himself against the artillery fire and wonders if they have been discovered as both men cautiously peer through a gap to check outside. Relieved to see their own forces attacking the trench, the sergeant grips his helmet and suggests using the distraction to reach the censor only 150 meters away. The sergeant slowly puts on his helmet with lingering anxiety while offering warm and sincere words of reassurance. Vaughn warns the sergeant that he will not succeed, but the sergeant remains tense and conflicted, insisting that this is their only opportunity. Vaughn questions the purpose of such an opportunity with a skeptical frown, but the sergeant grits his teeth with unshakable resolve. The sergeant wants their deaths to have meaning and be remembered, leading Vaughn to silently meet his gaze and ask who exactly is going to die. Without hesitation, the sergeant identifies the victims as his own men, the ones he leads who trusted him to bring them home safely. He expresses deep remorse for his men as a massive moon hangs above, casting a faint glow over the drifting white clouds. As they support each other, the sergeant notes that arriving reinforcements signal victory and wonders how the private manages to remain so calm despite the pain. The sergeant admits his struggle to be strong and brave, to which Vaughn immediately responds that he simply has something to keep him on the right path. The sergeant cautiously asks if that something is what drives him to sacrifice his life, and Vaughn indifferently agrees with the assessment. Lost in confusion and searching for answers, the sergeant asks to be called Eric just as Vaughn quickly raises his hand. Lev signals his teammate Eric and tells him he is mistaken, asserting that they do not make a difference through death. He explains that change is only possible through the living, as the sergeant tightly grips his comrade's hand. The sergeant wonders if his time has come, but Vaughn offers a faint smile and admits he lacks the authority to decide that. With a meaningful look, Vaughn repeats that Eric is wrong and that true impact comes from living rather than dying. As a bright blue light illuminates the young man's face, his sincere words emphasize that only the living can change the world. Farhan watches the scene and remarks that the past of Leonard Iran van der Steen reveals him to be a fascinating being. Game demands to know why he is there, while the other figure's soulless eyes seem to peer through his very soul. Game struggles to contain his anger as the figure explains that his kin find him long-winded and offers to show him the truth. Game grows uneasy as the figure prepares to act, and a sudden snap of fingers signals the start of a transformation. Before he can react, Game is pulled into a dark void and transported to a place he cannot identify. Game looks around warily and stumbles back in a moment of panic as he tries to comprehend his new surroundings. Losing his balance, Game falls to the floor and stares in shock at the figure walking toward him. The master watches Farhan with a hopeful gaze and asks for good news as Farhan kneels in a show of deep respect. Farhan delivers a message from Graham, leading the master to ask if the situation with Corrigan has been settled. The master expresses his frustration over his destroyed mind, but Farhan reassures him that the army is occupied elsewhere. Farhan reports that the forces are fighting Tusk and the Cursed Army in the north, while Game recalls they should have been wiped out. Farhan turns to leave as Game realizes with shock that he is witnessing events from the end of the Age of God. Game understands these are memories from centuries ago as Farhan stops and addresses a man named Enshad. Farhan informs Enshad that the next phase is ready, leaving Game stunned to realize he is looking at the legendary figure. Game notes that the monster who conquered the world looks nothing like the ancient cave paintings as Enshad thanks Farhan. After the master expressed hope that Graham's words would be beneficial, Farhan placed a hand on his chest and bowed with solemn respect, urging him not to worry. Farhan assured his master that Graham would never fail him, then stood tall and departed as the others watched his retreating figure. Silence fell as everyone quietly filed out of the room, and the moment the last person crossed the threshold, the door slammed shut. Game's eyes were filled with confusion as his mind raced with conflicting thoughts, his face showing clear distress as he glanced back. He wondered why Graham had acted so late and if he was being betrayed, but as he questioned Graham's true loyalty, a painful scream erupted and Game clutched his head. He wondered if these were Eshat's thoughts and felt he had gone too far, yet he refused to lose even as he felt unable to stop the overwhelming tasks ahead. The pain vanished suddenly, and Game stood firm with a determined gaze, clenching his fists as he questioned whether the man truly served Eshat. Farhan's voice rang out cold and steady, as he explained that he served one of Eshat's guardians and the Empire from its inception to its eventual fall. Crossing his arms in quiet admiration, Game listened as Farhan explained that while he was what they called a predecessor, he was not a god. Acknowledging that some things were beyond his power, Farhan spoke of the cycles of rise and fall and his desire to restore the empire to its former glory. Farhan claimed he needed a worthy emperor while Game remained silent, his face betraying a growing irritation as Farhan opened his arms in a welcoming gesture. Farhan revealed he had long awaited Leonard, but Game retorted that he was merely Graben Boggy with nothing to offer, though Farhan insisted he was underestimating himself. Farhan noted that while his body was boggy, he was like an Eshat, as a foreign mind had consumed the original soul within, causing Game to glare in shock. Farhan nodded and compared the process to a large fish swallowing a smaller one, then asked if the name of the body he inhabited was Game. Remarking on Game's erratic behavior and internal monologues, Farhan reached out his hand, stating that he needed to conduct a proper examination. Game blocked him and shouted that it was enough, triggering a sudden burst of intense light that replaced Farhan's cold expression with one of intrigue. Farhan stepped back and apologized for letting his curiosity go too far, while Game remained unaware of the power he had just unleashed. In a steady voice, Farhan praised him, noting how Game's mind had already begun to adapt to and exert control over this new world. An annoyed Game demanded that Farhan leave his mind and reveal his true identity, but when Farhan held up his mask, it revealed only a vast cosmic void. Game was not surprised by the emptiness, and as Farhan replaced the mask, he explained that this state was temporary unless he could soon find a descendant. Farhan explains that the void will continue to expand, as he survives only through the devotion of those who believe in his master. Gem realizes that Farhan seeks to restore the empire, because he requires worshippers to prevent himself from fading away. Farhan confirms that more believers will restore him and offers Gem the power of Eshat, but Gem immediately refuses the deal. Farhan is stunned by the rejection, as Gem explains that history proves such power always comes with a hidden price. Gem calls the lack of information a red flag and asks to be sent back, suggesting Farhan find someone else to help him. Farhan releases a murderous aura and threatens to crush Gem, but the young man remains calm and folds his arms. Gem points out that Farhan likely lacks the energy for such a feat and expresses confidence that he can escape on his own. Believing he can leave without assistance, Gem closes his eyes tightly and then snaps them open to test his theory. Farhan mocks Gem's arrogance and warns Leonard that leaving this place will not be as simple as building a fence. Farhan admits his power is limited and claims the only way to return Gem home is for them to become partners. Gem expresses his dislike for being threatened, but Farhan insists that he is merely proposing a fair exchange of services. Farhan offers Gem the energy to leave and gain status in exchange for freeing his people and taking revenge on his enemy. Farhan explains that his people are sealed away and warns Gem that his enemies will eventually become Gems as well. Gem asks if those people are the masked figures he saw standing around the throne of Esha. Farhan confirms he needs their submission and promises Leonard the power to free himself if he agrees to the partnership. Farhan leans in close to the goblin and promises not to lead him astray, urging Gem to secure freedom for both of them. Gem finally concedes and agrees to the plan, prompting Farhan to clap his hands and prepare to transfer the power. A surge of energy enters Gem's mind and smoke rises from his body as he begins to lose consciousness. As Farhan's image fades, he expresses his excitement for their partnership just before Hemgen suddenly snaps his eyes open. Gem sits up and wonders where he is, learning from Farhan's and Hemgen that he has been unconscious for about 2 hours. He answers vaguely that everything is unclear, but as Hem speaks with crossed arms about their next move, a loud noise suddenly erupts. Everyone turns toward the sound as a door covered in masks creaks open, prompting a suspicious Vogel to remark on the coincidence to Game. Game nonchalantly agrees as the door opens wider, leading Ova to wonder where it goes while Jian notes there is only one way to find out. As they venture deeper, Game brushes past some branches while Rafa marvels at a small, ancient structure that resembles a shrine more than a castle. Vogel warns the group to be cautious of nearby beehives, but the young man narrows his eyes and points away, disagreeing with the assessment. He points out that stone-eating hives would have eroded the area long ago, while Rafa admires the beautiful buildings and Game finds himself agreeing. Game agrees that a master architect must have built them, just as Graham points toward something that does not appear old at all. 2 golden statues appear remarkably pristine, perhaps protected by an invisible barrier, as she points toward a smaller statue nearby and wonders who it represents. Vogel stares at the ancient inscriptions on the statue, which describe one who betrayed her people out of love for a monster, finding the tale intriguing. Ova is surprised that Vogel can read the text, but he calmly explains that anyone with an education knows how to read Ainsadian. Rasa sighs that everything here seems to be named Enshad, prompting an annoyed Vogel to correct his pronunciation and explain that Enshad was a legendary goblin leader. Dismissing the history, Rasa only cares about finding loot, while Game sits quietly on a wall. Lep approaches Game to ask if something is wrong, noting that they seem to be drifting apart, to which Game responds nonchalantly. Game explains that he simply made a deal with a monster, a revelation that causes Lep to freeze in shock. When asked for clarification, Game rubs his chin and explains the monster promised to solve their problems, though he doubts the creature is strong enough to help. Lep worries about Game being manipulated, but Game calmly admits the monster wants to turn him into a puppet emperor just like in Shat. Confused as to why Game would agree, Lep listens as a slightly defensive Game insists he can handle the situation and tells him not to worry. Lep hopes Game knows what he is doing before Rafa approaches and asks if Game is talking to himself, which he admits to doing occasionally. Game holds up an ancient, magical-looking firearm, prompting Rafa to curiously ask if it still works as he maintains his steady tone. Game remarks it is only useful for suicide while Rafa notes how rusty it is, until Vogel interrupts to report the temple area is clear and they have found an exit and weapons. Jen sits up and agrees that they should explore further once Ova returns, while Vogel sets his weapon aside and asks what is troubling him. Vogel muses about the mysterious hero, destined to cleanse his father's sins before a voice calls out to the group from the distance. Ova waves enthusiastically and announces she has discovered something hidden, prompting a skeptical Vogel to ask if she can decipher the text. She playfully touches him and admits she cannot read it but insists that he can, which only fuels Vogel's growing irritation. The girl attempts to act cute to win him over, but her efforts backfire as Ova smirks at the display. She reminds him that he requires her magic for healing, and though Vogel is annoyed, Jen signals the group to move out now that everyone has returned. They decide to search for a better shelter than the ruined temple, and Rafa wonders aloud what they might encounter in the unknown territory ahead. Jen expresses hope for a better location as they come upon an ancient town nestled within a vast landscape of mountains and forests. Hem leads the group into the deserted town to investigate the moss-covered houses that have stood abandoned under the scorching sun for ages. When Hem suddenly rushes forward, the mage shouts after him in frustration while Jen surveys the area and asks who originally built the city. He observes that the ancient site belongs to no one and is unlike any place he has ever encountered, a sentiment shared by Rafa. Vogel approaches Ova to ask if she recognizes the unique architectural style of the surrounding building. She admits the style is entirely new to her, noting that while many ruins exist across the various levels, this place feels distinct. Ova reflects on a familiar scent she cannot quite explain, feeling a strange sense of déjà vu as if she had been there before. Vogel kneels to touch the ground and senses a flow of energy, focusing his perception through his fingertips to understand the environment. He concludes that something within the city remains alive after all this time, while Rafa suggests the site might have been a border town or a mining colony. Gen agrees, noting that the ruins remind him of historical sites from his homeland, as if someone had attempted to recreate an Earth city. Rafa asks softly if he has found anything worth keeping, but Gen remains lost in thought regarding the familiar architecture. Hem points at a statue with disdain, though Rafa finds the structures beautiful and reminiscent of ancient wall painting. Hem criticizes the perceived wastefulness of the gold-engraved stone tablet standing before the houses as Vogel moves closer to examine the strange inscription. Verger argues that it is impossible to judge whether the construction is a waste without first understanding its intended purpose. Yen agrees with Verger's assessment, noting that something significant has occurred as he observes the flow of energy through the area. A faint white mist swirls around the stone tablet, leading Gen to conclude that this site was meticulously built near smoke crystal caves for a specific reason. Ham suggests ending the debate and proposes that even if the site isn't a waste, they should at least scavenge something valuable. Verger agrees but insists on finding the source of the tremors first to see if an owner remains, as the group ventures deeper into the city with Gen leading. As they notice everything seems to lead toward the city center, Rafa wonders what they might find there, prompting Gen to share his thoughts. Gen hopes for answers as bright sunlight illuminates the magnificent and meticulously designed architecture of the towering buildings surrounding them. Stone tablets stand before every house, leaving both the mage and Verger in awe of the incredible sight. A massive, beautiful black sphere appears before them, and Gen becomes visibly excited and completely captivated by its presence. As Gen marvels at the sphere and reaches out to touch it, Rafa suddenly intervenes by striking him hard on the head. Gen recovers and thanks Rafa for snapping him out of his trance, but Ham remains mesmerized and moves closer to touch the beautiful object. Just as Ham is about to make contact, Gen grabs his hand and warns him sternly that it is best not to touch the sphere. After Verger is also struck to clear his mind, Gen observes that the sphere's influence seems to uniquely affect members of the gray-skinned tribe. A tense Rafa asks if it could be a trap, to which Gen replies that while touching it would provide an answer, it is a risk they should not take. Rafa agrees that only a fool would touch something so suspicious, but her choice of words triggers a sudden realization for Gen. When Gen mentions birds, a confused Rafa asks for clarification, prompting him to ask her what she notices is missing from their surroundings. Rafa guesses birds, but Gen points out that despite being centuries old, the city is completely devoid of any debris, dust, or waste. As Rafa realizes the streets are unnaturally clean and wonders who is maintaining the city, a sudden volley of arrows flies toward them. Verger shouts a warning of an incoming attack as Gen raises his shield, only to be horrified when an arrow pierces straight through his defense. Looking up to see a group of archers targeting them, Gen grimly realizes that they have finally found the answer to who maintains the city. Rafa looks at the enemies and wonders if communication is possible, as they continue to speak in an incomprehensible language. When one of the enemies is struck down, Graza angrily shouts for them to be quiet, while Guy looks on helplessly, having been about to say that communication was impossible. Guy assumes a combat stance and orders the group to prepare for the inevitable battle as masked creatures armed with weapons leap down from above to attack. Hem expresses his exhaustion with fighting as Guy prepares for battle, a sentiment shared by both Vogel and the mage. With a look of firm determination, the mage tells Rafa to stay behind her, while Hem's team readies themselves for the approaching masked monster. A fierce brawl erupts as the group fights back against the attackers, while a volley of arrows is launched directly toward Guy. Guy glances back with a sharp gaze, evading a blind spot attack from a black-masked enemy before mocking their aim and launching a counterstrike. The black-masked enemy stumbles back in pain while clutching his stomach and muttering incomprehensible words, though Guy's strike was not enough to finish him. Unable to understand their speech, Guy realizes the language is neither Ainsadian nor any known local dialect. As the black-masked attacker collapses to the ground, His worried companions watch as he trembles and tries to speak to them. The green-masked creature responds in their strange tongue as the black-masked one's hand begins to crumble into dust, prompting Guy to look toward his allies with concern. Hem and Graza fight desperately against the masked attackers while Vogel maintains his focus, continuously firing arrows at the enemy. Despite many enemies falling to Vogel's arrows, the rest continue their assault as the mage and San hold their defensive position, ready to strike back. Assessing the battlefield, Guy decides to draw the enemy's attention to relieve his ally, noting that these small creatures should not be underestimated. The green-masked leader signals for his subordinates to halt while speaking in a strange language, catching Guy's attention and causing him some surprise. The remaining masked attackers retreat toward their green-masked leader as Guy steps back cautiously, wondering if they are preparing to surrender. Realizing they intend for him to duel their leader, Guy watches as the green-masked creature steps forward alone and launches an attack. Guy notes the unique color of the creature's mask and mocks its lack of skill while easily parrying its strikes. The green-masked creature stomps the ground and charges while shouting incomprehensibly, but Guy coldly pins its spear to the ground, leaving the attacker startled. Losing patience, Guy delivers a powerful kick to the creature's chest and dismisses it as a mere training dummy, while the enemy clutches its chest and shouts angrily at him. Jen fights seriously with his shield and spear as his time for play ends, suddenly hearing a loud shout for Hem to move out of the way. Jen turns back in shock and flees in a panic, rushing past the confused masked enemies who do not understand the situation. A massive fireball incinerates the masked group as they scream in despair, though one of them manages to escape the flame. The fleeing survivor runs into Hem, who glares at the masked man and asks where he thinks he is going. The blue-masked man collapses in helplessness and mutters incomprehensibly as a sharp arrow flies toward him at high speed. The arrow strikes a burning ally behind him, and the blue-masked man watches in shock as his comrade turns to dust. Hem helps Jen up and explains he was busy helping others, while Jen jokes about the weight before asking the mage for a warning next time. The mage sheepishly apologizes for the larger-than-expected explosion, while the blue-masked man grovels at Berger's feet. Henry asks about their identity, and Jen identifies them as apostles of Graham, one of Eschide's strategists. Jen attempts to seize the blue-masked man for questioning, but the captive vanishes instantly, leaving only his mask and clothes behind. Berger warns of an archer and fires back, but his arrow snaps against a stone tablet, prompting Jen to mock his skill. Berger tells Jen to be quiet after being mocked and turns to the group to ask if everyone is unharmed. Rafa suggests returning to the cave as the sun sets and enemies escape, a plan Berger agrees with despite the lingering danger. Jen proposes fortifying a house on the city outskirts before dark, though Hem expresses concern about whether it will be safe enough. Jen admits he cannot guarantee their safety as a flashback shows a woman carrying a young Jen while fleeing with Groza. The woman urges Groza to keep moving as they are nearly safe, while the young girl worries about her father's location. The woman reassures Groza that her father is distracting the enemy, but they stop in terror as a monster appears near a cave. The woman and Groza freeze in fear, the woman gritting her teeth in silence as she faces the overwhelming tension. After scanning the area, the woman notices a small crevice within the cave that could serve as a temporary hiding spot. She places Jen inside the crevice and tells Groza to lead her brother as deep into the mountain as possible despite his panicked cry. The mother strictly instructs Rosa and Game to stay hidden and quiet while she goes to distract their pursuers. She tells them to run to the gate for help once the area is clear, ignoring Game's anxious protests. The woman explains this is the only way and apologizes for leaving Rosa with such a heavy responsibility. She asks for Rosa's help and insists she take care of her brother, leading Rosa to reluctantly agree. The mother offers a gentle smile of approval before a sudden noise causes her to look around in a panic. Warning that the threat is approaching, she urges them into the crevice and says she loves them before departing. As the children hide, a massive monster passes the cave, and Rosa covers the crying Game's mouth to keep him silent. Once the area falls silent, the two remain tense until a large claw suddenly reaches into their hiding spot. The claw snags Game's clothing, causing him to scream in terror and beg his sister to save him. The monster drags Game away in an instant, leaving a panicked Rosa unable to catch him as he disappears. As Rosa searches for him, the terrifying, ghostly figures of her parents appear and ask where her brother is. The eerie voices accuse her of failing to protect him, while a weeping Rosa insists she tried her best to save him. Bloody footsteps approach as the two monstrous figures lunge forward, declaring that she must be punished. Rosa wakes up drenched in sweat and realizes it was just another nightmare as she sits up and touches her forehead. After a bout of sobbing, she prepares for the day with swollen eyes and eats a lonely meal before heading out. A voice startles her as she reaches the door, and she turns pale before greeting Thor, who is leaning against the wall. Thor asks if she had the dream about losing her parents again and suggests she take some time to rest. Rosa leans against the wall and explains she cannot rest because the mushroom farm is short-staffed due to mind transfer. She worries that people will go hungry if she doesn't work, prompting Thor to tell her not to push herself too hard. Rosa asks for news regarding the expedition, but Thor awkwardly explains they have only been gone for a few months. Those reassures Rosa that there will be news and that her brother is strong and likely safe, though she remains deeply disappointed while noting that Lep is healthy but prone to jealousy. Rosa stands up straight and looks at those with a sigh, composing herself before offering a gentle smile and agreeing that she must remain optimistic. Rosa stands on her tiptoes to shyly kiss Thorsey on the cheek before waving with a bright smile, thanking him for his concern and promising to see him that evening as he blushes deeply. Touching his cheek, he awkwardly bids her farewell while Rosa later stands before a food stall where an abundance of food is being poured into large bins and stretches. She gazes at her plate and mutters about the recurring serving of cheese, noting how well they are being treated. Rosa looked at the water beside her and thought about how even mushroom beer had not been able to wake someone for a while before picking up her sandwich. She speculated that the authorities were worried about another rebellion due to the heavy workload, but she decided it was none of her concern as she ate. Startled by nearby gossip about a recent attack, Rosa wiped her mouth and listened as three female elves discussed a scuffle involving a talkative lord. They spoke of a goblin who had tried to approach an elf, leading to a group beating, though Abelagda remained skeptical of the story. When Riza mentioned a similar event from the previous week, Lore agreed and noted that goblins were known for such despicable behavior. Overcome with rage, Abelagda stood up and declared her desire to wipe out every last one of the foul goblins. As a nearby goblin turned to look, Lore hissed at Abelagda to lower her voice so they would not be discovered. Abelagda calmly pointed behind her, claiming the only person who could possibly report them was the strange girl sitting nearby. The three elves turned their gaze toward Rosa, who was sitting harmlessly on a rock, causing her to stop eating and look away. Lord apologized for Abelagda's disruptive behavior, while Riza told her to stop scaring the girl, but Abelagda suddenly seemed interested in Rosa. Abelagda invited Rosa to join their group, and while Rosa was confused, Lord playfully assured her that they would not bite. Lord teased that Abelagda might be the exception, prompting the embarrassed elf to snap that it had only happened once and they should forget it. Lord introduced herself, Riza, and Abelagda, explaining that Abelagda was only grumpy because she was worried about her younger brother. Rosa introduced herself and shared that her brother was also part of the expedition, while Abelagda complained about her own brother following a foolish leader. Rosa felt a sense of kinship as she thought of her own brother, while Lord explained that Abelagda's temper was the reason they were sent to the farm. After hearing that Abelagda had punched a supervisor, a shocked Rosa watched as the elf flexed her muscles while Riza joked about her lack of suitors. Despite Riza's claims that she was worse than a man, Abelagda insisted she had many boyfriends, though Riza only remembered her dragging goblins away. Riza pointed out that those goblins were victims rather than boyfriends, leading an offended Abelagda to grab Kiwi's face with her large hands. Later, as Rosa wandered about, she heard Abelagda calling to her inside, asking him not to make her the target of his jokes. Leaning against a wooden door, Kiwi admitted he was just teasing and asked if she was lost, while Rosa took a moment to enjoy the peaceful atmosphere. Rosa explains she is walking to clear her mind, but Kiwi senses she misses Gem and invites her to his shop if she feels lonely. Kiwi mentions his lack of customers and desire for company as Rosa observes his workshop, noting that the others are away on an expedition. Kiwi suggests that things will soon change, prompting a curious Rosa to ask if he has heard any news as he grows visibly concerned. Kiwi reveals that a messenger arrived that morning, leading Rosa to wonder if the news comes from the expedition team. When asked for details, Kiwi explains that the Blue Council is meeting in secret, causing Rosa's expression to fill with worry. Rosa asks if the team is safe, but Kiwi advises her not to seek out bad news, a sentiment she hesitantly agrees with. Kiwi maintains a calm demeanor despite the shared anxiety while Rosa continues her work, sawing through a large mushroom. Riza suddenly arrives in a panic and urges Rosa to hide, though Rosa remains calm as she asks for the reason. Riza explains that a foreman is looking for her and that Hugo cannot hold him back much longer, making Rosa suspect it is someone she knows. Riza describes the man as thin, handsome, and stressed with unusual eyebrows, confirming Rosa's suspicion. Realizing who it is, Rosa rushes over to find Hugo losing his temper and launching a series of punches at Thor. Hugo vows to stop the exploitation of the girls while Thor merely defends himself, trying in vain to explain his presence. As Hugo continues his accusations, Thor grows increasingly tense and pleads for a chance to speak before the next blow lands. Thor catches the incoming punch and swiftly maneuvers to pin Hugo to the ground. Rosa rushes to intervene, telling Thor not to hurt Hugo while thanking Hugo for his protective concern. After explaining that Thor is her friend, Rosa asks him why he has come to the farm in such a reckless manner. Thor dejectedly reveals that the expedition was ambushed, leaving Rosa devastated and seeking comfort in his arms as she struggles to accept the news. The next morning brings a bright, sunny sky as Vogel keeps a watchful eye from the window of an abandoned house. Vogel teases Gem and Rafa for waking up late, prompting an annoyed response from Rafa. Vogel expresses surprise at Gem's cooking skills, to which Gem replies that in his homeland one must cook to survive. Berger keeps watch outside while teasing Hem that starving seems more pleasant than eating his cooking, prompting Hem to angrily retort that no one is forcing him to eat. Their bickering wakes the mage, who complains about the noise and her poor sleep on the old rug, only for Verger to mock her for snoring loudly despite her claims. The mage stands up in a rage to confront Verger, but he sternly warns her that silence is golden and she should learn to be quiet before he forces her to. Unfazed, she dares him to try, but the tension is broken when Hem arrives with food and announces that breakfast is finally ready. When the mage turns her irritation toward Hem, he confidently tells her she can try to burn him, but she will lose out on dessert if she does. Her mood shifts instantly at the mention of a treat, and Hem explains that he prepared it because she had expressed a desire for something sweet. Hem asks her to call Graza and San from the entrance hall, and as she happily obliges, Graza curiously asks if Hem has started making sweets for the maid. Hem stammers a response as everyone gathers at the table, where Graza begins eating and highly praises the quality of the meal. When Jin asks where the ingredients came from, Hem explains he caught wild animals and harvested vegetables from fenced plots at nearby houses, causing Graza to choke and spit out his food. Jen asks if Graza is all right, but the man just wipes away sweat and asks Hem if he truly has no idea what a farm is. Hem crossly explains that he has seen mushroom farms before, but Verger clarifies that the young man simply does not know what a surface world farm looks like. Graza looks on in surprise as Verger sadly explains that very few goblins have ever had the opportunity to see the world above ground. Verger notes that those who come up to hunt are heavily taxed, leading Graza to exclaim that he would lose his mind if he were forbidden from seeing the sky. Verger solemnly predicts that things will change soon, as Bungu's arrogance will inevitably spark riots and a subsequent uprising after his attempts at suppression. Graza expresses doubt about the leadership's cooperation, but Verger explains that Jira has already isolated their neighbors and sparked several internal rebellions. Verger notes that the goblin forces will soon be spread too thin, and asks Jen if he has noticed the recent fluctuations in food prices. Verger continues by explaining that slave labor is being diverted to mining instead of farming, causing food supplies to dwindle as Jen watches him intently. When Jen asks if he is waiting for the right moment to act, Verger smiles and admits that he plans to seize the coming chaos to become the new tribal patriarch. The entire group is stunned by the revelation, and San questions why Verger would speak so openly about his treasonous ambition. San reminds him that as mercenaries they could be rewarded for turning him in, but Verger mockingly suggests that San must hate the leader after losing so many of his men. San glances at Graza, who timidly avoids his gaze as San tries to deny knowing anything while Vogel pulls a bag from his clothes. Vogel assures him that staying silent about his identity will benefit the entire elf tribe before confidently tossing a small bag onto the table. Vogel suggests they are all friends, prompting San to skeptically open the bag of green stones and pocket them while acknowledging his friendship with Graza. After taking his share, San tosses the rest to Graza, who catches it and agrees they are best friends just as the mage finally speaks up. When the mage asks what she will receive, Vogel suggests she will gain her freedom along with the magic archives of the elf chief and his followers. She gives a thumbs up in agreement, while Hem crosses his arms and declines any reward, stating he will not participate in the scheme. Vogel is not surprised by Hem's refusal, and only asks that he does not interfere for the sake of their people before turning to Rafa and Game. Noting that Rafa follows Lep's lead, Vogel admits he is unsure what to offer Lep since their goals seem to be the same. Lep smiles and claims his goals are higher, prompting Vogel to laugh and explain that surpassing the elf chief is merely a foundation for greater things. Game asks if he wants to be a king, but Vogel clarifies that he intends to be an emperor who can rival Isaac himself. Hem finds it amusing that Vogel wants to be another Jelma, but Vogel argues that Jelma failed because he had ambition without vision. Vogel vows not to repeat that mistake, but Lep counters that while all great empires eventually fall, his own legacy will endure much longer. Vogel wonders if Lep seeks immortality, but Game clarifies that he is looking to leave behind a legacy that will last for eternity. The two men stare each other down intensely before Vogel laughs and decides to leave his proposal open for the time being. Vogel suggests they see who reaches the summit first, but Hem interrupts to insist they finish eating before his stew gets cold. The mage impatiently asks for dessert, but Lep raises his hand to signal that he has something important to discuss with the group. Deep within the majestic mountains, they find an abandoned mossy building where Graza sits on the ground throwing stones and complaining about the ruin. Graza questions why they are still exploring these ruins, while Game observes that this particular structure is quite different from the others. Graza tosses a large rock and argues that its uniqueness does not justify risking their lives to explore what lies inside. Lep tells Graza that his constant questioning is a waste of time, while another companion notes that no one is forcing him to stay. The mage holding the staff solemnly asks Rasa if he has any desire to return to his fellow brother. Rasa carries a heavy stone on his shoulder in silence before leaning his cheek against it and speaking softly. Rasa claims his close friends are fine, but the rest could perish for all he cares, prompting Game to ask if there is anyone special he misses. Rasa tosses the stone aside and gruffly admits he once thought he found someone, only to find her with another man before he left. He looks up at the sky and laughs loudly, causing Game to break into a cold sweat while assuming it is a reaction to his inner pain. Rasa explains that the woman actually did him a favor because he always hated that man and challenged him to a duel for his action. The mage is left stunned by the story while Rasa frowns, remarking that the woman can have the man but will never be able to have children with him. After a heavy silence, the mage asks if Rasa has parents, to which he indifferently replies that he was raised by a gang until he could fend for himself. The mage touches her cheek and reflects that she once thought life on the surface would be easier, but it seems just as difficult. San drags a large log over and coldly remarks that the quality of life depends entirely on where one resides. Vogel sits on a high rock and turns around in surprise, stating that it does not matter where a person lives. Vogel explains that life is what one makes of it, and that Rasa did what was necessary to maintain control, just as they all have. Rasa stares at the newcomer and notes his wisdom, but Vogel sarcastically replies that the truth is not smart, it simply is. Rasa glances at the man and clicks his tongue, warning that staying out in the open for too long will lead to their disappearance being noticed. Near three strange objects on the ground, a heavy door slowly creaks open as Game follows behind with his shield raised in warning. Game cautions the group that they have no idea what they might find inside as everyone stares ahead with wide, surprised eyes. Game admits the sight is not what he expected, while Vogel and Hem look on in awe at the spectacular view before them. Agreeing with Rasa's assessment, a sweating San wonders who could have built such a massive structure and why it exists here. San questions if the area is an audience chamber despite the missing throne, as the group cautiously ventures deeper into the facility. Game looks up and observes that they have reached the throne room seen from the outside just as a brilliant light flashes ahead. San leans back to avoid something as the mage frowns, contemplating what to do with the mysterious strips. Her long ears perk up as she notes they resemble connectors in cave temples, likely carved lines used to link runes for specific function. As she touches the stone symbol, a voice announces it has found something and purple smoke appears, causing the panicked mage to deny using any mana. Similar phenomena occur on distant stone pillars, causing Ham, Rafa, and Lep to grow increasingly agitated. Realizing the pillars are active, Lep wonders what to do just as a blue phantom appears and offers a welcome. The figure welcomes them to Paris, a border city founded by the great SH and his followers in honor of Gran. Lep is confused by the mention of the wise Graham and asks the figure how it can provide assistance. Lep asks if the figure is Graham himself, but it seriously clarifies its true identity. It identifies as an artificial manager produced at Cram K35, tasked with maintaining the city until Cram's inevitable return. Rafa draws his sword and asks Lep what the entity is, but the manager calmly tells the young man not to be afraid. It explains that it will not harm flesh and blood beings, while Lep breaks into a cold sweat and hopes they remain safe. The manager agrees and asks for Lep's name to register him in the system, to which Lep identifies himself. The manager promises not to harm Lep or his companions as Voger prepares his bow and asks if the figure is their leader. The manager informs Voger that it is not a chief or a king, but simply the designated manager of the city. Lep remarks that the figure acts more like a central brain, and the manager agrees before asking how it can help him. Lep expresses their desire to see the archives, prompting the manager to gesture as a heavy door begins to open. The manager directs them to the end of the hallway to find the archives before preparing to return to its duties. Lep asks how they can summon the manager again if needed, but the figure begins to fade away while giving an answer. It explains that since Lep possesses the administrator's key, he should have no need for further assistance. After the manager wishes them a good day and vanishes, a confused Rafa asks Lep what was meant by the administrator's key. The manager gradually disappears after wishing them a good day, leaving Lep and the others to wonder about his cryptic words. Rafa is curious about the administrator key, but Game seems to avoid the subject when asked for an explanation. Lep admits his uncertainty, just as Grasa rushes over to warn the group that a horde of masked monsters has gathered outside. Hem reacts with disbelief and suspects that K35 has betrayed them, fearing the path he opened is a trap and suggesting they find another way. San grits his teeth in frustration and asks if they have enough time to find another way, but Verger remains indecisive and uncertain. Breaking into a cold sweat, Game realizes their options are limited and orders Graza, Hem, and Giant to block the door with a nearby tower. Game explains that the barrier will stall the enemies and tells the group to follow him once the task is complete, to which everyone agrees. Game leads the group forward until they reach a wall covered in inscriptions, prompting him to ask Verger for an explanation. Verger stops to study the wall, while Rafa approaches Game to suggest that the situation might not be a trap after all. Game refuses to discuss the matter until they have escaped, but their conversation is interrupted by Hem's arrival. Hem reports that the door has been successfully blocked but hesitates to continue, leading a frustrated Game to ask for the reason. Hem reminds Game of Grassa's earlier report about the creatures, which piques Game's curiosity about what they are facing. Hem explains that Hornboy cannot reach them because they are facing a literal army that is currently approaching their position. Game immediately turns to the silver-haired Verger and stresses the need to leave, to which Verger nods in agreement. Verger announces that he has deciphered the wall, which appears to be a directory listing the building's layout by floors and rooms. Game studies the historical inscriptions on the wall and realizes they are looking at a complete directory of the building's location. Game asks if there is an exit listed, but Verger explains that while there is no exit, he has found a room that could be very useful. Verger identifies the room as the city armory, while a sweating Hem looks at the sharp iron weapons and hopes he is not dreaming. Grasa examines a metal hammer and notes it is made of steel, while Game coldly orders everyone to search the rooms for suitable weapons. Game tells the group to arm themselves with the best equipment available, while his behavior leaves Verger feeling quite curious. Game smiles broadly and thanks Berger for showing him this place, even though he knows Berger originally wanted a weapon for himself. Berger immediately raises his hand and tells Game not to pity him, explaining that arming everyone simply increases their collective chances of survival. With an excited tone and hands on his hips, Game observes the weapons on the table and comments on their extravagant design. Game notes that the weapons seem fit for a commander and reaches for a longsword, only to pull his hand back at the last second. Game clenches his fist and frowns, deciding the sword is a better fit for San, but his attention is suddenly drawn to a different weapon. He realizes that while every other weapon in the room is covered in a thick layer of dust, this specific one remains perfectly clean. Despite the sweat dripping down his face, Game decides the only way to solve the mystery is to firmly grasp the weapon's handle. Game notes the weapon's heavy weight and excellent balance just as a notification appears, announcing the detection of a new authorized user. A sudden tremor shakes the area as the system begins recalibrating for the new user, leaving Game confused by the unexpected reaction. Once the synchronization is complete, Game looks down at the weapon in bewilderment, struggling to understand what is happening to him. As Data 655 is finalized and physical foundations are set, a blinding light erupts from the weapon to optimize the user, causing Game to scream in pain. Game grits his teeth against the intense agony until it finally subsides, and he realizes the weapon now feels significantly lighter in his hand. Game listens as Rafa and the mage argue about the safety of the room, which is identified as a special project workshop. When the mage warns that the area might be dangerous, Berger tells her she is free to wait outside while the others move forward. Hem realizes she can hear their distant conversation as if they were standing right beside her, just as the system provides another update. The system explains it has enhanced Game's senses and physical form for combat, leading Game to wonder if the weapon is actually speaking to him. The weapon offers its services to its new master, but Game's confusion is interrupted by a red alert warning that enemies are approaching. As numerous dark figures rush toward them, the system identifies them as outsiders, leaving Hem startled by their sudden appearance. Berger examines a sword and notes that the workshop was used to develop and store the armory's most unique and high-quality equipment. Hem reacts with curiosity to Berger's explanation, while the trembling mage adds that this room was reserved for their most valuable item. The place fills her with dread as she closes her eyes and drifts into her subconscious, sensing a dark presence from everyone there. Someone has been mixing mist with metal to forge new weapons, a revelation that leaves Hem sweating as he wonders if such a thing is truly possible. Vogel slowly explains that his friend has been challenged, and that he must now follow their female companion's lead. Vogel admits he is neither a mage nor a blacksmith, while the mage ponders the fact that their magical totems are crafted from mist crystals. While creating such weapons is possible, the mage questions why anyone would forge arms only for mages who are not skilled warriors. Vogel pulls aside a board covered in weapons, suggesting they were not intended for mages but for someone else entirely. Hem is filled with curiosity as Vogel calmly explains that the only way to be sure is to examine the finished weapons they have discovered. The weapons are stored in a specific location, and as Vogel frowns deeply, Game suddenly senses something approaching. Rafa asks Game what is wrong, but he ignores the question and urgently asks where the others have gone. They reply that the others were just there, but Game looks around and commands everyone to leave immediately. Before he can finish, a thunderous sound erupts as the leader of the bird-masked cultists points directly at them. Graza grips his axe with a curse while a nervous Sunny asks if there is another way out, causing Rafa to grimace in frustration. Rafa notes the windows are barred, but a calm Game decides they must fight and tells Rafa to get behind Sunny. An enemy jumps at Sunny, but Vogel strikes him down, while Game tests his weapon's power by stabbing another foe in the head. Game wonders if the enemies are slow or if he has changed, as the system announces the short sword now serves him. The weapon urges him to kill, and a single strike from Game sends 3 enemies to their death. Only empty cloaks and masks remain on the ground as Game examines his blade and looks toward his next target. Game moves out and tells Graza to follow him so they can close the doors before more enemies arrive. Graza slams a bird-masked attacker to the ground and follows Game into a room where they quietly shut the door. Game orders the door barred but suddenly feels weak, realizing the enhancement only works while he is holding the weapon. Graza continues to urge Grayskin to hurry, noting the many enemies outside, which prompts Gen to apologize and ask for assistance. Elsewhere, San clears away piles of weapons while hammering on a door, warning that it might not hold much longer as Hem wonders if they missed something. Gen remarks on their new acquisitions as Hem holds up a glowing weapon, explaining they found a room filled with strange armaments in the back. Vogel raises his own sword and observes that they found a workshop where most items were unfinished, though 2 pieces appeared complete. When Rafa asks the mage if she found anything for herself, she simply sighs and replies that she is satisfied with her current stat. Gen examines the other weapons and notes their resemblance to steel, though Hem insists they are of even higher quality. Ova mentions the presence of mist crystals within the blades, leading Gen to wonder if such a component would make the weapons brittle. Vogel observes Gen's weapon and notes that these items seem designed to channel mana in some way, though he is unsure of the exact method. Gen glances at his short sword and silently asks if it shares the same properties as the newly discovered weapon. The system identifies the weapons as creations of a great master, noting that Gen's primitive companions cannot unlock their true potential. Breaking into a cold sweat, Hem misunderstands the situation and worries that they might be unable to find a way out. Gen suggests they simply create their own exit, prompting Hem to place his hand against the wall to begin the task. Hem takes a stance and swings his weapon, causing an explosion that clears the smoke to reveal a newly formed exit. As Gen looks toward the sky, the system explains that the others will only ever be able to access a small fraction of the weapon's true power. Gen acknowledges the useful information and asks for more details while offering Hem a word of praise for his success. Hem continues to affectionately praise his new weapon as his darling, while Rafa watches him from behind a wall. Rafa admits the weapon looks impressive, and Hem urges the group to move out now that he has the equipment to smash through obstacles. Vogel quips that they should not have let Hem have the weapon, but Gen tells him not to ruin the man's happiness, leaving Vogel to sigh in exasperation. Gen asks if any enemies are nearby, and the system reports that the noise has attracted them but offers to lead the group to safety. After the system promises to guide them, Gen quickly informs the group that his weapon has detected a large number of approaching enemies. The weapon suggests they move, leaving Burger confused by its ability to speak, but Game ignores the confusion and waves them forward. Game promises to explain later as he ducks behind a wall to observe the masked figures, while his three companions express their growing anxiety. The group notes the overwhelming number of enemies surrounding them and agrees that their best course of action is to escape the city immediately. While they wonder which direction to take, the system issues a warning about a group of failed experiments approaching from the south. The system advises evacuating to the nearest teleportation temple, leading a calm Game to conclude that the enemies are indeed coming from the south. Game asks for the temple's location, but the system interrupts him to search for the city's teleportation hub. The system identifies the temple to the north and urges them to hurry, warning that their current survival odds are unfavorable. Game signals for action, wondering if the enemies can't be left alone and how many must die before they realize the futility of their attack. Meanwhile, the system continues to provide information, identifying the attackers as failed experiments created by the divine being. Abandoned and left to their own devices, putting them out of their misery is an act of mercy as Game runs while exchanging information. Game questions K335's true identity, sensing he is more than a manager, as the system projects an illusion of him. K335 played a vital role as a founder's assistant and served as the sole observer of the founder's final great experiment. Game quickly grasps the situation and inquires about the nature of the great experiment, prompting the system to explain. The experiment sought to enhance citizens without using the creator's power, as Eshat's eldest son tried to empower servants like his father. Game frowns and wonders if the creator with the power to enhance others is Eshat, to which the system provides an answer. The system has no record of Eshat's presence in the final experiment, and Game notes that his absence would have simplified matters. The system points out that the nearest temple is visible from their current position, prompting Game to suddenly order a halt. Voj is confused by the command, but Game quickly asks if anyone else has noticed the temple visible from their location. Voj remains puzzled as to why Game is searching for a temple and how he knew it could be seen from their position. Game looks around and recalls seeing a temple before they reached the city, similar to the ones found on the lower floors. Game explains it could teleport them away, and as Voj agrees, the mage points it out near the north gate, which San confirms. A golden object sits atop the hill, and while Rafa asks if it is great, Lep remains uneasy and suggests that it might not be. Game asks Ova to confirm if it is a teleportation temple, and inquires how long it will take to transport them out of the area. The mage considers the question and admits it will take some time, confirming Game's fears about the potential delay. A nervous Rafa asks for clarification, and Game explains that the hill is too exposed and they will be spotted as soon as they ascend. Ova's magic will be especially visible, and though Game suggests waiting for nightfall, the mage notes the ritual's light would make it even worse. Voj suggests a distraction is needed, as Game warns they cannot stop everyone from noticing their presence and rushing the hill. Voj explains that a distraction could buy them time, suggesting that some of them set fires to the south to divert the enemy's attention. While the others guard the hill, Game ponders the plan in silence before suddenly raising his hand to signal someone. Game asks for a volunteer, and Vogel narrows his brow, claiming to be the fastest and offering to go, which Game immediately accepts. Game suggests that Vogel should not go alone and tells Hem to accompany him, though Hem is visibly annoyed by the idea. Game stops the argument by noting Hem is the second fastest and has a new axe, leading Hem to reluctantly agree since they need Vogel. Hem tells Vogel to wait for him before departing, and Game announces that the group will begin moving as soon as they see smoke. Game instructs everyone to head toward the signal immediately upon seeing smoke, while Hem drags a wooden board with items on it. Hem piles up rotting, flammable materials found in a house, and Vogel adds to the heap, confident it will be enough to draw attention. Hem irritably suggests Vogel could help more, but Vogel explains that timing the fire will increase their chances of survival. Hem narrows his eyes and acknowledges that Vogel's plan is well conceived, admitting it is a good way to stay safe. Vogel holds up a tightened rope and asks if Hem feels awkward about praising him, but Hem remains indifferent as Vogel dismisses the need for approval. Vogel remarks that Hem's kind often dies young in battle, prompting Hem to demand an explanation for the insult. Vogel calmly explains that, from his perspective, Hem's lack of emotional restraint and self-control is a significant liability. Vogel claims that Veth, Lep, and Hem would have died long ago without him, but Hem retorts by mocking Vogel for constantly losing his subordinates. Hem admits that Game possesses a fine axe, causing Vogel to grit his teeth in anger as the tension between them rises. Hem challenges Vogel to a fight, but Vogel shouts that Hem's foolishness has already allowed the enemy to surround them. Game asks the system about creatures near the temple and learns the enemies are currently concentrated in the city, which pleases him. Veth expresses doubt about the plan, just as the system issues a warning regarding the detection of a stranger. Veth apologizes to Game, believing this is their only escape, while the system continues to alert Game of an unknown presence. Game points his weapon and clarifies he was speaking to the entity within it, leaving Veth to wonder if the blade is female. Veth senses a girl's soul inside the weapon, but feels something is off and warns Game that the entity should not be trusted. Despite the system's warning that Veth is interfering with his master, Veth continues to voice his suspicions and judgment. She feels distorted and broken, but the system immediately refutes her claims as lies, asserting its readiness to purge the world's sins for the glory of SH and the Empire. Standing behind with arms crossed, the figure notes the madness of the situation and suggests there was a reason Lep was left behind while the events unfolded. The system continues to send distress signals to its master, warning him of the distraction and requesting his command to begin the purification process. Two voices echo in Game's ears, urging him to destroy her and purify him, while he sits dejectedly as they mock his inaction and call him a mindless fool. Unable to tolerate the voices any longer, Game signals for silence and declares that no one will be purified or left behind, bringing the matter to an end. Suddenly, Rafa points ahead and asks Lep if he sees a signal as numerous guards wearing bird masks appear in the middle of the courtyard. One of the guards gazes into the distance until a white bird suddenly appears in the sky, prompting him to aim his sharp arrow directly at the creature. Something obstructs the guard from behind as a newcomer taunts him, while his comrades on the other side begin to notice the intrusion. The guard is sent flying through the air as Sand swings his sword down with a loud shout, reminding Graza that this was meant to be a surprise attack. Graza strikes another guard who looks on in shock, claiming it was no surprise at all, as Game quickly moves to join the rest of the group. Game insists that it does not matter and urges them to finish the enemies quickly, but one of the bird-masked guards manages to blow a horn to sound the alarm. Feeling exasperated, Game raises his spear and hurls it with precision, striking the enemy's body directly. With a terrifying expression, Game touches his hair and realizes he had forgotten the consequences of losing his connection with her. He understands why she was left in the warehouse just as an ambusher appearing from behind is suddenly kicked to the ground by an unseen ally. Rafa arrives just in time to check on Lep, who responds by plunging his spear into the fallen enemy and stating that he only needs a little more time. Rafa warns him that any lapse in focus will give the enemy a chance to kill him, to which Game agrees as the mage begins to inquire about their status. The mage asks if that is everyone, and Graza and San confirm it seems so while questioning the significance of the horn that was blown. Heaving his weapon onto his shoulder, Game remarks that they cannot change the past and must focus on moving forward as quickly as possible. After urging the group to move out, they soon find themselves in a lush green field where Graza points toward their destination. They enter a long-abandoned palace where Game orders Ova to find a way out while the others stand guard, a task the mage acknowledges while stepping onto a higher ledge. She gazes at the massive symbol on the ground in admiration, noting that she has never seen one of such immense scale before. Suddenly, the mage pauses, prompting Game to ask if there is a problem, but she finds it difficult to explain how this symbol differs from others before a voice interrupts Game's offer of help. Lep and Rafa point downward to alert the others, and Game calmly notes that while the enemies heard the whistle, they would be in trouble without Virgil and Hem. Seeing bird-masked figures in the distance, Game plans to buy time for Ova and tells Rafa to stay and guard her while San and Gratz follow him. Rafa touches her injured arm and laments her inability to join the others in battle before something behind her catches her attention. Rafa looks at the trembling Ova with concern and asks if she is all right, but the exhausted mage replies that she can no longer even feel her own fingers. Confused by the response, Rafa asks if the temple is broken, but the mage clarifies that the issue lies with the overwhelming power itself. As sweat begins to bead on Rafa's face, the mage explains that she must insert her staff into one of the holes on the pedestal to establish a connection. Kneeling on the ground, she admits she does not know which hole is correct, and that choosing the wrong one causes a nearly fatal backlash of energy. Rafa realizes with wide eyes that there are 4 holes remaining, while the mage continues to sweat profusely from the strain. Ova confirms that another mistake could be fatal, her eyes wide with terror as fear begins to overwhelm her mind. Terrified by the prospect of death, she gasps for breath and covers her face as tears begin to stream from her eyes. Overcome with fear, she insists she cannot do it and urgently tells Rafa that they must inform Lep and flee immediately. Rafa is shocked by Ova's suggestion to run and firmly purses her lips, determined to stay as she begins to explain the situation calmly. Rafa points out that they are in enemy territory and would not survive a single day on the run, making the temple their only hope for escape. Ova continues to sob and shake her head in despair, prompting Rafa to fall silent as she rests her hand on her chin in deep thought. Standing up, Rafa points to the ancient characters on the floor and asks Ova if she is able to decipher any of the writing. Wiping her eyes, Ova explains that she can only read a little, as she has only recently begun studying the Aensadian language from her master's books. Although her master claimed only archmages should handle such text, Rafa offers an encouraging smile and reminds her that she still possesses some knowledge. Rafa suggests they try together to find the correct placement for the staff, and a reluctant Ova begins to calm down as she looks at her companion. Meanwhile, a goblin thrusts its spear violently into an opponent as Game shifts his gaze toward the distance. Countless goblins cheer from the hilltop, prompting Game to look back in realization and call to Graza while San asks if he is all right. Game asks Graza about the depth of the wound on his waist, which the older man dismisses as a minor scratch while San removes his helmet. Observing the distant peak, the 3 men realize the enemy has moved, and Game worries they are preparing another attack. San asks for news from the temple, but Game shakes his head, noting that Over is still busy while San sighs about the fate of men waiting for women. San mentions his people have many songs about men waiting for women, a sentiment Game finds surprising as he removes his own helmet. Pursing his lips in surprise, Game notes there are even songs about it, while Graza frowns and says his people have them too. San begins to gesture expressively and declares that if they survive, he will write a poem titled Ova's Grace. He recites a verse to Ova of the Abyss, claiming they waited with hope for her true soul despite the long delay she caused them. Game breaks into a cold sweat and mutters that San can write all the poems he wants if Ova manages to save them from their predicament. San tilts his chin with an arrogant expression, while Game remarks that the poet can write as much as he likes if they survive. Graza is moved to tears by the beautiful flow of the words, while Game looks on at his 2 eccentric companions with a weary expression. San smiles confidently and claims that poetry is in his blood, offering to teach Graza the craft once they escape. Game looks on with contempt and rests his chin with a weary expression, wondering if San truly believes his own poetry is good as he pleads for Ova to hurry. Ignoring the tension, Graza and San begin an enthusiastic discussion about a famous ode regarding a master of the ocean. Graza asks to hear the poem just as a clear voice rings out in the temple of Kan Nat, and Ova points to an inscription on the floor. Ova believes that is the correct pronunciation, prompting Rafa to call it interesting and explain her concern. Rafa explains that in her dialect, Kan Nat signifies pain or danger, suggesting that the pit in this area represents a great threat. Ova is surprised by the linguistic connection and confirms the meaning is the same for her people as Rafa identifies 3 similar markings. Tensely pointing in one direction, Rafa indicates where she placed her staff as sunlight illuminates 2 ancient characters on the floor. A voice suggests one of the 2 options must be correct, prompting Rafa to ask if Ova can decipher the nearby inscription. Ova admits she cannot, leading a discouraged Rafa to suggest they simply pick one and hope for the best as the trio gazes down from the hill. Observing the ancient city below, Rasa notes the enemy's lack of rest, while a worried Game asks Glyph for an explanation of the situation. As a map appears in his mind, a voice speaks of more heathens facing their master's wrath, leading Game to suspect the enemy is awaiting reinforcements. When Sang asks about their numbers, Game observes a massive horde of spear-wielding monsters advancing toward the hill as Ova points her staff. Rafa tensely questions Ova's certainty, but Ova insists they must try something, even dismissing a nervous suggestion to use a rope to pull the staff. Raising her staff with a serious expression, Ova tells the others to step back and let her handle the task, as a rope would be ineffective. Closing her eyes in a desperate prayer for success, she slowly lowers her staff toward a chosen spot until a hand suddenly reaches out. Rafa watches in horror and Ova looks up in shock as the hand seizes the staff, just as Game confronts 2 monsters. A dark shadow descends from the sky, startling Game, as Hem lands with a smile and offers to take over the task of shedding blood. Game calmly yields the fight to Hem, who raises his axe with a wicked grin, just as Vogel intervenes by grabbing the staff. Vogel warns them against the reckless move to avoid a fatal mistake, explaining that the hole Ova targeted is actually labeled for power. He points out that the other option is for control, admitting that while he doesn't fully understand the temple, he knows her choice was wrong. Overjoyed and blushing, Ova throws her arms around Vogel in gratitude, while a skeptical Rafa asks where he has been this whole time. Vogel pushes Ova away and explains that he and his companion were delayed by an attack they had to fight off while traveling. He realized the temple's complexity and came to help, though Rafa mockingly suggests he is only looking for an escape, which deeply offends him. Vogel insists he has no such intentions and urges Ova to proceed, prompting her to close her eyes and focus on her staff. As a blue light emanates from her weapon, Ova announces that she has successfully linked with the temple to transport them to a distant location. Vogel instructs her to find a closer temple instead, and as she opens her glowing blue eyes, she warns that such a search will take time. Vogel raises his sword with confidence, telling her to take the time she needs, while he stays behind to hold back the advancing enemy. Sanzer finishes off the last of the high-level group with a sword strike as Graza warns him that the rest are closing in fast. The approaching monsters appear furious, led by a creature charging with a cleaver while Game raises his weapon and shouts. Game orders everyone back to the temple and moves to intercept the enemy, sternly telling a questioning Hem that he will follow shortly. Game plans to stall for time by challenging the leader to a duel, but Hem aggressively blocks his path, claiming the fight for himself. Hem insists that Game regroup with the others, dismissing Game's argument that his own weapon is sufficient for the task. Hem cuts him off to boast about his new axe before a red-skinned companion urgently tells them both to stop arguing and move. As Hem runs toward the temple, he notes that the duel is off, prompting an irritated Game to tell him to shut up and keep running. Game is surprised to see Hem with another axe, which Hem affectionately calls his 7th love while rubbing it against his face. Game ignores the comment and takes cover behind a temple wall to shield himself from an incoming barrage of arrows. A tense Game asks how much longer they must hold out, and Vogel replies that she is nearly finished and only needs a little more time. He steps onto the altar and orders everyone to form a defensive circle around Ova, as they all prepare to strike the approaching monsters. As the monster leader enters the temple, Hem prepares to stop him, but a terrified Game tells him to wait while the creature reaches inside. A rainbow light erupts from Ova's position as she screams for everyone to jump, while the tribespeople continue transporting their supply. The chief watches seriously as Bungu arrives at a large rock crevice on a litter carried by tribesmen, with a hidden door standing behind them. Bungu steps onto the ground and the chief offers a respectful greeting, welcoming him back to their settlement. Bungu arrogantly demands wine and fresh food, while Bodobert notices the chief's annoyance as he is welcomed back from the mission. The chief asks privately if the situation is as dire as reported, and a worried Bodobert confirms they lost nearly 2/3 of the expedition. The chief dismisses the loss of the grayskin lives with contempt, focusing instead on whether the treasure was successfully protected. Bodobert explains that they hid the treasure inside the ore ships to keep it from the goblins, much to the chief's satisfaction. The chief plans to exploit the goblins once they depart, but Bodobert takes on a serious expression and tells Rengard there is more to the story. Two tribespeople watch Aim and Ruhun from a distance, shocked to see the goblin elder, but Ruhun dismisses him with contempt. Ruhun explains that the pathetic elder sold his own daughters to Bungu's brother to secure his rank, leaving Aim looking on in anger. Disgusted by such scum, Aim asks the commander where she is going, and Ruhun replies that she must check on something while Aim keeps watch. A masked tribesman trembles as he delivers the news that someone has died, causing an old man to collapse in grief and denial. The old man whispers in sorrow while Ruhun walks around, observing the mixture of weeping and celebration among the tribe. Ruhun passes by people celebrating and others sitting in exhaustion before Gun calls out to her in surprise. Gun dejectedly tells Ruhun to see for herself as Vaughn stands sadly by a cart and asks if she has anything to say. Ruhun expresses her regret to Vaughn, but he insists that he could not have brought the girl along with him. As a severely injured girl lies unconscious on the cart, Vaughn explains that she would not survive the night if Bungu found her alive. Gritting his teeth in agony over her worsening condition, Vaughn listens as Ruhun suggests seeking help from one of the healers. Ruhun suggests asking a healer for help, just as Gun and Jem approach to tell Vaughn he needs to speak to the people. Gun tells Vaughn that he needs to address the group, and Vaughn agrees to go after calling out to Ruhun. Vaughn composes himself and thanks Ruhun, acknowledging they couldn't have brought the girl back without her help. Ruhun explains she was simply repaying a debt for the help she received from the girl when Rafa was lost, and Vaughn offers a blessing. After Ruhun bids the others farewell, a nervous Vaughn rubs his neck and asks Gun for advice on what he should say to the crowd. Gun is unsure and tells Vaughn to follow Lep's example, but Vaughn feels inadequate and trembles at the thought. Vaughn says he is not Lep and cannot speak like him, suggesting that he should perhaps ask Jem to do it instead. Gun reminds Vaughn that he is the leader who united them, giving him the courage to stand tall and face the task. Vaughn begins his speech with a trembling voice, thanking everyone for their hard work and their successful return. The tribespeople below discuss their worries, mourning those who were lost or eaten and could not return home with them. Vaughn frowns in tension and tries to shout, but a man interrupts to ask when they will be paid for their work. Vaughn looks stunned and confused by the mention of payment, while Gun watches tensely as the man impatiently presses for an answer. The man calmly explains that they only care about receiving their promised rewards for the expedition. Vaughn promises to pay everyone once he receives funds from the green-skinned tribe, causing the crowd to cheer while he sighs in relief. Gun remarks on the smooth outcome while Ruan watches Aim in surprise, grabbing her hand to ask why she is running away. Aim frantically explains that she came to take her back to the surface because Bungu is declaring war, leaving Ruan in a state of terror. Ruan asks who the war is against while Boderbast expresses concern, noting they were already prepared for an expedition in 3 weeks. Bungu has declared war on the Hiplings with the intent to destroy them, prompting an angry man to slam his hand on the table. The man calls the plan foolish due to their lack of manpower and asks if the entire goblin army will be sent, causing the chief to frown. The chief explains that no goblins or mercenaries will be sent because Bungu expects them to handle the conflict alone, shocking the men. The man warns that such madness will lead to a riot and begs the chief to reason with Bungu while Boderbast sweats in worry. The chief crosses his arms dejectedly and explains that reasoning is useless because Bungu has staked everything on the expedition. Bungu is acting out of desperation because his father will execute him if he returns home without the promised treasure. Despite the man's protest, the chief insists they have no choice and asks Boderbast if he has any idea. Boderbast frowns with visible worry and admits that while he has some thoughts, it might be too much to call them a proper plan. Boderbast suggests they need to buy time by delaying the mobilization, while he attempts to bribe Bungu's advisors to change their mind. The chief falls into a long silence while elsewhere, a man drinks from a cup near a severely injured girl lying in bed. After finishing his mushroom soup, Vaughn anxiously asks Hellerdock if there is anything he can do to help the girl. Hellerdock dismissively explains that he is not an Ova and that Vaughn needs someone with more than just basic herbal knowledge. Vac notes that most healers died in the expedition and calls the girl mushroom food before introducing himself and thanking Vaughn for the beer. Vaughn whispers that he refuses to give up and points out the obvious need for a healer, which the other man acknowledges. Van frustratedly notes that most healers are dead and the survivors are exhausted, prompting Vaughn to leave in a helpless rage. Vac watches Vaughn leave with concern, while Gazak anxiously tries to reassure himself as he looks at the comatose girl on the bed. Vaughn loses his temper and shouts that they have healers on the surface, causing Gazak to hesitantly admit that they do. Van explains their precarious situation with the goblins, but Gazak interrupts to highlight the gravity of their circumstances. Gazak warns that smuggling a dark elf into their camp could lead to disaster, yet Vaughn remains persistent in his plea. Vaughn insists they cannot abandon her after fighting together and asks if the mercenaries will help if he gathers enough crystal. After a long silence, Gazak overrides Ban's hesitation and agrees to the task, much to Vaughn's joy and Ban's utter surprise. Gazak sternly warns that their services will not be cheap, prompting Vac to look at Vaughn before Vaughn asks for a private word. Vac dismisses the others and asks if the plan is realistic, leading Vaughn to desperately cry out that he needs assistance. Vaughn explains the DK group will take Vara to the surface for smoke crystals, but Vac sighs, knowing Vaughn has no way to pay. Vaughn promises future payment and offers Vac anything in return, but Vac sternly asks if Vaughn truly understands the weight of his words. Vac expresses his desire to help, but explains the situation is complicated, leaving Vaughn looking on in complete shock. Vac clarifies that unlike Vaughn, he has responsibilities and the payment they receive does not belong to them alone. He explains the funds are for the survivors and the families of the fallen, a revelation that leaves Vaughn stuttering in surprise. Vac looks at him with disappointment and remarks that Vaughn's lack of foresight is exactly why Jim always complains about him. Vac reminds Vaughn of the obligation to support the families of those lost during the expedition, causing Vaughn's expression to darken. Vac sternly notes that after fulfilling those obligations, Vaughn will likely have nothing left for himself. When asked if he managed to secretly bring back any crystals, Vaughn simply shakes his head and admits he was too occupied. Vac sighs in frustration at Vaughn's lack of planning and explains that his own debts prevent him from helping, advising Vaughn to stay with Vara. As the image of the girl lying on her sickbed appears before them, he suggests spending her remaining time with her, noting she would want someone by her side when she passes away. Vaughn sits dejectedly by the girl's bedside with his head bowed until a voice calls out to him from behind, prompting him to ask what is the matter. Gunn scratches his head and quickly dismisses the concern, waving his hand with a worried expression while trying to comfort Vaughn by saying it is nothing important. When Gunn suggests speaking to Jem instead, Vaughn calmly insists on hearing it himself while frowning and touching his head with a suspicious tone. Gunn explains that a message arrived requesting an escort for the tributes being sent to Bungu on the surface, to which Vaughn calmly suggests letting Jem handle it before Gunn steps outside through a bamboo curtain with a tense apology. Vaughn grunts in annoyance before calling out for Gunn to wait, and by the next morning, the gray-skinned tribe is seen escorting a carriage through a vast forest. Vaughn looks up at the sky with excitement and asks if that was a bird, while Gunn cries out in amazement at the vastness of the world around them. Gunn smiles and asks if this is Vaughn's first time outside, and after Vaughn confirms it is, Gunn expresses his own excitement and gratitude for being invited, though Vaughn's expression soon turns serious and worried. Vaughn warns him to remain cautious because the outside world is full of dangers such as sky demons, fierce wolves, and even the legendary moose. Gunn turns pale and looks around in fear as Vaughn describes the giant, aggressive moose his father spoke of, creatures with massive horns that resemble demons. Gunn cowers in fear and whispers that he is beginning to think coming on this journey was not such a good idea after all. Vaughn softly comforts his teammate by assuring him that everything will be fine since Thorgan, the arena war god from the western tunnels, is leading them. While Vaughn dismisses Gullick's curiosity about what lies inside by stating he only cares about their crystal payment. Gunn skeptically peeks through a gap in the bamboo curtain only to be startled by a staring yellow eye, prompting a cry of surprise from him. The owner of the yellow eye tells the two to be quiet and try to stay calm, noting that the situation is already difficult enough. Vaughn quickly covers Gunn's mouth and apologizes for the disturbance, promising to keep his companion quiet as the woman inside the carriage asks if they are nearing their destination. Vaughn calmly explains that he has never been outside before and does not know where they are, then asks the woman with the gentle eyes for her identity. The woman introduces herself as Lena and gestures toward the other girls inside, sadly explaining that they have been sent to serve Bungo. Gunn cries out in shock upon realizing they are slaves, but a man wearing a purple turban at the front of the carriage turns around and angrily orders them to stay away. Facing the man's furious glare, a pale Vaughn quickly offers a peaceful smile and tries to de-escalate the situation. Vaughn insists they meant no harm, but Gunn frowns in disgust at the thought of women being sent to Bungo, causing Vaughn to break into a cold sweat as he whispers a response. Vaughn tells Gunn that the matter does not concern them and suggests the women might be volunteers, though both men remain visibly uncomfortable. They bitterly recall how many of their friends were killed by the green-skinned creatures, remembering a young girl buried under rubble and quietly cursing the goblins. Blaming the goblins for Vara's injuries and wishing they would all rot, Gunn tries to say more until Vaughn cuts him off and tells him to focus on their task. As the group passes through the massive gates, a soldier leads Vaughn's team into a room and instructs them to surrender their weapons and wait for food and water. Goblins crowded along the walls discuss the vast size of the fortress, the quality of the armor, and whether they will finally be fed real meat. Vaughn notices Gunn's unusual silence and asks what is wrong, only for a terrified Gunn to ask if the goblins intend to eat them. Vaughn shakes his head and expresses doubt that goblins eat their kind, then spots Ruan waving from behind a wall and makes an excuse to leave so he can relieve himself. Too frightened to stay behind, Gunn follows Vaughn just as a panicked Ruan asks what they are doing at the fortress. Vaughn explains they are escorting the tribute for Bungo, but a trembling Ruan urges him to tell their supervisor to flee the area immediately. Ruan explains that something horrific is happening and reveals with a look of terror that an elf assassin has murdered Bungo. Gunn and Vaughn turn pale with fright and cry out in unison before the scene shifts to a weary Ova sitting down and looking up at his companion. When asked about their next move, he explains that following the existing tracks is the fastest way to navigate this floor and reach the others. Countless footprints stretch across the dark dirt path as Gem notes that while the journey home will be long, this route is their quickest option. Vogel frowns with a serious expression and insists on speaking privately with Lep before they set out, rather than continuing their aimless exploration. Hem suddenly blocks Vogel's path with a threatening look to ask what he wants, but Vogel dismisses him with a look of pure contempt. Hem's confused reaction causes Vogel's expression to darken as he mockingly challenges the boy while resting a hand on the hilt of his sword. In a low, threatening voice, Vogel warns the boy not to provoke him, explaining that he must ensure Lep's group will not betray him once they regroup. Gem reassures him by taking his hand, noting that Vogel is wise enough not to kill him yet, while Vogel gestures for them to follow him. After suggesting they find a more private location, the two move to a secluded, dark area where Vogel decides they have gone far enough to talk. Lep looks at Vogel and correctly guesses that the conversation involves more than just politics or faction, earning a small smile for his sharp intuition. Taking a deep breath, Lep asks if Vogel wants to know about his spear and the key mentioned by K35, to which Vogel responds that he is nearly correct. Lep gets straight to the point, explaining that his true interest lies not in the key itself, but in its actual owner and what Vogel truly is. Vogel reveals that he knows Lep's past as the one formerly called Gem, causing the young man to frown with a look of growing concern. With a sharp gaze and an arrogant tone, Vogel questions how someone once so weak and useless could have transformed so rapidly and changed his name. Vogel points out that Lep has gathered forces and become a deadly warrior, concluding that the only logical explanation is that he is the chosen one. Gem dismissively gestures to his own head and asks if Vogel has lost his mind, but Vogel irritably insists that his analysis is perfectly sane. Vogel recalls with amazement how Lep transformed timid miners into a disciplined army and used that motley crew to snatch victory from his most fearsome subordinate. He reflects on the unexpected bond between Gem, Jack, and Gojak, a level of friendship that he never imagined could possibly exist between them. Vogel notes that Lep's sophisticated political maneuvers and grasp of power dynamics have far exceeded the capabilities of anyone within his own clan. Vogel admits there is still one thing he cannot understand, prompting Lep to narrow his eyes and ask for clarification despite the surrounding danger. Vogel observes that Lep never used his special skills even when facing death, to which Gem casually replies that perhaps he simply isn't the chosen one. Vogel strokes his chin and cheerfully suggests that Game might simply be a lost soul, prompting an incredulous look from Game, who wonders why he would be labeled as such after their discussion. With a bright and arrogant smile, Game asserts that the gods would never allow someone as exceptional as him to wander freely and would have chosen him instantly. Vogel frowns with an angry and hateful expression, accusing Game of overestimating the gods, whom he describes as blind, petty, and foolish. Vogel laments that the gods remain idle while the world sinks into blood and chaos, leading Game to lower his shield and calmly ask if Vogel fears being struck by lightning for such words. Vogel merely snorts in response, before breaking into a fit of crazed laughter. Vogel spits on the ground with his faith shattered like glass, challenging the gods to see what they could possibly do to him after all these years. Vogel concludes that either the gods do not care or they do not exist, his mind drifting back to the many sacrificial ceremonies he had witnessed. Vogel expresses his belief in the latter, viewing the gods as nothing more than myths created by humans to explain the unexplainable. Recalling images of powerful figures standing atop mountains of corpses, Vogel suggests that those deemed the chosen ones invented deities to elevate themselves above the masses. Game asks with a confident smile if Vogel is truly serious, causing Vogel to scream in a frenzy about whether the gods would hurt, kill, or curse him. Vogel declares he lives by his own truth rather than theirs, but Game gently counters by asking if that truth might lead to ruin or actions driven by emotions that he would later regret. When Game questions how he can be so certain, Vogel argues that he would rather embrace a truth of his own making than accept the hand-me-down beliefs of thousands. Vogel vows to follow his own path, accepting that if his beliefs are entirely wrong, it is simply due to his own lack of foresight. Game spreads his hands with a calm expression, stating that he has said everything he intended to say. Vogel frowns and asks if that is truly all, but Game tilts his head in surprise, questioning if Vogel really expected him to reveal the details of his plan. Vogel smiles and acknowledges the point but insists there are two more things he wants to know, while Game clarifies that he is neither a lost soul nor a chosen one. Vogel laughs scornfully at what he perceives as Game's familiar style of deception. Vogel suggests the lie reveals that Game has memories of a past life where he failed to achieve his goals, lost hope, and eventually gave up. Game's expression sours as he closes his eyes in annoyance, firmly denying that he ever had or ever would experience such a failure. Vogel accepts the answer and moves to his second conclusion, asking about the nature of the key and how Game obtained it, though Game irritably refuses to recount the long story. Game remains silent for a long while, his expression darkening as if he is recalling a horrific memory while considering the proposal the price for their future cooperation. Exhaling a breath, Game agrees and begins to explain that the blade he holds is a relic from a dead city, a place where failed experiments and worn-out magical creations were buried. Stating that the details of how he acquired it are unimportant, Game turns to leave while explaining that the weapon is uniquely bound to him. He notes that the blade is completely useless to anyone else, resting the weapon on his shoulder as he continues his explanation. After decapitating a giant insect, Game calmly asserts that he himself is the key, his voice carrying a subtle threat as he rests the blade back on his shoulder. Game warns that to reach the city and its treasures, his safety must be ensured, prompting Vogel to reflect and eventually admit with a smile that he may have misjudged the situation. Game looks on in surprise as Vogel smirks, and mockingly suggests the god of trickery might actually exist before raising his hand with newfound resolve. Vogel proposes a genuine truce, noting that threats only worsen matters and that they must cooperate to suppress the approaching chaos. Game accepts the handshake and agrees as sunlight illuminates a distant mountain, shaped like an open palm reaching toward the sky. Before a wooden fence at the forest's edge, two terrified soldiers rush forward and report that the goblins have begun their move. Carrying an axe on his shoulder, Vac looks toward the distance and asks if the others can hear it, prompting Bon Von to confirm before Vac shouts for everyone to prepare. Vac urges them to show the goblins the fighting prowess of the elves, while elsewhere, Hem grinds his teeth in frustration, realizing they have become lost. Graza expresses his worry and confusion as he looks upon dozens of scattered corpses with growing irritation. Ova covers her mouth in terror at the sight of a giant insect carcass riddled with spears, her voice trembling as she wonders what transpired in this place. Game looks around anxiously, noting that while an attack is possible, it doesn't explain why the victims are mostly civilian, a sentiment Vogel shares while examining a nearby body. Vogel agrees, pointing out that the nobility would never dispatch their private security to protect commoners of this rank. Turning to the group, Vogel notes with a low voice that the woman was killed by a spear rather than a bite, causing Hem to grit his teeth in anger. Ova's eyes widen in disbelief as she realizes the implication that the woman might have been killed by the very guards meant to protect her. Vogel stands up with a somber expression, unable to explain their actions, but suggesting they examine the other victims just as a voice calls out to them. As Ova rushes over with her staff and kneels down to look, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly gleams from the shadows behind her. A figure wielding a spear lunges at the terrified Ova, who screams and swings her staff, hitting the man in the head. Panicked, she strikes his groin and prepares another blow with a wicked look until Hem rushes in to stop her. Gun clutches his groin, trembling and sweating profusely, as a voice asks if it is really him. Gun sits up and respectfully expresses his amazement to Game, calling his survival a miracle. Hem restrains the furious mage while Game asks Gun what is happening and why he attacked Ova. An old voice explains that Gun was only trying to protect them, revealing the speaker to be Doc the healer. Doc appears with blood staining his robes and beard, explaining that Gun mistook them for enemies or even goblins. Game is confused by the mention of goblins, but a terrified Gun shouts that war has been declared. Gun reports that Bungu was killed and goblins are attacking the settlement, as Vogel's voice is heard. Vogel finds the situation with the guards and insectoids inexplicable and angrily demands an explanation from Gun. Gun recalls the urgent evacuation where nobles forced everyone, including women and children, to fight after the declaration of war. Jack and Vaughn sent them to hide on the second floor to avoid the draft, but Vogel interrupts, saying that doesn't explain everything. Doc tells Vogel to let the boy finish as Gun sadly remembers the clash between the insectoids and the townspeople. The nobles found their hiding spot and sent guards to capture them, forcing them to flee just as the insectoids appeared. Gun thought the insectoids were on an expedition, but a frustrated Game asks if they reached the settlement. Gun says the insectoids left quickly, leading Hem and Ova to conclude they must have taken a different path. Game puts on his helmet and calmly asks Gun why his sister is not with the group of survivors. Gun turns pale and trembles with fear, prompting Game to demand the truth as Gun looks away dejectedly. Gun explains that she refused to leave with them despite their efforts, choosing to stay with Tosh instead. She remained at the settlement, and while Hem is shocked she stayed with the foreman, Game feels relieved. Hem remarks that the boy surely confessed his feelings before asking if his sister is involved with the foreman, while Game dismisses it as youthful love. Game admits he has little else to say before raising his voice to order the group to head toward the settlement and investigate the situation. San informs Lep that they must part ways there, a sentiment Rasha supports by explaining that this is not their war to fight. Rasha notes that continuing would involve them in the conflict, while Rafa looks at her injured arm and sadly admits she cannot use it. Rafa decides to stay behind to search for survivors, and Ova offers to remain with her in case the insectoids return, which Game reluctantly accepts. Game agrees to send word later to help them, and then turns to Viraga and Hem to ask if they are prepared to move out. Hem raises his axe with excitement while Viraga calmly mentions having many questions, and Hem waves to the people on the hill. With a look of firm determination, Game leads the group forward, while elsewhere, Bordelbert angrily questions the chief's current actions. The chief continues giving orders to the workers and looks at Bordelbert with contempt, asking if the situation isn't obvious to him. Bordelbert suspects the chief is preparing to flee, and the chief boldly confirms his departure, advising Bordelbert to follow his lead. Bordelbert shouts that the battle has only just begun, but the chief responds with a cunning and knowing smile. The chief explains the battle is merely a stalling tactic before the goblins crush them. while Bordelbert reminds him that he was the one who called for mobilization. Bordelbert argues that the settlement is relying on the chief's leadership instead of sacrificing their children, yet the chief is now planning to desert them. The chief indifferently recalls the determination of the Unbreak family and the other nobles who are committed to the fight. The chief smiles with malicious joy at the thought of their inevitable fate before suddenly shouting at a worker for dropping an item. Bordelbert claims to see through the chief's plans, prompting the chief to look at him with genuine affection while offering a final piece of advice. The chief warns Bordelbert that if he is wise, he will follow him, as the entire settlement is on the verge of destruction. After Bordelbert exits the room, a noble startles him by asking for the chief, prompting Bordelbert to ask if Gawain has come to report. Gawain offers a formal military salute and explains that the council has sent him to deliver the most recent updates. Bordelbert uncomfortably informs Gawain that the chief is unavailable, but offers to relay the message himself, leaving Gawain looking hesitant. Gawain accepts the necessity of the situation while recalling the solemn, ragged slaves standing among the military ranks. Gawain describes the completed mobilization and the organization of all capable slaves into defense units for the settlement. He explains that small entrances are sealed and defensive posts are set at main routes, with Bogoth guarding the west gate. Bodobert forces hold the east gate while Jayak, Von, and many other soldiers remain stationed at the front line. Before Jira's main army arrived, Jayak's troops at the main gate dug trenches and built fortifications to face the enemy. Bodobert asks for an update, and Gawain notes with satisfaction that Jayak's men have repelled several goblin attacks. Bodobert inquires whether the messenger sent to the mercenary camp in the distant valley has returned. Gawain recalls Gazak's refusal and reports that the mercenaries have declared their intention to remain neutral. The mercenaries refuse to fight unless the goblins pay for the expedition up front, a prospect that pleases Bodobert. Bodobert remarks that the goblins will wait a long time given Bungu's death, but Gawain expresses concern. Gawain adds that the mercenaries are still bound by old contracts and will not assist them, but Bodobert insists they must defend themselves. Bodobert asks if the reserves are ready, prompting Gawain to think of the weak women and children being prepared. Gawain hesitates while mentioning the training, leading Bodobert to press him for more information. Gawain reports that many lower-class families vanished after the mobilization order, likely hiding in the lower caves. Bodobert asks if anyone was sent to find them, and Gawain recalls the guards descending into the deeper level. Since the overseers are busy with defense, some guards were dispatched to track down the deserters, which irritates Bodobert. Bodobert considers it a waste of manpower, noting that a few elderly and children won't matter if the goblins break through. Gawain explains the council still wants them found, so Bodobert tells him to inform Lord Albrecht that the chieftain will be notified. Bodobert commends Albrecht's coordination efforts and departs for the Temple of Jira to pray for victory. Gawain wonders if Bodobert is praying for their success, while feeling deep anxiety about the impending war with the goblins. He explains that he is praying for their survival while on the front lines. The soldiers and goblins clash as the monsters gather outside the fence with shields and blades, shouting that they have broken through. The goblins scream maniacally as they swarm through a breach in the fence, where one of them excitedly cuts down a soldier in the trench. As the soldiers flee in terror, the goblin leader raises his blood-stained blade high and lets out a thunderous roar, eager to show the humans what he has in store for them. The leader orders his pack to scatter and kill everyone they find, but one goblin stares in shock as Jack's sharp axe swings down toward him. Jack wears a cruel smile as he agrees with the sentiment, turning back to his soldiers to speak in a low, grim tone. Jack bellows a challenge and charges into the goblins, declaring that only one side will leave the battlefield alive, and it certainly will not be the monsters. The distance between the two forces has closed significantly, and they are only a few steps away from spotting each other through the thick grass. The goblins refuse to retreat, lurking in the shadows like predators waiting for an opening, while Jack and Von's group remains equally occupied. While discussing their strategy, Von expresses concern that the enemy has not withdrawn, but Jack nods, knowing the goblins are only using a feint. Jack explains that he already thwarted several attempts by the enemy to sneak into the distant trenches, which offers Von some relief. When asked about casualties, Jack reports that 3 men were wounded and have been replaced, noting that the enemy's losses are far greater. Jack suggests reinforcing the defensive lines with several more layers in case of another attack, a prospect that leaves Von feeling overwhelmed by the difficulty of their situation. Vaughn wishes for more reinforcements, but Jack advises him not to be stubborn, reminding him that he already has over 20 men and those soldiers belong to left. Jack points out that their combined force of over 60 men is sufficient without James's group, yet Vaughn is still reluctant to let the extra soldiers go. Jack sighs and reminds Vaughn that since Lep is not present, Vaughn is the one who must take charge and make the decision. Jack expresses his gratitude for the support, but they are interrupted by a breathless soldier reporting that the goblins have received reinforcements. The two men exchange a silent, worried glance, realizing that their defensive line will not hold if the current situation persists. Meanwhile, deep within a dark cellar, Bordabas walks through a narrow, cold corridor until a hooded figure gestures for him to follow. Kataga welcomes Bordabas after their long absence, and though he tries to get straight to the point, she already knows why he has come. She asks if he is there regarding Ringat, and after he acknowledges her vast network of informants, she offers to share a recent vision with him, leaving him surprised. Kataga explains that her vision is a sign of hope, seeing a future where their tribe lives freely under the sun. Bordorbert grows more worried despite the blessing of Dara, prompting Kataga to look up and ask why he is troubled. Bordorbert explains that as long as Ringat leads, the tribe remains shackled by a leader who lacks both vision and courage. Kataga suggests that when a father becomes unreasonable, it may be time to speak with his son, causing Bordorbert to frown. When Bordorbert mentions the son died last year, Kataga clarifies she means the other one while goblins prepare their weapons outside. Arrows are notched and footsteps muffled in the shadows as Vok and Vaughn observe the enemy's movements from a distance. Vaughn questions the strange weapons while Vok suspects they are magical bows, prompting an excited Rosa to step forward. Despite Vaughn's warning, Rosa laughs and insists they are safe from such a distance, wanting a closer look at the enemy. Ignoring Vok's attempt to stop her, Rosa moves ahead only to be struck down instantly by a lightning-fast arrow. Vaughn rushes to catch Rosa's falling body and calls for a healer as Vok orders everyone to stay low. Vok orders the men to hold their positions and stay hidden, while Vaughn wonders why the enemy has stopped attacking. Vok suspects the enemy is waiting for something, while Vaughn notes that their hesitation only makes their arrows less effective. Vok laments the stalemate until Vaughn suddenly notices something unusual happening within the goblin ranks. Vaughn points out the goblins pouring a strange substance from small jars near the surrounding rock. Watching the goblins crawl low to the ground, Vaughn feels a growing sense of dread about their mysterious tactics. Vok prepares his stone throwers to repel any advance, questioning what kind of trickery the enemy is planning. A sudden, panicked scream from Vaughn pierces the air, leaving the rest of the group startled and confused. Vok asks what is wrong as he watches Vaughn tremble in a state of total shock and terror. Vaughn recalls the horrifying sight of the goblins preparing to drop oil bombs into the defensive trenches. Realizing the enemy intends to turn the trenches into a sea of fire, Vok turns pale as Vaughn refuses to wait any longer. Vaughn urgently insists on retreating to the rear trenches to reinforce the line, but Jack shouts that there is no time left. As Vaughn continues to stammer in confusion, Jack stands up and resolutely declares that he is going to do what he does best. Jack leaps into action before Vaughn can react, leaving the boy calling after him as he takes cover behind a rock while Rosa watches in concern. Vaughn shakes his head in uncertainty, while Jack watches the enemy's every move like a predator waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Jack suddenly shouts that he has found his opening and charges from cover, using his shield to deflect a volley of incoming arrows. Vaughn screams in fear for Jack's life as he charges, but Jack ignores the danger and roars as he pours all his strength into the assault. Jack leaps into the air like a monster to catch the goblin off guard and delivers a powerful strike without hesitation. After Jack kills his target with a decisive blow, the remaining goblins flee in terror while he pursues them with lightning speed. A goblin screams for the others to shoot Jack down, but they can only tremble as he charges toward them like a murderous storm. The enemies fail to escape as Jack hurls one into the air, and then throws his heavy shield with incredible force. The shield strikes like a thunderbolt, causing the goblins to scream in agony and call for an immediate retreat. The enemy leader roars in desperate denial, while Vaughn cheers for Jack's success as the goblins begin to pull back. Jack laughs with pride at his own feat but quickly turns serious, warning Vaughn that they are not out of danger yet. The enemy leader glares with hatred before a wicked smile crosses his face, and he signals for reinforcements to advance. A new, more disciplined army emerges from the rear, causing Vaughn to recoil in disbelief at their overwhelming presence. Jack orders Vaughn to return to the cave, and gather every available fighter to help hold the line for as long as possible. When Vaughn despairs over the enemy's numbers and their slim chances of winning, Jack interrupts him with a firm and disappointed tone. Jack asks if Vaughn was truly taught to give up before a fight, leaving the boy stunned until he notices others returning to the field. Vaughn is moved to tears to see his superior alive, and Jem approaches to comfort him with a hand on his shoulder. Jem tells Vaughn that their reunion will have to wait as he points toward the new arrivals approaching from behind. Jem mentions finding warriors to assist them as he and Vaughn exchange searching glances, both harboring their own private thoughts. Vaughn smiles and expresses gratitude for Jem's return, while Jem pats his shoulder and acknowledges hearing of their separation, though he insists that discussion can wait. Jem produces a small charm and gives it to Vaughn as a token of good luck, which Vaughn immediately puts on. Jem turns serious and demands a full report, emphasizing the necessity of victory as Vaughn presents him with a map of the battlefield. Noticing Jem acting differently, Glyph asks what he is doing, prompting Jem to pause and reflect before responding. Jem thanks Glyph and explains he is formulating a strategy, then stands up to address the group with his finalized plan. Without hesitation, Jem instructs Moan to lead a group to gather kerosene and set fires at specific locations on the map. This tactic will help them consolidate their defensive line while the smoke obscures the vision of enemy archers, a command Moan promptly accepts. Jem continues assigning tasks to the others, explaining that they will divide into 3 separate attack forces, each led by a different commander. He stresses the importance of holding their positions for as long as possible, and the group signals their understanding of the plan. Vaughn acknowledges the orders but wonders what the 2 leaders will do during the battle, while their sinister smiles make him uneasy as they prepare to drive the enemy mad before charging in with their ultimate techniques. A chaotic battle unfolds between the 2 sides, prompting the champion to observe the scene and ask if these are the opponents who managed to hinder their progress. Someone interrupts to warn the champion not to underestimate the enemy, noting their formal training and discipline, which piques the champion's interest. The champion suggests that such an excuse is what will be reported to General Barra to explain why reinforcements were needed against such a disorganized rabble, but the other man dismisses the remark. The man argues that reinforcements would be unnecessary if the mercenaries had done their jobs, but the champion tiredly points out that he is merely blaming them after altering their contracts and withholding pay. When asked what he expected from the mercenaries, the man insists he was right to promise payment and bonuses only after the rebellion was successfully suppressed. The champion corrects him, asking if he refers to the rebellion of the very goblins they had fought alongside for months during their expedition. The champion calls him a fool, or worse, a corrupt and incompetent one, provoking the man to angrily demand how he dares to speak to him in such a manner. The man asks if the champion knows who his father is, but the champion approaches threateningly, stating he is there on the general's orders to clean up this mess. The champion warns him to watch his tongue or risk ending up as a corpse on the battlefield, leaving the man silenced as Vaughn continues to order his troops to aim for the enemy's heads. The enemy raises their shield, causing the soldiers to worry that their efforts are useless, but Vaughn remains resilient in his response. Vaughn acknowledges the difficulty but insists they must use their spears as the enemy closes in, though the soldiers still doubtfully ask if victory is truly possible. Unsure how to answer, Vaughn recalls asking Game how he remains so calm before battle, admitting that his own body used to tremble at the sight of the insectoid race. Game explained that a commander must hide his fear, because the soldiers will never trust a leader who appears terrified. He noted that the outcome of a battle is often decided before it begins, as morale is the most powerful weapon at their disposal. A commander's primary duty is to ignite hope and make the troops believe in victory, prompting Vaughn to take a deep breath and prepare his words. Vaughn smiles and assures his men of their success by reminding them of their past victory over the insectoid warriors, then asks if these current enemies are as large as those creatures. He asks if the enemies are as tough as beetles, and the soldiers regain their spirit, shouting that these foes are tiny in comparison as their confidence surges. They vow to crush the approaching enemy, and while Vaughn remains anxious, he silently thanks his mentor for the advice just as a soldier warns of the enemy's arrival. Both sides clash once more in a fierce struggle, leading the champion to observe that the soldiers are fighting remarkably well. The leader confidently asserts that his men are no longer disorganized scavengers, as their expeditions have forged them into true warriors. He dismissively claims they will still lose to his soldiers, prompting a skeptical question about why he doesn't join the front lines himself if victory is so certain. Champion approaches in a rage, demanding to know if he is being called a coward, but something interrupts him just as he is about to take action. As soldiers stand on guard, a memory surfaces of Vaughn asking Gem about the two primary duties of a commander. Gem charges forward as the answer echoes in his mind, stating that the second duty is to turn faith into victory, while the scene shifts to the main hall. A subordinate reports to Chief Bara after being summoned, and the chief sits there issuing commands with an air of authority. Bara orders Champion to lead his troops to the Sinner's Abyss to suppress the Goblin Rebellion, causing Champion to look alarmed as he prepares to respond. Champion explains that his soldiers need rest after their border raid against the KUR, but Bara ignores the request and continues speaking. Bara reveals that his goblin brother was murdered by those outcasts, while his advisors did nothing but cry like helpless children. Pointing at the kneeling warrior, Bara acknowledges that he earned the title of champion through his skill in battle, and is now being called to serve the tribe once more. Champion reluctantly agrees to the order, promising to march that night and crush their enemies until no one is left standing. The next day, Gem and Hem enter the enemy camp, where Gem questions Hem's understanding of an ambush while Hem pouts about being caught off guard. An enemy soldier points at them and demands they identify themselves, but Champion steps forward to intervene. Champion calls the soldier a fool for not realizing the intruders came for him, while Gem announces their intent to challenge the strongest warriors. Champion laughs at the young man's audacity to face him and steps forward, declaring his readiness to accept the challenge. Hem excitedly prepares to join the fray, but Gem stops him, leaving him feeling disappointed and sidelined. Gem warily watches the enemy, noting this is more than just a duel, while Hem insists he will be fine with his short sword despite his hurt feeling. Hem expresses his disapproval, but Gem comforts him by asking him to guard his back before stepping forward to face the enemy. Champion's grin widens as he eyes Gem like prey, boasting that both their heads will be mounted on spears before the day is over. Gem steps back into a defensive stance and requests that no one interfere in the fight, a condition that Champion seems to ignore. Champion draws a small dagger and hurls it toward Game, declaring he needs no help as the blade spins through the air. Game's blade warns him of the incoming attack and prepares to counter, but he decides to handle it personally as the weapon obeys his command. Game uses his immense strength to deflect the dagger before Champion charges toward him with the speed of an arrow. Champion closes the distance with powerful strides and leaps into the air like a demon, swinging his massive blade down at Game. Game agilely leaps away to dodge the strike before both warriors charge at each other once again. Overpowered by his opponent's strength, Game takes a heavy kick to the stomach and is sent flying back, but he quickly recovers with a murderous glare. Champion delivers another powerful blow that forces Game to retreat as the nearby soldiers cry out in concern for their leader. Hamo watches the duel in shock, noticing that Game appears to be struggling against his opponent's relentless assault. Game retreats while enduring the pain of the battle, prompting Hamo to rally the soldiers to fight alongside the man risking his life for them. Hamo declares that the Liberator is on their side and silently prays for Game's victory, placing all his trust in him. Champion demands Game's surrender to end his life quickly, but Game simply responds with a mysterious smile and says that he has seen enough. A brilliant light erupts from Game's blade, forcing Champion back until he collapses to the ground in agony. Overwhelmed by surprise, Champion can only watch as Game approaches with a cold gaze and begins a relentless series of strikes. Game confidently explains that he was merely putting on a show to boost morale before preparing for a grand finale that leaves Champion in disbelief. Champion retreats while clutching his wounds as the panicked enemy commander prepares to issue desperate orders to his subordinates. The commander orders his men to prepare an all-out attack if their champion falls, but he suddenly hesitates as he looks toward the battlefield. The commander flinches and retreats in terror after meeting Game's murderous gaze, quickly hiding himself behind his own subordinates. Game's blade begins to glow with a soft light as he points his weapon at the enemy and demands their immediate surrender. A massive fire illuminates the night sky as Game stands firm, but a sudden and strange noise causes him to turn his head in curiosity. As a group approaches from the distance, Game welcomes his returning allies and immediately asks Jack about the status of the goblin. Standing with his hands on his hips, Vok assures Lep that the survivors will not be returning anytime soon, prompting a relieved sigh and a word of thanks. Vok surveys the surroundings and asks for a status report, to which Lep explains that the goblins at the other entrances dispersed and are no longer a threat. Leaning forward with a look of relief, Vok asks if the ordeal is finally over, and Lep confirms the end of the siege after interrogating the goblin commander. Lep notes that they have eliminated the only available reinforcements and will have several weeks to prepare before the next army arrives. Vok remarks that the blue-clad citizens will be pleased, but Lep remains indifferent as he prepares for an upcoming meeting with the council. When Vok asks if the council summoned him, Lep surprises him by revealing that he was the one who requested the meeting himself. Lep explains that he hates wasting time and needs to leave immediately, asking a weary Vok to keep watch over the funeral pyre in his absence. Vok looks at the massive blaze and expresses surprise, having assumed the fire was merely a signal to guide their return. Lep confirms that since the bodies needed to be cremated anyway, he decided to use the fire for both purposes to save time. When Vok points out that goblins consider cremation an insult to their gods, Lep dismissively replies that offending deities is his specialty. As Lep leads the group toward a set of large doors, a restless Vaughn questions whether this course of action is truly a good idea. Vaughn suggests they should have brought more reinforcements, a sentiment the elder Gem agrees with, though Lep remains unconcerned and insists everything is fine. The elder Gem explains that the man before them is Goen Unbreak, a mage and the son of a council elder, before Lep cuts him short with a word of thanks. A man approaches and asks if he is speaking to Lep the Liberator, to which Lep solemnly confirms his identity and asks if the council is prepared to see him. The man suddenly turns his attention to Vaughn and asks if he is the one responsible for safely returning his sister. Vaughn confirms that he was, inquiring about the girl's well-being, and the man happily reports she is fine and expresses his gratitude for Vaughn's safety. Lep leans in to ask Vaughn for an explanation, but a bashful Vaughn promises to tell him later just as the man speaks up again. The man instructs Lep to follow him inside, but insists that his companions and weapons remain behind, sparking an immediate protest from his men. Unfazed, Lep hands his weapon to Vaughn and asks him to look after it, leaving Vaughn standing there in confusion over how Lep referred to the blade. The elder Gem sits down to wait for Lep's return, prompting Vaughn to mockingly ask if he has finally resigned himself to waiting for the young man. Gem clears his throat and suggests someone is overreacting, noting that everyone had presumed the man was dead, while a frustrated Vaughn argues they never gave him a chance to return. Gem explains that surviving a capture by the Hiplings is a miracle, as it is incredibly rare for anyone to return from such an ordeal alive. He remarks that usually not even bones are left behind, and before Vaughn can mention loyalty or faith, Gem reminds him of the practical realities of survival. Gem points out that such ideals do not provide food or keep his family safe, leading a surprised Vaughn to ask if Gem even has a family. Gem points at Vaughn and explains that this ignorance is why he left, questioning how Vaughn can be Lep's deputy without knowing anything about the men under his command. When Vaughn pouts and claims to know their names, Gem counters that a leader heading into battle must know far more than just a name. He insists a leader must understand his men's motivation, acknowledging that while the boss treats them as expendable, a deputy must still manage them effectively. Vaughn angrily shouts that Lep does not view them as cannon fodder, but Gem remains composed and tells the young man to calm down. Gem clarifies that he isn't insulting Vaughn's hero, but simply stating a truth they both recognize, prompting Vaughn to ask why Gem returned if he feels that way. Gem explains that he previously served under commanders like Daga and Jack, noting that while they were capable, none could compare to Lep. Gem notes that while his previous commanders were capable, none could compare to Lep, who possesses a truly unique and special quality. He describes Lep as a survivor with the divine luck of the gods behind him, destined to reach great heights in the future. Gem believes that following Lep will lead him to greatness, which is why he should be the right-hand man providing experienced command support. Gem confidently asserts that he is the best fit for the role and advises Vaughn to step back and learn from someone more experienced. Vaughn remains determined not to give up because Lep relies on him, while Gem cleans his dagger and predicts that Vaughn will eventually see the truth. Gem plans to step up when that moment arrives, and a tense silence follows as Vaughn anxiously watches the door to the inner chamber. Inside the room, Lep faces a group of formidable individuals who have summoned the man known as the Liberator for an audience. Lep irritably corrects the chief by asserting that he was actually the one who invited them, sparking an angry reaction from those present. A man named Unbreak points at Lep and shouts about his insolence, but Bordor Bird intervenes and suggests they hear the young man's presentation. After Bordor Bird consults the chief, the leader crosses his arms and invites Lep to speak, allowing him to proceed with confidence. Gen thanks the chief and clarifies he has no intention of overthrowing them, while Unbreak impatiently slams his hand on the table. Unbreak scoffs at the idea of a grayskin like Gen seizing power, but Gen reminds them that their elite guards were slaughtered in the underground palace. Gen asserts that while those guards followed orders, he now commands the support of the people and the gods, challenging the council's remaining confidence. Losing his patience, Unbreak orders Gawain and the soldiers to kill Gen as they advance with murderous intent. Gawain apologizes, stating he cannot disobey his father's orders, while Gen expresses sympathy for him before the chief intervenes. The chief halts the guards, causing Unbreak to react with confusion while Bordorbert also speaks up. Bordorbert points out that Gen defeated an entire goblin army, a feat Unbreak likely could not match, leaving the councilman speechless. Unbreak sits down in frustrated silence and dismisses Gawain before the chief clears his throat to speak. The chief asks what Gen desires if not a coup, and Gen begins explaining how empires in crisis grant absolute power to a single leader. He describes a system where a supreme ruler is given total control over all resources to repel invading enemies. With a meaningful gaze, Gen explains that only the command of the strongest individual can ensure the kingdom's ultimate victory. Gen proposes that the council appoint him as Generalissimo, granting him the authority needed to protect the realm. He suggests a partnership of mutual support rather than interference, but when the chief asks if that is all, Gen demands full operational autonomy. Gen insists on the right to recruit citizens and utilize all resources for his goal, leading the chief to angrily ask if they are merely puppets. Gen indifferently explains that the council would retain all non-military power, presenting this as his most favorable terms. The chief finds the logic sound, but notes they could also choose Jack or Vogo to lead instead of him. The chief mentions Vogo's return from the brink of death with an army, but Gen mockingly reveals that Jack is on his side. Gen questions the wisdom of giving military power to a man who murdered his own parents, leaving the council members visibly unsettled. Gen confidently asks for their decision while outside. Vaughn asks Jem if he has any children and how many. Jem impatiently asks why it matters, but Vaughn wonders why he would risk his life in battle if he did not care for his children. James looks sharply at Vaughn and asks if his family are Potters, which a confused Vaughn confirms. James bluntly advises Vaughn to never ask such questions of others, especially those with families who cannot earn a peaceful living like he can. When Vaughn flustredly apologizes for his unintended meaning, James turns away and says it is fine, claiming he was merely sharing his thoughts. James warns that such behavior will only create enemies and notes that he has no desire to be harsh toward someone as good as Vaughn. He tells Vaughn not to assume that others do not care for their families or their own survival, leaving Vaughn silenced and gesturing in dismissal. James interrupts Vaughn to note the commander's long absence, while Vaughn looks toward the door and wonders if something has happened. As James tells Vaughn to gather more men, the door opens and the commander emerges, prompting both men to ask how the meeting went. The commander walks briskly and announces that the council has accepted him as their supreme commander with the duty to protect the region. While Vaughn reacts with joy, James questions the council's sudden change of heart, leading the commander to explain they now see him as the ideal choice. James remains wary and vows to protect the commander from assassins, though the commander expresses confidence that such attempts will fail. The commander explains that the council's greed for the hidden treasure outweighs their desire for his death, then asks Vaughn for help regarding that location. A confused Vaughn claims to know nothing of the treasure, but the commander clarifies that he actually needs to meet the mysterious craftsman who makes their weapons. The commander reminds Vaughn of the anonymous artisan he once mentioned, and Vaughn begins to recall the man's identity. The commander declares it is time for the craftsman to reveal himself for a new plan, just as Lutzer rushes in shouting about their father's return. Lutzer excitedly tells Bolo that their father is back, finding Verger already waiting for them at the central table. Verger greets his son and mentions that he was likely recognized on the streets, as rumors of his return are already spreading. Lutzer asks how his father managed to survive and where he has been, but Verger finds the subject difficult to discuss at that moment. Verger promises to share the full story later, but mentions that Bolo has already briefed him on everything that happened, which visibly startles Lutzer. As Lutzer stammers about Hamo and Oswald, Verger watches them silently before standing up and claiming the blame for the situation himself. Verger explains that he should have prepared them better before going to war and refuses to blame his sons, though he insists Hamo must be held accountable. At the eastern gate of the Borgi settlement, Hamo approaches two men to inquire about what they have heard. Zem confirms the rumors that Lep has returned after defeating the Jira army and is currently reporting to the council. Hamo is shocked by the news, while Jem explains that these are the reports being brought back by their subordinates. Infuriated, Hamo finds it impossible to believe that a former prisoner of the insect race could have survived and returned. Jem suggests that with the blessing of Dara, anything is possible, and they should rejoice that the goblin siege might end without further bloodshed. Hamo reconsiders the situation as his voice softens, just as a messenger arrives to announce that a courier has arrived. Zem watches the two whisper in confusion, noting that Vogel has also returned, though his eyes appear devoid of light. Startled by the news of Vogel being alive, Zem tells Hamo that Oswald's death was not his fault and urges him to meet the man. Terrified and confused by the suggestion of seeking forgiveness, Hamo confesses that he was the one who killed Oswald. Hamo believes Vogel will never forgive them for the death of his favorite son, leaving Jem puzzled by the inclusion of himself in that guilt. In utter despair, Hamo explains that Vogel will reclaim everything and kill everyone who sided against him after Oswald's death. Zem remains confused by the warning as Hamo fearfully refers to Vogel as the Rat King and dreads their shared fate. Hamo compares their situation to the doomed Jelma and his men, causing Jem to panic and pray to Ma Ga for guidance. As Hamo searches for a way to escape his fate, Vogel leads a large and growing crowd of followers toward their position. The group marches inside without any resistance as Lutzer notes, with satisfaction that everyone has finally gathered together. A subordinate mentions that the people rallied as soon as they heard of Vogel's return, though Hamo likely anticipated their arrival. Vogel claims he knew of the situation long ago and asks Willie Ban if he notices the suspicious glares from the surrounding crowd. Observing the wary locals, Vogel explains that his former student Hamo prepared the people for their arrival at the eastern gate. Vogel suspects Hamo has convinced the locals they will all be massacred after the battle, prompting Lutzer to ask for their next move. When asked about the possibility of an ambush, Vogel acknowledges the threat and orders his guards to maintain a strict watch. Vogel believes the opposition lacks the conviction or compensation to risk a direct assault and are likely only blocking his retreat. Lutzer suggests waiting for word from the messengers sent to Raz and Lep, believing their arrival would force Hamo to withdraw. Vogel rejects the idea, arguing that hesitation only complicates matters and that they must act swiftly now that surprise is lost. Vogel is unwilling to keep his son waiting any longer as they face Hamo and his formidable army standing directly ahead. Vogel remarks on the elaborate welcome his son has prepared as the two hostile groups face off on the brink of a major conflict. Hamo watches his father warily, while Vogel fumes with disbelief at his son's betrayal as his men notice the master's return. Lutzer questions the loyalty of the 50 men, suspecting Hamo manipulated them with threats of punishment from their father. Vogel adds that Hamo likely secured their allegiance by promising a substantial bounty for those willing to fight on his side. When a subordinate questions where the money would come from, Vogel steps forward and coldly notes that the dead require no payment. The two men meet in the center of the arena, where Hamo mockingly welcomes his father back to the settlement. Hamo jests that even the goblins found Vogel unbearable, but Vogel demands an end to the folly, citing his 3-to-1 numerical advantage. Vogel points out that Hamo is in a losing position, but Hamo merely smiles and holds up a bag in response. A horn blast echoes through the cavern as the main gate suddenly swings open, causing Vogel's expression to turn murderous. Hamo declares that the Borgi have no future and that he has allied with the Jira to ensure their people's survival. As armed soldiers march through the gate, Hamo explains that the Borgi will finally walk in the sun, though Vogel fears it will be as slaves. Hamo insists they will be free men and points an accusing finger at his father for failing to deliver on his long-standing promises. Vogel looks away as Hamo gestures toward the gathered forces, claiming he is the one who will truly fulfill those broken vows. Hamo vows to liberate their people from the green-skinned and blue-skinned races, as well as from his father's own rule. Hamo asserts his commitment to becoming the leader his people deserve, while Vogel's gaze grows increasingly grim. Hamo calls for his father's surrender, mockingly promising to show more mercy than Vogel ever showed to Jelma. Hamo's eyes burn with a self-consuming ambition as he asks for his father's thoughts, but Vogel turns away in silent disappointment. Hamo seethes with rage while his subordinate expresses concern over the decision to deploy the Jira goblins earlier than planned. Despite the risks of involving the Jira, Hamo remains smugly confident that the creatures are dependent on their alliance. Hamo reasons that since their main force was defeated, the Jira cannot leave empty-handed, and he watches his father, certain the old man understands the stakes. He believes Vogel recognizes the inevitability of his defeat and is simply waiting for him to set aside his pride and surrender. When his subordinate remains anxious, Hamo points toward Vogel's men and confidently asserts that they are on the verge of desertion. He claims that with such grim expression, the fall of a single man will cause the entire group to scatter like scavengers. Hamo is certain Vogel cannot prevent the impending rout, while nearby, Bolo watches his father, unsure of their next move. In response to Bolo's uncertainty, Vogel raises his bow high and powerfully declares that their quest for justice has become a fight for survival. Vogel rallies his men by explaining that Hamo has brought the Jira to their doorstep, and they are the only shield protecting their loved ones. He tells them they have been called by the gods to defend their homes, warning that there will be no refuge if they fall to the invaders. Vogel calls for unity to secure victory, prompting an excited Lutzi to cheer as his father asks the men who will stand and fight by his side. Reinvigorated by his words, the men shout in unison, declaring their readiness to follow Vogel and crush their enemies. As Hamo and his subordinate watch the shift in morale, Vogel takes the lead and commands his forces to advance. A brutal and merciless melee erupts as Vogel leads the charge into the heart of the conflict. Both sides exchange lethal strikes in a desperate struggle, while Vogel expertly fires an arrow into the fray. After striking an enemy between the eyes, Vogel turns warily to find a crossbowman aiming directly at him from the opposite side. As a volley of arrows streaks toward Vogel, Bolo suddenly intercedes with his shield to protect his father. Vogel calmly inquires about the rear guard, and Bolo reports that their superior numbers are holding back the well-equipped Jira. Bolo adds that Lutzi is currently pursuing Hamo, while elsewhere, a tall man notes that his younger brother is also drawing near. A fierce battle erupts as both sides grow tense, realizing the match is evenly balanced and must be finished before enemy reinforcements arrive. Reaching into his side pouch, he produces a vial of liquid and instructs the man to take it and eliminate their opponent. The man grinds his teeth while accepting the vial, reminding him to keep his promise of a reward before consuming the entire potion. Meanwhile, Lutzer sweeps through the enemy ranks with his spear, until a ghost-like figure suddenly rushes forward and strikes him with a powerful punch. The blow sends him flying into a wall with his chest caving in, followed by a massive explosion that fills the area with blinding dust and leaves everyone in a state of panic. After consuming the potion, the man begins to emit a blue light and screams like a madman before launching a relentless attack with overwhelming strength. Willy Ban shouts for his men to capture the assailant and protect Lutzer as they surround the enemy, while he kneels down to check if Lutzer is still conscious. Lutzer can only manage a faint groan in response, and as Willy Ban looks back at the battlefield, he sees the man tossing aside everyone who had surrounded him. Preparing for a desperate struggle, Willy Ban grinds his teeth and reflects on how fortunate he was to kiss his wife goodbye that morning before the two sides clash. The opponent swings his blade downward, forcing Willy Ban to raise his weapon in defense while shouting for the lowly insect to die. The enemy grabs Willy Ban by the shoulder, the sound of cracking bones echoing as a blade nears his neck while the assailant smiles triumphantly, ready to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, the enemy's eyes glaze over as he screams in agony when Lutzer drives a spear through his heart, causing his vision to fade. The man collapses as Lutzer pants heavily, exhausted from the fight, before turning to check on the others. Willy Ban waves his hand and asks for a moment to catch his breath, while Hamo demands to know what is happening on the other side. Hamo's ally expresses disappointment in the troops and declares the end, laughing as the city gates open to reveal their main force. As a new army marches in, Bolo, Verger, Willy Ban, and Lutzer watch silently, while Hamo cheers that the end has arrived. Hamo tells his father that a new order begins today, just as a voice asks why the city gates are open. The newcomer questions the presence of goblins, as Hem coldly explains that Jacques sent him to provide assistance. Verger feels relieved by Hem's arrival while the others rejoice, leaving the enemy confused about the disappearance of their own men. Hamo calls them fools and explains that their forces were wiped out, urging his ally to focus all their strength on his father. Hamo believes the others will fall once his father is dead, and his ally agrees to ignore the rest and target the archer. Bolo remarks to Verger that his father does not seem very popular, as they move into an empty room with an arrow in Bolo's leg. Bolo collapses in pain while Verger apologizes, but Bolo insists he is fine as Verger puts down his empty bow and draws his sword. Verger unleashes a deadly strike that kills many enemies, while Hem fights bravely nearby during the fierce battle. As bodies pile up around the battlefield, Hamo tries to stop the fighting while his ally curses the useless troops for fleeing. The ally informs Hamo that their agreement is over, unless he can find a way to make up for the embarrassing failure. Hamo stammers that he can fix it while trembling and clutching a red potion, looking around nervously as someone calls him a bastard. Hem and Lutzer charge toward Hamo, who panics and quickly drinks the potion until his eyes lose their focus. Hamo screams in pain and removes his helmet just as Hem and Lutzer strike, releasing 2 beams of red energy from his eye. A burst of energy knocks Hem and Lutzer back as Verger rushes forward, prompting Hamo to laugh at his father's arrival. Hamo fires a blast of energy that Verger blocks with his sword, realizing the blade is actually absorbing the power. Hamo is shocked as Verger commands him to stop, noting that the sword has successfully absorbed a portion of the magic. Hamo screams that he cannot stop because his father was the one who taught him to live by his own truth until the very end. Hamo screams with all his might, vowing never to disappoint his father, as Verger charges toward him, claiming he never taught his son to betray the family, leading Hamo to question why his father allowed Geoma to die. Hamo asks why his father sided with the killer, but Verger grinds his teeth while countering the attack, stating that Geoma betrayed them and deserved his punishment. Hamo puts all his strength into an attack, while shouting that his father pushed Geoma to his death and stood by while a villain destroyed him. Verger dodges the strikes and claims he did what was best for everyone, but Hamo only grows more furious and continues his relentless assault. Hamo questions if it was only best for Verger, accusing his father of treating his loyal children like mere pawns despite their devotion. Verger raises his sword to block Hamo's lethal strikes as the son pours out his heart, accusing his father of never truly loving his children or him. Hamo claims Verger only loves himself, but Verger struggles to respond, insisting he only wanted his children to survive this harsh world and stand by his side. Hamo gives a sinister smile and says his father's wish has been fulfilled since only one will survive, but he stops mid-sentence as he notices something wrong. Strange marks appear across Hamo's body, causing him to scream in horror and clutch his head in agonizing pain. Verger calls out to Hamo with concern, but a nearby goblin warns that the boy is about to explode and the wild magic will kill everyone. Verger grinds his teeth and leaps forward to drive his blade into Hamo's chest, bidding his son farewell as the boy weakly calls out to him. Hamo struggles to voice an apology, but Verger holds him close and tells his son to rest in peace. 2 guards stand watch outside a wooden house to ensure the safety of the villagers, who are chatting happily in a warm atmosphere while Abelagda searches for someone. Carrying a bag of supplies, Abelagda stops at a bed to wake Goza from his sleep. Abelagda shouts loudly that food has arrived, hurting Goza's ears as he wakes up and wonders why she isn't currently with Love. Abelagda shares the supplies and explains that Love sent her back with the food before heading off to investigate something. Goza chuckles and calls Love a little thief before Abelagda sits down beside him. As she opens the bag, Abelagda remarks that the little thief is keeping them fed while Jack's people ensure their safety. She notes that food is scarce because the blue and green factions are hoarding it, and they would have starved if not for Love's skill. The bag contains only small portions of bread, cheese, and rice, and as Goza silently nods in agreement, the faces of other children crying for their mothers come into view. Goza asks if they should share the food, but Abelagda assures her that she has already provided for the others. Abelagda explains that this is only their portion, and Goza sighs in relief knowing that everyone has been fed. Goza wonders where Rizah is and suggests she join them, only for Rizah to suddenly appear right behind her. Rizah's sudden arrival startles Goza, but Rizah simply begins eating her portion with great enjoyment. Rizah mentions she just dealt with some troublemakers and comments on the food being a bit dry while eyeing the cheese. Abelagda tells Rizah to return the food if she plans to complain, but Rizah refuses as they both notice Goza is unusually quiet. When Abelagda asks what is wrong, a startled Goza tries to hide her feelings and claims that nothing is the matter. Abelagda realizes Goza is thinking about her brother, and Rizah nudges her to give the girl some space. Goza sadly admits that hearing about Valka's recent fight reminded her of Game. Rizah crosses her arms and offers her understanding, noting that they have all lost someone dear to them. Goza is shocked to learn that Rizah lost a cousin and Abelagda lost her husband, which Abelagda confirms with a shrug. Abelagda explains that her husband never returned from a previous expedition, prompting a sympathetic apology from Goza. Abelagda dismisses the sympathy, stating that it is old news and they must all move forward. Rizah smiles and reassures Goza that she is not alone and that they all understand her pain. Touched by their words, Goza hugs them both, though Abelagda warns her not to spill food just as Tosset calls out for her. Goza signals to Tosset, while Rizah teases her about the arrival of her supposed love interest. An annoyed Goza tells Rizah to be quiet as Tosset rushes over to deliver urgent news regarding Game. Tosset announces that Game has returned, prompting a shocked Goza to stand up and follow him immediately. Abelagda and Rizah wave them off, with Rizah jokingly telling them to enjoy themselves. Abelagda reminds them that she and Lauren are still owed real beer, not the mushroom variety they had before. She puts on a playful face and claims it was just a joke, asking who would actually bet on whether a friend's brother had died. Abelagda speaks sternly and demands he honor their deal, or she will expose what he and Lauren did with Google behind the mushroom farm. Greza mutters that she has a foul mouth and a gambling addiction that she will one day regret, but Abelagda remains completely unbothered. Abelagda laughs and asks if he wants to bet on when that day will come, but Greza dismissively vows never to bet with her again. Abelagda is left feeling annoyed as Game and his team head toward the village, where Game suddenly notices Goza waiting for them. Her eyes widen in surprise, and Game smiles warmly at his sister as she runs toward his open arm. The siblings share a joyful embrace until Goza, her eyes filling with tears, suddenly reaches out and grabs Game by the mouth. Goza glares at Game and demands to know why he didn't say he was coming back, scolding him as the onlookers break into laughter. Vaughn leads Game through the village, and Game remarks that Vaughn's mysterious craftsman friend lives in a rather interesting location. Vaughn hesitantly explains that the man is not exactly a friend, but someone his father had helped on several occasions. As they prepare to enter, Game asks why the man lives so far away if his skills are truly as exceptional as his reputation suggests. Vaughn turns his head to answer, but before he can finish, a long-haired man storms out and shouts angrily, interrupting him. The man tells an old person inside to go to hell, while Vaughn tries to greet him cheerfully as he passes by. Bo ignores Vaughn's greeting and storms off in a rage, leaving Vaughn feeling awkward and embarrassed. Game is confused and asks if Vaughn knows the man, to which Vaughn explains that Bo is Goran's head apprentice and that something must have happened. Another voice calls out to Vaughn, drawing their attention to a man named Go, whom Vaughn is surprised to see. Vaughn introduces Go as one of Goran's apprentices, and Game steps forward to shake the young man's hand. After the introduction, Vaughn asks Go what happened and why Bo seemed to be in such a foul mood. Go mentions that Bo and the old man had another argument, leading Game to remark that he has heard fathers and sons often clash. Go tiredly explains that the old man is not their father but simply the one who raised them, and Vaughn clarifies the situation for Game. Go explains that Goran moved to the outskirts to escape noble interference, yet Bo, Go, and the others continued to follow him. He fondly recalls their youth when they would tease the old man by throwing stones and attempting to frighten him. They remember being scolded and forced to repair a cart they had foolishly destroyed while playing near the workshop. Watching their father use smithing techniques to fix the damage was the first time any of them had ever seen a forge in action. Captivated by the craft, Bo returned to the forge alone the very next day to beg the old man for an apprenticeship. The old man eventually relented, and though the others joined later, Game asks why the two have been arguing so much lately. Go notes the friction began after Vaughn returned from his expedition, leaving Vaughn confused as to why he is being blamed. Go reminds him of the time he requested specialized ammunition for his sling to use against the goblin threat. Bo had been so inspired by Vaughn's heroism that he wanted to join him, sparking a massive argument with the old man. Game acknowledges the interesting backstory, but reiterates their urgent need to speak with the master of the forge. Go awkwardly informs them that the master is unavailable in the back room, prompting Game to ask Vaughn for an explanation. Vaughn clarifies that the master is currently drinking in isolation, a habit that has cost him many of his social connections. When the master falls into a drunken stupor, he often remains locked away in his room for several weeks at a time. The uncertainty of when he will finally emerge leaves Game in a difficult position, as their business cannot wait. Despite the urgency, Go insists he is powerless to help, leading Vaughn to suggest seeking out another contact. Vaughn proposes visiting Huey the caretaker at his shop, but the group remains skeptical about whether he can help. They realize that Huey is primarily a carpenter, and that Goran is the only one with the specific skills they require. They find Bo sitting by the river, irritably skipping stones across the water as they approach him to talk. Still harboring resentment, Bo tells them to leave, but Game instructs Vaughn to show him the item they are carrying. Bo is immediately struck with shock and wonder as he stares at the object presented before him. Game suggests that since Bo wants to impress his master, helping them with this task would surely achieve that goal. Noticing Bo's hesitation, Game extends his hand to invite him to join, causing Bo to feel conflicted as he considers the offer. Po firmly shakes Game's hand to seal their partnership, while both Po and Cha express shock at a design far superior to anything used by the Jira. The blueprint reveals a sophisticated crossbow design that is lighter, features a faster reload mechanism, and offers significantly increased draw strength. Game seriously requests that the man build the weapon, leaving him flustered and sweating as he contemplates the difficult task. The man admits he has never seen such a design in all his years with the mercenary, and suspiciously asks Game if he stole the plan. Game explains that he created the design himself, leaving the man wide-eyed and utterly speechless with disbelief. The man marvels at the existence of such a talented individual, but Game dismisses the question of how he did it as unimportant. When Game asks if he can construct the weapon, the man hesitates and strokes his beard, admitting he could but remains uncertain. Despite the difficult request, the man remains firm in his refusal to help, prompting someone else to step in and offer to do the work themselves. Shocked to realize the voice belongs to Bo, the man turns around as Bo looks at Game with determination and offers to take on the challenge. Bo reasons that his experience repairing the previous model will help him build this one, though the man shouts that the design is far too complex for him. Game acknowledges the difficulty, while Bo tells the man that their success depends on how well their master instructs them. Bo believes that with help from Go and Sam they can succeed, leading Game to remark that supporting one another is simply what families do. Game's words about supporting each other through life's difficulties ring true, leaving the man looking away in awkward silence. The group begins the forging process, with Bo and the others heating the metal and carefully discussing the assembly while casting the molds. Bo works with intense focus but eventually hits a snag, fearing the piece will break if he continues and admitting he is unsure of the next step. Game admits they have encountered an obstacle and suggests the man might have been right, while Vaughn turns to ask the man for his input. The man turns away indifferently, prompting Game to tell the others to ignore him while he quietly observes the man's reaction. Game senses that the man is getting exactly what he wanted as he watches him stand in pensive silence, staring off into the distance. Go exhaustedly suggests starting over if the wood breaks, but Bo irritably replies that the issue is his own lack of skill rather than the material. Bo admits the old master was right, prompting the elder to slam his tools down and yell at them for giving up so easily after all his teaching. With a serious expression, the master offers them a specific tool and encourages them, warning that their slow equipment will not get them very far. Vaughn is surprised to see the master offering his personal refining tool, while Jen smiles with satisfaction, acknowledging that he can see the significance. All three are deeply moved as the master passes his tools to Bo, who struggles to hold back his tears of gratitude. Bo thanks his master, who shyly tells him to stop being sentimental in front of customers, prompting Bo to pick up the tool with a confident smile. Jen tells the master he made the right choice as the three of them begin working with intense focus, dedicating every second to the task. Two arrows are fired and pierce straight through the target, leading Vaughn to run over and shout in amazement at the results. Jen proudly pats Bo on the shoulder for the success, but Bo points back to credit the entire team's collective effort instead. Bo credits his master and admits he still has much to learn, leading the master to pat his shoulder and tell him to keep calling him master. After calling Bo a brat, the master's voice lowers as he asks how many items they plan to produce, knowing they must intend to make more than one. Jen explains that they need as many as possible, including armor, which leaves the master stunned and asking for clarification. The master questions how they can possibly make armor so quickly, but Jen explains that they will not be starting the process from scratch. Jen smiles and explains that they will simply modify the armor scavenged from the goblins to fit their own people. Jen requests 45 sets as soon as possible, causing the master to shout in disbelief at the impossible task of producing so much equipment. Jen suggests it can be done with help from other shops, but the master remains skeptical and continues to question the feasibility of the plan. When the master warns it will take months, Jen pats Goran on the shoulder and tells him about Henry Ford while Vara remains unconscious. Inside the white tents of the tribe, a sudden voice calls out to Vaughn, who turns his head to see who is addressing him. Vaughn smiles brightly and asks Ruhan if she is still alive, to which she replies that they managed to escape after Bungu was killed. Ruhan explains that the tribe's guides intended to leave them for the wolves, but Vaughn interrupts to ask if she wants to visit the resting Vara. Lep returns alone and looks dazed and pale, as he is immediately questioned about whether Rafa is with him. He reports that she is assisting refugees at the lower level before Vaughn excuses himself from Rune to head out. Heartened by the news that she is alive, the group prepares to reach her and relocate the rest of the refugees. Vaughn enters the room just as Varian wakes up, and his frantic concern for her health causes him to shout. He scolds her for leaving her bed and risking her life, while Vara smiles, relieved to see him safe and energetic. Flustered and blushing at her reaction, Vaughn stammers a denial before turning away to ruffle his hair in embarrassment. After calming down, Vaughn watches as Vara happily holds the small leather pouch and thanks him for his help. Sitting by her side, Vaughn explains he only wanted to comfort her, while Vara gratefully clutches the gift. She vows to treasure the bond between them, and seeing her bright eyes, Vaughn smiles and hopes the gift helps. When she calls it a beautiful engagement gift, a stunned Vaughn is unable to clarify the misunderstanding before being interrupted. Hem rushes in to report that Lep is confronting mercenaries, prompting a startled Vaughn to tell Hem to go help. Vara insists that Vaughn fulfill his duty and go immediately, leaving him no time to finish their conversation. Though visibly disappointed and reluctant to leave her side, Vaughn stands up and prepares to prioritize the mission. He promises to return as soon as possible, and with Vara watching him with affection and amusement, he departs. Upon learning Lep is at the dining tent, Vaughn arrives to find him being challenged by a hostile Droga. Droga questions if the boy can truly defeat them, and Lep's confident affirmation visibly irritates the mercenary leader. Droga warns that the boy is doomed, while a confused Vaughn reminds Lep they were supposed to avoid trouble. Lep reassures him that no violence has occurred, explaining that he has only challenged the men to a drinking contest. Despite Vaughn's disbelief, Lep remains confident in his ability to outdrink both of his opponents. Lep claims to have done this many times, noting that building true power requires the ability to hold one's liquor. Zack raises an eyebrow and telepathically reminds Lep that the only time he ever drank was the wine left behind by Q. As Zack wonders about mushroom beer, Vaughn sticks out his tongue in disgust at the memory of its foul taste before the blade behind him speaks up. The blade promises to purge any impurities from Zack's body just as it cleanses heretics from the land, boosting Zack's confidence even further. Zack assures Gem there is no cause for concern, but the noise prompts Ban to peek through the curtains, leading Vaughn to immediately report the situation. Vaughn informs Ban that Lep intends to enter a drinking contest against several burly men, prompting Ban to skeptically offer Zack a chance to withdraw. Lep fearlessly laughs off the concern and asks to begin the contest immediately, but Ban suddenly stops him by grabbing his shoulder. Ban points toward the soul-slaying blade, and demands that Zack leave the weapon behind with his best guard before joining the table. Zack is stunned to learn that weapons are strictly forbidden at the table, leaving Gem to stroke his chin in helpless resignation. Three muscular men challenge the elf to start, and while the blade desperately pleads that Zack needs its help, Zack decides to proceed regardless. Zack entrusts the blade to Vaughn's care and wishes him luck, while the blade begs Zack not to do anything that might ruin his physical vessel. Zack smiles and tells Gem he cannot make promises he might break, while nearby, others are busy either guarding prisoners or moving supplies. Standing off to the side, Hem and Willibard discuss the current mess, with Hem sighing about how troublesome the situation has become. Willibard confirms that Verger left him responsible for the cleanup, noting that Verger was deeply pained by Hamo's fate despite his stoic exterior. Hem urges Willibard to join Zack's side instead, claiming Verger has been a contemptible person since the time Hem left his group years ago. Willibard quickly uses hand signals to silence Hem, warning him to be much more careful with his words in such a public place. After checking their surroundings, Willibard explains that many people now worship Verger, especially following his miraculous return from the dead. Hem becomes more cautious after Willibard's warning, looking around before turning back to his companion. Hem scoffs that he also returned from the dead and suggests people could worship him instead, but Willibard fears his wife would kill him if he left. Willibard explains his wife believes Verger will become the clan leader and wants him on the winning side, making Hem laugh out loud. Hem mocks the idea of Verger as leader and tells Willibard to stop letting his wife control him, as Lep is already a commander and the future leader. Willibard shook his head in frustration, remarking that a happy wife meant a happy life, and noting that his companion did not have to face her daily, when a subordinate suddenly rushed over to report the presence of goblins. Willibard frowned and questioned the timing of the goblins' arrival, while Hem clicked his tongue and noted that they seemed to have arrived at just the right moment. Willibard and Hem quickly ran to the location where the goblins stood, and the lead goblin pointed at him while urgently asking if he was the commander. The goblin demanded passage, prompting Hem to rest his blade on his shoulder and wonder if these were Bungu's guards, though Willibard ignored him to ask the goblin what she wanted. The goblin girl requested entry to reach the lower floors and rescue her friend, but Willibard shook his head and began to refuse her request. Standing nearby, Hem looked at the girl intently and urgently asked if the friend she mentioned was Rafa. Willibard was confused and asked Hem what was happening, but Hem understood everything just by observing the joyful expressions on the goblins' faces. Hem told Willibard to let them pass, but Willibard frowned and seriously insisted that they could not allow goblins to enter. Hem snapped his fingers and explained that he would make the decision since Willibard owed him a favor, prompting Willibard to sigh and grant the goblins entry to settle his debt. Hem signaled for the goblins to follow him and introduced himself while offering to show them the way. The lead goblin politely introduced herself as Dan and mentioned that she had seen him while adventuring with Jack, though they had never spoken before. Hem realized why she looked familiar and asked how she knew Rafa was below, to which Dan explained that she had met Vaughn, who told her Rafa had chosen to stay on the lower floors. Hem explained that Rafa, Rasha, and San had stayed behind to help Ova and his friend Gun protect the refugees from the swarm. While Lep, Berger, and Hem had left to deal with the blue-skinned goblins, they believed the others would be safer below, a claim that left Dan visibly shocked. Dan angrily questioned if he was crazy to leave them with the swarm, but a worried Hem explained that the swarm was dead and it had not been his decision anyway. When Dan asked for confirmation that every member of the swarm was truly dead, Hem shrugged and replied that he was fairly certain. Elsewhere, Rafa watched the children playing and worriedly asked San if it was wise to allow them to play in such a manner. San calmly explained that the pheromone sacks had been discarded and were empty, posing no threat, while Rafa hoped he was right and asked if there were any other signs of life. San reported that he had explored the surrounding caves and found no trace of the swarm on that floor, much to Rafa's relief as she then asked about the guard. Receiving no response, Rafa called out to Gun and sighed upon seeing him in a daze, wondering if he had eaten something strange once again. San frowns and suggests that something must have eaten the boy instead, leading a bewildered Rafa to realize he means Ova, while San rubs his neck and shrugs. San confirms this, noting that the boy had recently asked him for advice on writing a love letter to court her, leaving Rafa speechless and questioning if San actually helped. When Rafa asks if he assisted, San proudly beats his chest and asserts that men should help one another win over their loved ones, leaving her at a loss for words. Rafa clicks her tongue and remarks on how quickly they forgot that they had initially tried to kill them, prompting San to quickly try to justify his actions. San argues that the past is behind them and love can overcome any barrier, but Rafa counters that it was only a few weeks ago and unlikely to be forgotten. San mumbles that the letter was less effective than they had anticipated, and Rafa immediately understands the problem after seeing his slow reaction. Rafa disdainfully asks if she had intended to kill him, and San sighs, admitting that fortunately, he and Rafa arrived just in time to stop her. Feeling frustrated, Rafa turns and kicks Gun in the back, causing him to react with annoyance and ask why she did that. Rafa frowns and orders Gun to stop daydreaming and get to work, threatening to send him to the kitchen if he remains distracted, while Gun pouts in response. Gun protests that he did nothing wrong and that there is no one else around to worry about before he quickly runs out of the forest. Gun glances around cautiously as he moves, his mind returning to the words the goblin had spoken to him earlier. The goblin's tales excite Gun, who eagerly asks if they are true while the creature nods and continues grilling meat. The goblin claims a piece of face root will make any woman fall madly in love, though Gun remains skeptical of the claim. When Gun accuses him of lying, the goblin smirks and points to his own face, asking if Gun thinks his romantic success was due to looks. The goblin mentions his many wives as Gun sighs and falls silent, reflecting on their conversation. Gun mutters that he hopes the 60 points he spent were worth it as he kneels to observe the path on the 3rd floor. Gun remarks on how easy the journey has been so far as he continues moving forward through the area. Gun reminds himself to look for a red and green flower with blue leaves, just as a raspy voice cries out for help. Gun stops to look for the source of the sound and shouts for the person to keep calling so he can find them. The person in distress shouts again, and Gun follows the sound until he reaches a large pit in the ground. Gun slows down and peers into the deep hole, realizing it is a spirit-snaring pit before calling out to whoever is inside. Gun asks who is down there, and a voice echoes back explaining that they have fallen and need assistance. Gun tells the stranger to wait while he searches for a long, sturdy vine to pull them out of the pit. Gun finally finds a vine and lowers it into the pit, instructing the person to grab hold so he can pull them up. Gun is so startled by the stranger's appearance that he accidentally drops the vine, nearly sending the man tumbling back down. The man gasps for air as he crawls out of the pit, expressing his immense gratitude for finally being rescued. Gun stammers as he asks if the man is part of the expedition, but the stranger quickly denies being a member. The man explains he is a doctor named Ka rather than a soldier, and Gun tells him he shouldn't be in such a place. Ka explains that he came down to search for rare medicinal herbs, but fell into the pit before Gun arrived. Gun introduces himself and shakes Ka's hand, expressing his pleasure in being able to help the doctor. When Gun asks if he has any face root, Ka reacts with surprise and asks if Gun is currently in love. Gun shyly accepts the offer of help and proposes a payment, but Ka cheerfully declines, insisting that no compensation is necessary. Ka expresses his joy in helping young people find love, especially since Gun saved his life, and promises to find the item on this floor. Wondering about the location of the nearest swamp, Ka leads Gun toward the edge of the marshland with a bright smile. Ka remarks that the girl must be very special for Gun to risk coming here alone, causing Gun to blush and shyly admit she is quite cute. Ka laughs heartily, expressing his excitement at meeting one of the cave residents and learning about their home. He asks for details on how the settlement has developed over the years and if the Jira goblins still hold them as slaves. Gun shakes his head and explains that according to a food smuggler, Lep has driven the goblins away and freed the people. Surprised and pleased, Ka comments on how much they must have suffered under the rule of those savage creatures. Ka asks if Lep is their new leader and how the people feel about him, to which Gun replies that he is well loved. Gun describes how Lep united the gangs to defeat the goblins, and even gained divine favor by returning from the dead. Ka notes that returning from death is a formidable feat, and suggests that Lep will bring significant change to their long-suffering people. Ka remarks that the people are fortunate to have such a leader, and Gun nods his head in firm agreement. Gun adds that the Bruce likely resent Lep, and will probably try to betray him despite appointing him as their general. As they reach a riverbank, Ka observes that established leaders often fear popular young generals and warns of the challenges Lep will face. Gun smiles and asserts that the Bruce will not succeed because Lep has many loyal friends who will protect him. Ka points toward a specific area and instructs Gun to look for blue leaves, warning that yellow ones are not yet ripe. While Gun searches for the roots, Ka asks what Lep might do if he were to take full control of the settlement. Gun suggests that Lep would eliminate the Bruce and subdue the Greens, prompting Ka to ask if the people fear such a ruthless leader. Gun explains that Lep is actually quite cool and caring, noting that he always listens to Vaughn and looks after his comrades. Ka stands with his arms crossed, concluding that Lep possesses the perfect balance of strength and compassion expected of one chosen by Farron. Gun picks up a nearby root and shows it to Ka, who signals for him to keep searching. Ka specifies the plant has blue leaves rather than purple, and asks what Gun's people would do after defeating the goblins. Ka wonders if they would simply settle there, and a tired Gun admits they have little choice but to stay. Gun suggests they might trade mist before finally finding the correct route and showing it to Ka. Ka confirms it is the right route and tells Gun to rest before washing it clean. As Gun washes the route by the river, Ka asks if his people would refuse to leave even if Lep urged them. Gun shakes his head, explaining that they consider the settlement their home and are unlikely to move. Ka laments that such a talented people remain hidden, but Gun insists they will only leave if the Heaplan force them out. Ka encourages Gun to consider the beauty of the wider world, and Gun admits he shares that desire. Gun suddenly spots a strange creature nearby and cries out in alarm, prompting Ka to ask what is wrong. Gun trembles as he points out a Heaplan standing behind Ka, but Ka remains perfectly calm. Ka smiles at the creature and gently explains to Gun that she has come specifically for him. The creature approaches Gun, who cowers in terror and begs for his life, offering all his possessions. The creature hands Gun a paper wrapper, leaving him confused until Ka explains its purpose. Ka instructs Gun to dry and wrap the Mars root in the paper before roasting it and sneaking it into her food. A bewildered Gun asks about the creature, and Ka explains that Nhi Bo is actually his pet. Ka promises she is harmless and explains he sent her to get the paper as a reward for Gun's help. Intrigued, Gun wraps the Mars root and runs back to ask Ka about keeping a Heaplan as a pet. Ka explains that the creatures are quite affectionate if understood, and Gun thanks him before preparing to depart. Ka calls out to Gun as he leaves, while the creature standing beside Ka continues to make noise. Ka gently reassures his pet that their companion is fine and should be left alone before noting that there is still much work to be done. While the elves sleep soundly, Gun hides behind a large rock, thinking of the many buried secrets that need to be unearthed. Gun cautiously creeps past the sleeping sorceress and her daughter, keeping a watchful eye on his surroundings as he moves away. After sneaking past the group, Gun crouches in an open area surrounded by extinguished fires and unwraps a mysterious plant. He recalls the advice he received about roasting the plant and mixing it into her food to win her affection. Gun feels guilty about his plan, but he is suddenly startled by Rafa and quickly hides the plant in his pocket while feigning ignorance. Rafa urgently instructs him to build the largest fires possible, explaining that they need to create smoke to ward off approaching threats. Upon learning that giant cave centipedes are heading their way, Gun turns pale with fear at the thought of the dangerous creatures. Rafa explains that the guards advised using smoke to repel the centipedes while they evacuate the group from the area. Although Gun is annoyed that his private business was interrupted, he continues to help the others out of a sense of duty. Once the fires are burning brightly, they prepare to leave, but they are suddenly interrupted by another arrival. Ova the sorceress appears and asks if he is finished, leading Gun to mistakenly believe she is showing romantic concern for him. Gun gives a clumsy response before eagerly following the sorceress as she leads the way out of the cave. Gun pledges his constant support to her as they reach the cave entrance, where Ova plants her staff to prepare for what is coming. When Gun asks if they are joining the others, Ova explains that the fire pits will block one path while they guard this one. Ova plans to use her magic to hold back the creatures while the others escape, instructing Gun to stay safely behind her. Eager to impress her, Gun brandishes his spear and boasts that he is the right man for the job. The sorceress notices his clumsy movements and dryly suggests that he point his weapon at the enemy instead of her. As they wait, Gun complains about the centipedes taking too long, which begins to irritate the focused sorceress. Ova tells him to stop complaining because evacuating the elderly and children takes time, but Gun suddenly asks her if she has a crush on anyone. Ova looks visibly annoyed and questions why Gun is asking such a thing, while Gun feigns innocence to hide his true thoughts. Gun dismisses it as idle chatter, but the exhausted mage pleads for silence, stating she no longer wants to hear him speak. Ova explains her reluctance to work with him despite San's orders, while Gun celebrates internally and wonders why she is staring at his laughter. Ova finds his behavior strange and looks away, noting that reinforcements will arrive once the refugees have reached safety. Gun leans back and questions if the refugees will truly be safe upon their return, prompting the mage to look up and reflect. Ova doubts that Lep will recruit the refugees for battle and mentions their imminent return, which Gun finds encouraging. Gun assumes that life will soon return to normal, and after Ova agrees, he asks about her plans for the future. When Gun asks what she wants to do after the goblins are gone, the mage raises her hand and expresses her determination to study magic. She explains that Berger promised her access to the Salmonic Archive City, noting that despite the language barriers, the effort will be worth it. Gun finds her goals somewhat dull and asks if she only intends to study, but Ova clarifies that she has other plans as well. Ova explains that she intends to travel and enjoy her freedom, mentioning that Rafa promised to take her to various places once the goblins are defeated. Gun grins as he recounts his own travels with Vaughn to deliver tribute to Busu, leading Ova to celebrate the prospect of exploration. Ova points out that his travels were limited to the area near the settlement and expresses her desire to see the much larger world. Gun asks if she has any interest in starting a family or finding a partner, but Ova admits she is currently too busy with her own goal. As Gun continues to press her about finding a man, a sudden noise prompts Ova to tell him to be quiet and listen. They both stand up upon hearing a screeching sound as a swarm of red centipedes with bared fangs begins to emerge. The video concludes with a request for viewers to like the content and a final farewell from the narrator.